Alright, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's another day here in the CCT, as we're going to try to figure out what's going to be happening in the elimination matches. We're still at the start of the tournament here, figuring things out and who's going to be going into the main Swiss stage, and then from there who's headed to the playoffs. Today, Group C, Group D, a couple of elimination games. We'll figure those out as we go along the way. And we'll get to it. Right, we've also got the winners matches as well coming up later. Those are the afternoon shift, or evening shift as we would call them. So we'll see how we get to these winners matches. But before that as well, we've got this schedule up on screen. Amcal, Big Equipa versus Gen 1 and Whopper in the elimination match for groups C and D. And it'll be an intriguing one, because I don't really know too much what to expect here. And I don't think too many would either, but I mean, yesterday really shined a light on female Counter-Strike as well, so I think it's a good sign, and I really do wish to see more of them, more female teams as well showing up here as well. But for the moment, into the game again. We can go a bit more into it. Amcal had their game against NIP, a not so disastrous one as the history showed, right? Different rosters this time, and Amcal's roster consisting of S-Fade 8, AW Molodoi, Smet, and Kalash. I gotta try to figure out what they've got in store for us today instead. And we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out as we get to it. But, nonetheless, for now, this is the roster we're gonna be looking at. And on the other side as well, we have a Big Equipa that we'll get to in a second as well, right? Again, female Counter-Strike, we don't, or not everyone has the exact information about it, but we would love to at least see more of them in the scene, right? More of them in the actual tournament as well. Yesterday, a hell of an interesting match between, well, Imperial and Na'Vi. I think a lot of people know. But nonetheless, for this one, we'll see what we get as well as we slowly go towards it. But then again, we can find out as well the roster for Big. Consisting of Zana, Jenny, Polly, Melly, and Pulox. Right? I don't really think it's too much of a secret to say I don't know too much at the moment about anyone here. So, there's not that much information in that sense to go off of. But you have a couple of statistics at least. You know, they've played a fair amount of games, right? A couple of months since their last ones, really. Endpoint yesterday or the day before was one of the first ones they'd played in a good while. Did not, unfortunately, go too well. But the statistics are still behind the team as well. If you look at it, you've got Zana, who's putting up a 1.14 rating at least. The rest, however, at the moment are not really stepping up to the same plate as of yet. But again, it's still a fairly small sample size, so it can change and fluctuates a lot, I would imagine, as we well, get more and more into it, let's say. But we gotta also find out which maps we are going to be playing here as well between these teams. A big part, but nonetheless, getting to it. First map out of the way. Or, well, first maps out of the way, let's see. First off, train goes. That's also a thing. I forgot about it. Added into the pool, but follow it up. There goes Nuke as well for Amcal. I don't think they've really ever liked playing it all too much. Get to play train. Haven't had too many chances, but nonetheless, we've got Anubis up first as well as the starting map of the series. And continuing on toward the next one as well. Dust 2. Alright, that's, you know, valid, but nonetheless, Inferno comes out, and then Mirage as Ancient gets banned as well. So, we know the maps, and it is one color scheme, pretty much, except for Anubis, where the water is slightly more blue and brings a bit more color into the atmosphere of the unholy trinity of Counter-Strike right now with the terrible color schemes. But, nonetheless, Anubis, Dust 2, and Mirage. And I don't really know what to think here, right? Amcal, at least, right? They don't have a great Anubis track record so far. They've had a couple of not-so-close games. The closest loss they've had was 13-9. That was against NIP just 2 days ago, or just yesterday, excuse me. Before that, right, 13-0 and 13-8, 7 and 6 kind of scoreline. So it hasn't really been all too great when it comes to the results that they've had here. Which, you know, does give a lot of hope here. But then again, we're heading into this game with a lot of unknowns as well when it comes to Big. We don't know exactly what or how they're going to be showing up here with a couple of months of not playing official games, but recorded on HLTV. So, hoping for the best, right? I want to see some good Counter-Strike here, and I hope that we might get to see that as well. But then, headed into a Dust 2 second as well. Now, that's, again, kind of in the similar setup as well. Both Amcal as well as Big, as I mentioned, haven't had the most games recent times. So, you can only go off what you can really, what you can see, right? Both teams around the, you know, anywhere between 15 and 20, 30 games-ish played in the last couple of months. So, you've only got so much to go off of, right? Numbers, they fluctuate, but what really tells the story is the actual game, and I think a little birdie in my ear is telling me we should be getting ready to hope over towards Anubis, so let's do exactly that. Let's see what the series now has to start things off. Big on the CT side with Amcal getting to choose which side to start on. On Anubis, it's pretty easy to guess. Not really even a guess, it's just expected every single time to start on that D side. Don't think I've seen anyone that has really gone against that, but nonetheless. Getting into it. Jenny swinging for mid, wants information, doesn't find anything, and she backs off. Making a couple of rotations while Amcal now waited out the first contact or so, and it then starts to move. Fast on toward the B side, Melly waits, dual Berettas in hand. The first one gets found. It's HE to force him into a wider swing. She'll still take down 2. Gets another one around the corner. S-Fade 8 instead. 1 and 2 will reply. With the bomb side to be taken over. Smoke is down. Premises vacated and no one else is nearby. Smoke down for CT and the bomb needs to cross. Has made it across. The retake. Oh! Begins before there's ever a chance for the bomb to go down. Finding a small gap. Molotov not covering for the bomb planter enough, and Big Equipa are going to be taking the first round here. Starts off from the dual Berettas here. Great 2K. Great response, and then on the retake as well. Amcal is kind of all over the place. Punish for poor positioning. And it puts us in round number 2. No bomb plant though. Still. Force buy. Does not matter at the moment for Amcal. A single rifle. A scout. A lot of hopes and dreams. However, AW, him having lost his life early on, makes things difficult. A swing down mid for Jenny to find yet another scout removed. However, it does tag one. It makes things easy for S-Fade 8 to trade out. As mid control is now sought after as well here. Looking for the next. Taken down, removed. The force buy does not seem to be paid off here at all. Kind of similar to the, well, to the ending of last round here. Amcal just kind of out of position in a lot of these situations right now. One by one. I think it might have been a little bit too easy to get things going with just confidence at the moment, but maybe not. So let's see what Smet Kalash can do. 2 players lingering around at the A site. A headshot that is waiting for Zana. Trying to find it. It's not easy. Second swings. Both do. And Paulie will finish it. A little to be picked up and the round is done. 2-0. Right, 2 casualties. Not a great round. Not a terrible round. Just somewhere in between, really. As we go over toward round number 3. This should be easy, right? Full eco this time. Anubis well, CT side every single round counts, and any momentum you can get from the beginning of the game will help you tremendously, currently. Going pretty damn well for Big. Revolver as well being bought out is an interesting choice. And to be fair, the damage on this thing, kinda nasty. Well, for now, just waiting it out. Amcal, not feeling the pressure to start running into anyone just yet. The first contact comes from the MP9 dually. A wild Desert Eagle on the other side, chased down by HE's good utility. Makes things a little easier, but in a main, you've got something crazy. Information, Jenny Walter, as the smoke faded. More than information, a couple headshots now for Smet. Site taken over, S-Fade 8 in mid, has found a position, has found another kill. From what was a full eco, down to 2. Up on the water to the site, checking below. First one found, and 1 more to go. And Smet deciding this round is 4 kills. And Amcal on the board. Doesn't start off too easy. 5-on-3 for a moment, but slight over-aggression in A main. Does punish, and Smet takes advantage of that gate for himself. And we, well, from what I just mentioned, having that CT side of momentum from the early part of the game, carrying you forward. Unfortunately, not going to be looking all that good for the moment. A full eco instead of the CT side of Big. Flash in the mid. A stack and a flash with the CT side as well. Spotted. Look at the farm. Kalash. Only 1 and 2. Both players taken down by Melee. On the CT side, but continuing to push. It's Molodoi to watch with the back line. Important kill found. A flash back in for Zana as well, but... well, hunted by the T side. Trying to make sure mid is fully removed. There's no weapons to be saved. And thus, 2-2. Not from that full eco. Big, able to afford a buy. Now let's see. Already had a Molodoi on the AWP last round. I want to see what they want to come up with here. Right, Anubis can be played a couple of different ways in terms of that default. And how you actually want to get control. Who you want to send in first. So on the first round of Amcal won it. They had contact through cave. Big had good protocols when it came to defend it as well. And again, looking to find an opening here. That comes a second for the round. A 5-on-3 for the moment. Smith attempts to trade. Will do so. Not just an attempt at this point. And Molodoi comes back around searching for mid. The Jenny removed. Leaves that CT side slightly exposed in a couple of areas. Smith has to find his timing carefully. But still does snap one. Zana and Pollux down to 2 on both sides. The usual deployed towards the canals. Does now leave a lot of information here to be gathered by the CT side at the moment. And choosing to stack both on B. Playing the numbers game at the moment. Though Molodoi, I'm a bit surprised, is trying to wait out the smoke here. It's not going to be caught by any means, but... nonetheless. Time runs slow. CT side, they've decided to call off their stack as well. They went for information in main. And Zana, slow in the rotation, will at least get towards the site here, just in time perhaps, but a second too late to catch the cross. Both approach. Same angle. First one, easy found. Molodoi goes aggressive with the orb. He gets taken down. And S-Fade 8. Into the pillar. First one. The tag comes through. There's no usual to force him off here. Have to push him down. And a USB is pulled out to seal this deal as well. You've got to currently big equip, currently punishing a lot of what Amcal is doing. Any mistakes, any extensions or overextensions in this case, they're getting caught out with. Some issues for sure for Amcal in that sense. Have to patch those up fairly quickly, but we'll see how quickly they decided to catch on to those things as well. Not always that easy. To change your immediate habit, but for now, Molodoi will do fairly well to find an opening. Noticing cave was going to be contested a fair few times here already, so why not post the AWP on it? Watch, and Melee does get found. Post things into 5-on-4 here on the CT side. Still hold 3 on the B side. One in the rotation is going to be Jenny, back towards mid, but an early warning sign nonetheless toward that A site here, but caught out in mid. Makes that rotation a little bit more difficult, and does catch the back of Zana and Pollux both. Attention turned towards mid for a second. Smoke feint in main. And Amcal on the board with a third here. Well, Paulie just trying to hang on to the weapon she currently has. Unfortunately, unable to do so. We move on with round number 3 coming up here. Oh, round number 7. 3 on both teams. That's the one. Let's not get the numbers confused. Let's not get them mixed up too badly. Still early in the morning in a land where sunlight barely actually shows itself here. And does not exist either, apparently, according to some people. Makes life a little difficult at times, but nonetheless, for now, relatively bright outside. In Anubis, very bright. AW chased the first one down. Jenny got in mid-AK to start the spearhead charge on A. 2 through main. Flashbang is going to be a miss. That does slow things down and make it a bit more awkward. And an HE as well to be flubbed as well here by the T side, but only results in 1. And through mid-smoke, Kalash will take down a few more. Not going to be fumbling around despite Amkal's best efforts here. Almost gave them a chance. Though, looking at full eco. Last time we saw a 1 flash set up in mid. Here, seems different. Pressure on towards A, but Amcal now, they start to feel a bit more confident when it comes to these defaults. Clear on map control and AW with a single MAC-10. He'll find the opening on A. Smet seems to find the finisher on B. Actually, no, that's the opposite side. Get again. I'm getting confused here a little bit. But semantics, nonetheless, doesn't matter too much. 5-1 or 5-3 is going to be the score line no matter what here. Moldoy holds the angle. Easy enough of a shot as Amcal. This one they make clean. A quick boost as well when it comes to that T-side economy has now been fully cemented. And we look at now Big to try to make a crack in that T-side bag. The rounds needed in a row to fully get rid of it, but not impossible by any means. For now, though, early utility. Control of the map is going to be contested toward that A side. Push down canals. Jenny already in a position, trying to go through that smoke while one waits. On the other side, Melly does get caught as well, but they have let Jenny pass. Smoke starts to fade. This could be 2 freebies waiting. Well, Molodoi still allowed to pick up a second one at the AWP. Turned around, poorly from main. A second one found. The CT side now. Try to make that A side and B side well defended, but one's been left wide open. With Pollux through A, it does leave all of Big. The rotate to T spawn where S-Fade 8 waits for the first one. Tries to find another to double down, unable to do so. But should be plenty of information. Post plant. Just making sure there's nothing through mid. Steps heard and made and started to go for the swings immediately as well. 2-man setup. A bait and switch, a classic and counter strike. And the first one does get found out. AW will trade. And through the smoke. Second deployed. Blow up the smoke. Put AWP in the open! And AW, down he goes. Bomb to be defused. No Kent might get a little bit close, but I think she just about has it in a second or so, and just barely. Down to the wire. Down to the very last possibility here. Big. They don't make this one too easy here. But it does end up being victorious nonetheless. Quick time might as well called now. And I don't blame them, right? If you're looking at the current situation for the CT side of Big, the economy's not great. You know Amcal's gonna be pretty damn good on it. Last round down to the 1, you can't make a big mistake here. Right, last round of 2 openings given to Molodoi for free, essentially. Sure, the trades did come out of that, but you lost the entirety of the B-side defense at the same time. As the price for those 2 kills, when only Well, one maybe was necessary. Minimalize casualties, we'll see how it goes. 2 MP9s, though, is what's being brought up on that CT side. Moldoy. Good opening. Spots the shoulder and through mid of the rotations. Needs to come through here quickly. Second man as well. Spotted. More and more action on both sides of the map. Moldoy looking to continue dominating the A side. And one left at the end of all this. An MP9 to be saved. Not entirely the priority here, but utility as well for the next round. Does make it so. Potentially even grabs an AK if the side of Amical yet again. Give her a chance. Right, we've seen a couple of overextensions. There's an AK at least. But also noise being made. Pollux. Not gonna be fully challenged. No one is gonna be running at her. Weapon saved. And Amical. Round back on the board. They decided to strike back. And moving on to the next one. With 11, around 11 starting up here. Unfortunately, the CT side is not in a good position here. Right, that hero AK, some of the utility saved over, kind of be spread out. And it's the smoke toward the stairs coming out from Jenny. The AK looking to be set up on A in a way. 1 HE goes. Playing for contact only. No flash to make the job easier this time. Smet will find it instead. Hunts down the first. Leg spotted. Moldoy quick to adjust. Guarding the AK currently. And it seems like everything's good. This one again, Amical, they want to keep clean, they will do so. He has another on the board, it's 7-4, right? Pretty standard at the moment when it comes to the side of Anubis. Nothing too crazy at the moment. Mistakes from Amical have, however, come through. They've done well to capitalize on those and such. As such. Positions have been decent, but there have been some of these entries nonetheless that Amical have taken by force. AW. Somehow not burning. Not burning. Don't know how that's possible, but anything's possible with the game of Counter-Strike. Added the second one. AW hunts him onto the A site. Yeah, that's the B side. I don't know why I keep getting them confused. I just played this map yesterday, like, twice. But that's life. Down to the last two, Jenny and Polly. First one found, but again... S-Fade 8. Only pulled the rotations this side of the map. No one else is going to be here with the A side taking over. Rotation in mid has been cut off as well. And the site... fully locked in. Polly makes noise. Kalash should be able to hear this. Let his teammate know, and that's going to be Moldoy to catch the angle as well. First one. Ripped away, and Jenny. Last woman standing. While Kalash walks through the smoke. Fades, and a quick headshot to end it. An 8-4 half. Stabilized toward the end by Amical. A couple of more clean rounds. Started off shaky, but nonetheless... still manageable nonetheless for the CT side of Big. And now moving on toward that T side as well is going to be more than manageable as well. Don't necessarily need that pistol round to get things going on the T side of Anubis, but it would be nice nonetheless. And we'll see if that is going to be the case or not. Currently, though, Smet and Molodoy, 13 and 15 frags between the two of them. Looking pretty damn good. On the other side, things are a lot more even with 4 players on 6. Smoke deployed, Paulie has been heard. Already a man watching. As Fade 8 got to back off after the first contact. The smoke deployed, lands in mid-temple. Makes things easy now for the Amka or Big Weepa side to walk in. Even more so now with S-Fade 8 found out that Molodoy on the rotation has said bye-bye. Almost down to the CT side though. Running in through main, first one and the second coming through. A quick trade, 1-4-1. And Kalash tries to put Melly into the open as well, but there's that second woman right by the stairs, and Jenny almost getting caught, but now able to focus on just one angle. Putting on the Smet alone. USB needs to be sharp, time is ticking. Trying to find these openings, trying to find a way to crack open this post plant, but it's not that easy. And this time, it's not happening either. Both pistols taken by Big Weepa. One at the end, but that is all for Smet. Yet again, though. Same as first half. I'm surprised by Amgal's decision for the force buy. Nope. An opening is going to be found by a trade. It's not easy. Does come at the cost of the first one. Or the force buy as well. That's not going to do them any massive favors on a map like Anubis as well. Where those rotations are going to take a good while. There's some contact points for sure in the middle. Or between both sides, nonetheless. Utility is decent. Smoke toward A main. It's going to slow down Big's approach as well. Amcal making a play for information in the meantime. Even stacking and guarding toward that B site for now. Smoke fades on A. Nothing seen on B. That should be some sort of sign. And Molodoy is the one to get this information. Or wants it at least. Flashbang Molotovs, the whole shebang onto A. Plenty of angles cleared. Makes the approach easy for Big. Says Molodoy on the side who can make any damage, but unable to do so to this one. Not all too crazy in terms of the immediate success, but Smet finding Paulie, a Molotov thrown to main. However, seems like Amcal is reserved to fully save this one. Interestingly enough. But recognizing time is going to be some sort of an issue. Utility as well. It's not just the Molotov. You see that smoke down in main. Big decided it's time to lock down to the A site. In spawn. One goes. Second as well. Melee takes both down. Makes the next round a lot more bearable. A lot easier now. Instead of 3 MP9s, just 1. Around 15. Should be 8-7. Although, first half, this is also the same way Amcal did get their start. An eco round with a deagle and a revolver, pretty much. is how they got started. So, this time, Big is looking at a position where they won't be fumbling this. And fairly, or very much fairly so. The T side is a lot easier. Less things in a way to manage. You get to choose which side you want to fight on. But currently... Body system of sorts. Okay, hold on. Hold on! There's 1 and 2. Paulie and Pollock's down. Leaves the A side now completely lost for the T side to claim. Spam against Smet. That's going to force the full rotation as well of Amcal on toward that B side. And they wait for the smoke to fade. But Smet waits for his own chance. And you say lightning doesn't strike twice. Here it does. Repeat from the first half. CT side this time as well for Amcal. A eco still wins them the round. And back in the game. This time, easier to recover on the T side, and Bai comes right back out. Molodoi, quick shot hit with Jenny down, and now leaves that mid position. Still to be challenged. Makes the cracking of it a lot more difficult, but Molodoi is not scared. Through the smoke, a second one. Quick shots, quick adjustments, and a quick ending to the round. With Paulie out of position, having been seen. Does not make the job easy. Oh, hold on, makes it look easy. Two more to be found. Bomb is in mid. Here, Kalash, you can see as well, is backing up for May. Got the bomb under their control. No reason to give any more opportunities. This should have been a done deal already. You know, one of us is 4, but... As we've seen throughout the map so far, Amcal overconfidence in some of these fights. Or, in some cases, possibly classified as cockiness. Not recognizing some of the issues at the moment. Molotov 1 to make it 2. "15 seconds, though. It's not easy. For Smet, it at least is going to be a fairly easy one. And so... 10-6. Amcal. Want to try to close out this first map, and now they'll have the chance to do so, right? With this 4 spot for Big. Puts them in a bit of a tough situation. Economical straits and all of that. By no means is it going to be an easy time, but a bomb plan is still not out of the question, right? They've got a execute of sorts coming up on that T side. Couple flashbangs, couple smokes, a Molotov, potentially. As we already saw once, towards camera. Slows down rotation as well, let's see. Flash in the main, Kalash waits. First one, make it a double. One more crossing, a third for Kalash. Plays the anti-flash setup wonderfully, and that is a 4K for him. I appreciate that round, right? They make it quick. And even the potential pace change as well for Big there. Walking through a smoke, even if they try to flash through, yes. Idea is good. Unfortunately, this time it is outdone by one man in front with a simple setup of stare at the wall. Happens. But nonetheless, that was the eco. This is the gun round. One of the only chances Big currently have left in this first map. Looking for the aggression as well. You had Melly waiting. Flashbangs dodged, but still caught Jenny. Instead takes her position. Kalash in a main again. Seems to find openings with 1 and 2. And Pollock's left alone. 1v4 last time, down to 2, but now... Well, a 1v5 has at least been turned to 1v4, and now nothing. 4v none, as we call it. With Amcal, map point, Anubis. Looks like things might be coming to an end here. This Big's map pick. I said right, the second half, more than manageable, right? You don't necessarily need that pistol round. They got it still. Same as first half. And I imagine the world where Amcal don't win those 2 eco rounds after losing the eco, or losing the pistol, lose the force by after. That should have been a running start on both halves for Big. They're falling the hurdle, now puts them in a very tough situation, and again, it only continues to be so as the round continues to go, and now in this case, start and end all at once. Oladoy's picked off a good 2 kills, and it makes it yet another one at the end. This first map comes to an end. Amcal, I'm gonna take this one and not gonna make it too crazy. Definitely saved by winning 2 ecos, I'll say. Imagine the other world. It's instead of a 2-1 start on the first half, it's 3-0. You play the gun route instead, you see how that goes. There's a different world here, absolutely. Where Big instead, they make it at least 10 here, and they probably still gonna be playing this one. And Amcal instead, they want to be pushed on the second half, but... Unfortunately, you can't make those mistakes. You can't lose to an eco. Or less to say, you can't lose twice in this case, but it is what it is, and thus, there's issues. Absolutely, and now, that's the way the map 1 ends. Big, their map pick, unfortunately, not going the way they would have wanted. And now we'll have to see how the women can bounce back onto that second map. Which, well, it's going to be Dust 2. And kind of seeing what Amcal did show in terms of just the firepower here as well, from Molodoy having a lot of good shots hit. Not missing all too many. Top of the leaderboard alongside Smet. They were delivering some very good rounds, and Kalash a couple of farming rounds toward the end there as well. Had zone stats. I kind of want to see how Dust 2 goes. But nonetheless, all that, however, is going to be decided after just a quick break. So don't go too far. We are going to see Dust 2. We're going to see Amcal and Big continue this beef onto that second map. So, we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes or so. Alright, hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. We are now getting ready for our second about the series here between the Big Queepa and Amcal. As we go through Anubis, we now find ourselves on the streets of Dust 2. We've got our second boring, same-toned map out of possible 3, which is not great. You know, that probably should change in Counter-Strike. You know, probably something along the lines of get Dust 2 out of the game, but we'll see. You know, that's never worked before. It's always come back to bite me in the ass every single time, to be my bane. And today we're headed into that same exact map of Dust 2. A Mirage, possibly a third as well, but here's the issue with that, right? You have Big Queepa, who were given a massive opportunity after winning both pistols. Amcal forcing up on both, or after both pistols lost, losing those force buys, but then winning 2 ecos, which now then, right, you can maybe excuse losing 1, but 2 is gotta be a bigger issue. But I really hope that if that does not ever happen again, or, well, does not happen again, but nonetheless, right, there's the opportunity. Now, Big Queepa backs against the wall, and we'll have to see this whole team now start to perform as well, right? I didn't even really get up to the individual difference that we ended up seeing toward map 1, where you had Molodoi barely missing any shots. You had Smet delivering a very good first game as well. And that Big, unfortunately, unable to match up into those individuals. But here, for us two, you had a decent idea, a good plan, however, it has resulted in the A site being lost, with only one waiting on the site, taken down. And rotation guarded, Molodoi headshot delivered. Amcal this time not gonna lose the pistol here. And this is a very good pistol for Amcal as well, they were ready for it. Expecting some sort of aggression. They wait, a quick crossfire. Onto the advantage immediately taken over as well, and such. Now forces Big equipped to play this from the position of having to catch up to Amcal here, but if Amcal can win the eco, who's to say Big won't get up to the same shenanigans here. However, first one, chased. Yanni, not giving much of a fighting chance. And Smet, taking to this one hurt as well. Dualies for Molodoi. Apparently, crisp clean looks for the dual Berettas as well. See head, shoot head. You know, almost accidentally on the first one there, but hey, whatever counts. Or whatever works, it works. But nonetheless, right, a full eco. Get it out of the way. Guns coming out now for the side of Big. Let's see what we get from this one. With Molodoi. Tag. Here's the first shot. Second as well, or second tag in the form of the HE. Pollux down to 46. A very quick pace for Amcal here. A lot of utility being set up around toward mid, and CT side they're being kind of forced to react to this, leaves that A side slightly vulnerable for a moment, but a crossfire they're looking to seal the deal with on the defense, and Paulie's been taken down, and HE to force Zana into a fight, in which taken down a W1 more spotted, and CT reloads the AK, drops one, just to get one with more ammunition, only to have to reload. It's not resulting in a pretty round with the CT side. This was Amcal. A massive change of pace from what we've seen so far in either map. And they read that round really well. They had a good setup, they had a good plan, good ideas, everything. Pretty much knew exactly how Big would have reacted to that. And look at it go. Pistols instead. Oh, Molodoi. Yeah, first map was already barely missing. But here as well is going to have an easy time to clean up. A fair few of these eco runs as well, Amcal were very good at. Minimize their own losses and casualties. Seems to follow the trend here to start and jumpstart their economy. Kalash and AW, Smet as well, all bordering 8,000 if not already there. And for T-side, that's a dangerous thing, right? If you have economy on this map on the T-side, even if you don't, you're still going to be a threat every single round. It's just the CT side that really desperately need that money. Because if not, you start looking like Jame. Not all five, pretty much, depending on which side they go to. Save and save. Good reaction here for the CT side to keep fighting for long. Molotov comes, a flash as the reaction and push into long to get that control back immediately. But Amcal, they're still running around here. Taking fights and map control. Paulie, however, has started off. The first one found by Big. Not only that, but plenty of damage. Not on, well, a lot of players at this point. Kalash, S-Fade 8. Zana and Pollux all tagged up and weakened. This time as well. I like the current setup for Big. And he's not the only one to guard mid. There is going to be assistance from Melly. Gonna have Zana as well to watch for this. Spot dropping down from short. With the grace of the smoke, AW drops one, drops two. Only to find himself taken down at the end. And that's the bomb. Makes things difficult, but Smet so far delivering nothing but pristine. And one more to go. Zana, AWP, she holds and watches the shoulder, the bait, the jiggle, and 8 HP. Struggling suddenly at 15 seconds. Bomb needs to be picked up and gathered on to be immediately. A free shot in the back. Potentially, but through the window. Just in a nick of time. Bomb down and Smet allowed to set up for the post plant. Molotov on the doors as well. Keep buying time now. But an HE off the window. And Molotov that spreads. However, is it the end of Zana? And down to the Friar spread. You think you're safe. You think you're safe, and then the last couple of takes, Molly decides to go, hey, come over here. Let me see those... Let me see how you taste. It's not great. Molotov, fix that, please. You think you're safe. It's happened one too many times. To me, specifically. I don't like it. Maybe by my own Molotov as well, but that's the least of it all here. But nonetheless. Running up short, Kalash, MP5. Silencer. I'm trying to make use of this, I mean, not really. But nonetheless, taking on the challenge, open a site. Open it, vulnerable, Melly delivers two, nonetheless, a third as well onto Smet. With a site fully taken over. Bomb, however, not going to be easily planted here, because S-Fade 8 would have needed cover, would have needed assistance, but... Order out of commission, leaves just one. And already caught out. That was an order round. I don't know, but Amcal really ran on toward the site, kept taking the challenges, and all along it's just a good delivery of defense. First two from Ellie, a third as well through the long doors. That was a good setup for the CT side in terms of how to react to this short presence and short push. And Amcal, they gave them the opportunities. Goes full circle back to the first map as well, where it was Amcal at the start making those mistakes, overextending. Big punishing. But for now, they have a chance to get the success on the board. The problem is here, CT side, like I said, if you don't have money, you'll just end up looking like you keep, or, well, you'll just end up saving every other round. Or every round if things don't go your way at the start. Early aggression needs to be a hit here pretty much, but for now, not the greatest of starts. But, short control. Does get taken by Big. Diverting full forces into mid to clear this. B-side taken over. And playing a retake. Well, Pollux immediately does get caught at the doorway. Second from Molotov displaying a sentry gun at the top of mid. While challenges keep on being given and those kills taken away. And so, a tough situation, right? Now that economy's taken out, CT side don't really have a lot to rely on here. Amcal, they keep giving aggressive fights at the start of the game here, or start of these rounds. That is at least one thing to somewhat rely on, right? You can stop them at the earliest convenience. Get a quick one, maybe two if you get lucky in which position you go to. If that's where Amcal's forces well are headed, but here. Long control taken. Mid as well. A flash into the fight. Kalash into the corner. Does not get seen. But the suspicion is still there. And around the corner, Melly finds the first one. And opening it out with the CT side. Yeah, that's exactly what they need here on this big side. Oh, joy. Touchdown, Pollux. Rotation cut off. Xenon short, taken down and on site as well. Paulie and Melly both suffering the same fate. Starts off decent. You have that opening on the short, but when it came to then changing up for the side defense, you unfortunately were a little bit cut off on the big side, right? Support with Paulie on the side. I believe Paulie not able to get enough help. Not able to find those early shots they needed, right? If they find one more in that initial defense, 5-on-3, job becomes so much easier, but Amcal, they slowed down a little bit. And as such, mid-round adjustments lead us to 7. And this is just a very tough situation, because Dust 2 is not... Like, this is a big reason I don't like this map, is you just don't get to play on the CT side if you have a poor start, or if you, well, get run down the way the Amcal currently is holding W in a lot of these rounds. It's the economy, the way the map is laid out and played out. Half the game is saving, if you get lucky. But here, one remains. There's a couple of kills, a couple of casualties for the Amcal side, but we play out the eco, we go back into the gun rounds here, so. First half already almost over. Get to the last few here, and again, kind of similar to map 1, where if you get it 4 here, sure, you can make it. It's doable. But we'll see what's gonna happen, because Amcal, they play a very fast-paced game right now. Take aim duels, win aim duels. There's good protocols here for Big when it comes to show control, I think. A decent change-up in the round that it matters to win as well on A. But now, run on to B. A 2-for-1 is what the CT side is going to be rewarded with. But this is kind of what the current playstyle situation. Amcal is disrespecting. There's 3 players they had on B. Currently, S-Fade is running out with the bomb on B. No help. Doesn't want it. Does not think he'll need it. And single-handedly just walks on toward the side. Makes a massive risk out of this, but nonetheless. Side gets taken over. You're playing at a 3-on-3 retake here for the T side. Hang on to B. And S-Fade. What is this? What? What? Sure, okay. Leave it on to Ballsjoy. 1-on-2. In the tunnels with the AWP. This first one already spotted. Walking through the shoulder, seen, and Zana spoke to the bomb, trying to force the AWP out into the open. It does put him down. And yet another round up for Amcal instead, with 9 on the board now. This is just crazy. An insane round for Amcal. I mean, sure, this is still a way you can play Dust 2. You can disrespect. If you're able to take that map control for free, you should, absolutely. And that's what currently mid and short often end up being. Long is the place where Big have been putting up the most challenge so far, but in this round, nothing on A just yet. Rotations as well, chopped off. Although, 1 and 2, not a third, Smet instead, back on the kill feed, it leaves Paulie alone and isolated at the moment on Long. Position revealed, and there you go. Amcal trying to make Dust 2 apparently a quick one. You I feel like this is the nightmare for a lot of teams or a lot of people as well. You think you're gonna have a... You know, let's not pretend anyone's gonna have a good time playing Counter-Strike, but you're gonna have a decent night of Counter-Strike. You queue into your favorite map if you're a complete freak and play Dust 2. This is the nightmare you're up against. The CIS stack running, holding W on Dust 2. And here, on to B. Through the tunnels, a 3-man unit. With one entry found in mid as well. Last 3 CTs. Clinging on to hope, but there is not much to be given here. S-Fade 8. Molodoi, the whole gang is here together. And at the round, and at the half, with 11-1 on the kill feed. Or on the top of the HUD. And kill feeding away to Amcal. Sure. This is just the hyper-aggressive Amcal here. And the old saying is, if it's not broken, don't fix it, or if it ain't broken, don't fix it, but nonetheless. Not to get caught on semantics, the round very much holds W for Amcal. And it only got, dare I say, worse toward the end here? But, nonetheless, a very quick first half. Second, it's not so for the classic push up mid here with the CT side of Amcal, and rightfully so punished. Good setup for Big to deal with it, good aim as well. Immediately cuts Amcal down to size, he can't continue that on both halves. Not a lot of hope currently going out here. Is a bit of an issue. Good one tap here for Melee as well. And there's another. Okay, Big. Pistol round. 3 out of 4 so far. Ain't half bad, but current situation, not great. And the big question was going to be that, how do Big match up in terms of the individuals that we already saw waking up in map 1? Unfortunately, it's the whole team of Amcal that held W. Nothing's going to prepare you for it, but it is what it is. Immediate change, by the way, for Amcal now. On the eco, or force buy, which they've done every time they've lost that pistol. 3 for 3 when it comes to those pistols lost. They decided to force buy back in. And seems like every single one of those will be failing. Current approach is A. Only 1 man to wait, and it's going to be Molodoi, a scout. A dangerous player in the game so far for sure, but let's see. Come on. What do you got? Scout headshots? I'll wager 1, but... T-side approach. Jenny cut down. Side taken over, bomb planted. The retake attempt absolutely is going to come here. First one. There's that second. Zana covers for this retake. Pretty much denies it altogether in AW. Position not great. AW. That's 2 backs, third. Run with the bomb explosion. 1 found, a second. Denied. Now, okay, I was gonna say, that every single situation that has happened so far when it comes to lose the pistol, you force the next on Amcal, you eco on this third and you've won when it came to Anubis. That's not happening here. They've decided to get, again, double down to the force buy. Even the good old auto shorty coming out for AW, which, you know, my circles has been going crazy recently. And we'll see if he's got what it takes to be part of the gang. Position's great for this. Assistance as well. HE, the auto shorty, deals with 2. Maybe a third, but no. Denied instead, but the damage is dealt now. Even worse with Zana down to 30. Scout 1 shot, even through a wall. Has to be very much careful and cautious of that threat. But Amcal, they gotta be given a gift on long. Make it a second. 1 more to go. Doesn't matter what the situation apparently is. Amcal again. They win. They lose the pistol, lose the force, and it's the third one they strike. I mean, that's crazy consistency, I'll say. But when it comes to big, something that will have to be fixed in a way, right? Given time, I'm sure that those will be fixed. So I'm more than happy to give him a chance in that as well to prove. But then again, right? A start for female Counter-Strike with the VRS, with the Valve rankings, pretty much. Give them time to let them cook, give them more practice against more male teams and, well, better opposition as well, in some cases. The comeback will be there eventually. But for today, it's Amcal, and it's a quick Dust 2 to finish this series off. For now, we do say, however, goodbye to Big Equipa. The Group C elimination match now done. And Amcal, they will be surviving, getting another chance to still make it through. They'll be going up against the loser of Ninjas in Pajamas and Endpoint. Which, also, is going to be one of the last games of the day we'll have. But that'll be coming up, you know, in a fair few hours, actually. Around, 4 p.m. Central European Time. But until then, we've got another game to go, in which we've got a longer break before we get to it. The schedule, as you can see right here, it shows that we're going to be starting that at 1 o'clock. Again, Central European Times. That means almost 2 hours until that next game. And that will be, well, interesting. Because Gen 1, I think they've been looking really good recently. Right, they had Jack standing in. I think still as well they are going to have him... have him play as well, from what I know. And Warpot, I've seen a little bit. I've seen glimpses of them. I'm not as sure on them, but obviously these are things we'll get to more later on. But for now, we are going to be going off to that extended break. And like I said, almost 2 hours until that next series. You can check out the stream every now and then, HLT, if you want to see exactly when we'll go live. But nonetheless, we say goodbye to Big here in the playing stages of the tournament, and we are going to be headed off to that break. So, don't stray too far, or do. But nonetheless, if you want to come back for the next series of the game, or of the day, 1 p.m. Central European Time is when it will come back. And until then, hope you guys have enjoyed, but we are off. So, we'll see you then.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Alright, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our break is done. Counter-Strike is ready to ensue yet again, once more, for the next couple of hours. You know, about 2 to 3, we'll say how it goes. Because I do have a suspicion we might have a similar 2-0 potentially on our hands. However, we'll get to that in a moment. For now, welcome back. The break was a bit of a long one, and longer than the game itself here, unfortunately, but we're back for our next one. Yet again, same as the previous, we're looking at an elimination game. One of these teams goes home, the other one has one last chance against the loser of Copenhagen Wolves versus Rebels. Perhaps rematch for one, who knows? But that's going to be decided nonetheless. The matchups toward the end of the day when we have the winners matches as well. That, you know, will take place after this one and the next one as well and such. But the schedule for today is packed nonetheless. Same as always in the CCTs. I don't think things are changing too much. It's been the same for the last couple of days, last week, last couple of months, and years as well, almost at this point. Playing Swiss, or, you know, playing the game in the qualifiers. First two teams to make it out. It's simple enough, I think. Then we head to the Swiss stage in the main event, and then the playoffs, which well, I think most people are familiar with how that works as well, Round 16 and such, but, you know, there's a lot here that is going on, but I don't think it's too crazy to assume that people know how things do work. But here, at least, you can see the schedule, you can see the dates for when we start our stages and end them as well. In the next 2 days, we'll finish off the play-ins, then to the Swiss stage, and to the playoffs on January 30th as well, but we'll see what things go, or what things look like, as we do have a, you know, we've got something here with one thing to mention. Gen 1 currently playing a different game. They're in map 3 against Preezy, so we'll have to wait that. But before then, we can still obviously talk about a little bit of what to expect here as well, with Gen 1 versus Whopper. The French roster haven't looked pretty damn good in recent times. Last I saw them, they made a playoffs in Frost and Fire. Looked pretty damn good there as well. And not only that, just a few days ago, less than a week ago, I think, on the 14th, so yeah, 3 days ago, Gen 1 already having played Whopper, or 2 days ago, 3 days ago, doesn't matter too much. Yeah, these teams have already played each other. Back then, we saw the maps of Nuke, Ancient, and Anubis. So we'll see how things look until, or when we get to that Veto, but at least a rematch. Went all 3 maps then. Right, my theory, or working theory for a long time, has been that whenever we do look at these sorts of games, there is rematches in very quick succession, let's say in the last few weeks, or maybe even a month, if you want to go to that degree as well. The losing team always comes out on top in the rematch, or almost always, as they take more from the loss, almost, in a way, on how to deal with the winning team in their next bout and such, how to adapt and change. But we'll see if that theory holds true today. Obviously, Gen 1 at the roster here, you can see it, you have seen it. Then on the other side as well, we've got the Danish side of Whopper. Haven't been around now for a decent while. I think almost a year, 9 months since they announced the roster. Some changes have been made, but the core Vester, Leagues, and Gnofe still holds. Adding Slime and Prime in recent times, last, 6-ish months. So, they've had a practice together, right? It's not like a brand new roster change. There's no new shuffles happening here. They have the time to practice, right? While Gen 1 may be a bit unsure in which, or with what roster they're going to play with every other game, with sometimes it's Jax. We saw Hippie there as well. Mentioned as might be playing. We'll see. But there's a lot going on here, nonetheless. We've got a lot of time as well to fill. But we've also got to find out what maps we're playing. The video should be done already, and we should be knowing, and we will know exactly what we are going to play in here. Like we say, last time we saw Ancient, Anubis, and Nuke. Maybe not in that exact order. So let's see what we have today, because there are going to be some similarities to that last game. And Ancient already crossing into that boundary. Anubis up second as well. And are we going to see a Nuke yet again? No, we're not. A third of Inferno instead. They are going to change things up a little bit from the previous bout. No, just a little bit. The order of the maps as well does change a little bit on who goes first and who gets to choose and which way to start. But nonetheless, for now, an intriguing Veto, right? Ancient, Anubis both play very differently. Inferno is a map that everyone knows as well, also plays very differently. So there's a lot here, I think, that we can kind of get into when we get into the actual games and how the maps play. Maybe if you're a bit unfamiliar. But here is one thing at least, that I don't know what to expect from Whopper. I haven't seen him in a good couple of months, I think. Maybe I don't think I've seen him with this exact roster either. Last I saw, I think Buddy was still there. So it has been a couple of moments since I have last laid my eyes on this Whopper roster, so I do want to see what they come up with, because I think Prime's a fairly good addition. I think he was doing pretty good on tricks. Slime has been a pretty damn good player throughout his short career so far when it comes to Sprout Academy and Sprout main team, and then just a bit of time in Sashi as well, even though not that long, but I think it's been pretty good. And I want to see how this team looks, because Danish Counter-Strike, right, they've got that reputation. sweaty tryharding and such, but I want to see what the team eventually looks like as well on the server now that they've been given a bit more time as such. But, like we said at the start here, we do have to wait for Gen 1 as well to finish their previous game. They're using their timeout here, or technical timeout, so it'll be a couple of moments. Currently, as I speak, the game is 8-8 versus Breezy. It is map 3. So hopefully, right, wouldn't be all that long, but nonetheless, we never know exactly. Right, Counter-Strike is a bit random at times. It could end at 13-8 with the way it currently is. Oh, it could go double overtime and such. But nonetheless, for us, all we have to do is wait. The only thing we can do is wait. And with that, we are going to be heading on to a break. You're going to keep an eye on this stream or the other one as well to know exactly-ish when we're coming, or exactly when we're coming back and such. But until then, nonetheless, we are headed off to that break. Don't tune, or don't go too far. Tune back in rather shortly, maybe, hopefully, I don't know. But nonetheless, we'll see you guys, hopefully soon with the first map of the series. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now ready and continuing our day. Gen 1, it took a while to finish off their game, but are now ready for their next one. Back to back, could be exhausting, but, you know, Counter-Strike players are used to long days and just grinding FaZe for 10 hours either way, so it should be nothing, hopefully, but we'll see. For now, we start off as swap at T side and on toward the B-bomb side, with smokes down, flashbangs over, and the bomb site taken over. CT's blocked off from accessing. Gen 1 put in a tough position for the moment, as Prime still has a Molotov ready, and you can see his position all the way back. Means that he's going to be throwing that on the bomb. Just Whopper wanted to buy a little bit of time before that Molotov goes out to get a couple of kills before it's too late. But starting off, try to force them off the bomb, and now the Molotov goes. Smoke on it, however, makes the Molotov completely useless, and on the defuse as well. It's 10 seconds. Takes a couple more, but the defuse done. And left in the first round, it is Gen 1 as the victors. And the only one to walk out is Kersey. 4 kills found. And Gen 1 on the board very quickly. And in this case, smoke really saves them. Well, with first round. Now comes the second, and warp up. Decided to force by here, and attack the A side through the flames. It's 2 for Hippo. Softening them up even more for Drac as well, but only 1 with Prime walking in. The bomb site does a 4 for the moment. Smoke down in CT. Gen 1, no choice but to respect this Prime, though. Almost going through, decided to walk back instead. More space being given, and it's now trying to find this retake. An opportunity to open it up, but Slime will take that away. Holds his ground instead. And no easy access, no easy way in anymore. Just play the time, play around the box. Easy enough. Second one. This one, force by. And it turns out to be a very successful one at that. Now, Gen 1, you can see it's not really a position they want to be in at the moment, but, you know, you can only play with the cards you're dealt, despite the great start to the previous round. Essentially a 3-for-1 for the moment, but unable to capitalize. Wopan by brute force back into it, and now what else? Force by effect. There's a kit, there's a smoke, there is a world where this, if the B defense on the initial here is good enough. We'll see some shenanigans, but Slime, first one found, and up close on ramps, Devin Duvek getting caught next. Uso's good. Wolpa waltz into the site, every duel they need, they'll win those out. Question, okay, what if there is that initial defense that works out well? At least keep it even, let's say. That does not work, however. And hunt them down. 1 remains, a kit and an eagle on Hippo. Not much here, unfortunately. And a map like Ancient as well. You're now letting Whoppa get a good T-side start going. Forced by not paying off, even makes things now very much worse. For Gen 1 to start, but it is what it is, I suppose. The only way to really put things here. It's sure to be 3. Fast 8. Like to see it. There's confidence. You've got a Mach 10 lead at the charge. Couple of smokes. See how, but my god, did Vester have head armor or no? I don't even know. But that seems to be all the CTs are getting. One for free, that is all they will get. As Kersey hunted down from both sides. No way to go. And here we're not going to see Wopa fall to any full ecos. No shenanigans this time. And they even make it look easy as well, right? The only thing they lost was that Mach 10. No real loss in that case. Long they can't be bought back, and even again enough to despise the Mach 10 yet again, so all there is to it. But this is where Gen 1 are going to try to make their initial stand. To get a round on the board. Or the second, in this case. Guns out, no AWP on either side, and we'll see both teams going to play accordingly. Ooh. Hello, wallbang, somehow. Through the door must have been, but that is straight through the dome instead. Openings toward A site as well. Slime, confident in his dueling abilities, will find the bomb site for free now. Opened up of any CTs, but two taken down. Vester and Devek as both spraying the smoke. Leaves the CT side with only one remaining, and now just none. Wopa very quick to find his T side of Ancient now. Couple of hits toward the A sides back to back to back, and it's all worked out. Oh, well, 3 out of 4 successful rounds so far towards A at least. And for Gen 1, this is slightly worrying, with a map like Ancient obviously being CT-sided and all. If you are not getting these rounds at the bottom so far, right, not making them too, I guess, too competitive either. That economy kind of reflecting it. The state of the game, and even this round, seems to follow the same formulas we've seen so far. Devek waits. A dangerous weapon with a 5-7 here. A headshot potential is crazy. Even spamming away can do some damage, but it's not worked out. HE over top. Shout out Kobe. And Wopa finish off yet another one at 5-1. And right, if Gen 1 really don't get this, don't get the CT side off the ground, I'm worried. Obviously having to play a comeback potentially on that T side. Never gonna be a wonderful position, but we'll see how it goes. I obviously as well went into this game mentioning I hadn't really seen Wopa in a good while. But so far, so good. And again, they are gonna keep going, eh? There's immediate changes for Gen 1. They're gonna have one man almost actively guarding A main. Wopa recognizing maybe this is not gonna be the smartest of plays anymore, or again. Though that usual now used on A site does free it up a bit as well in terms of their approach and how they want to go about it. Smokes down, and this is now the lack of usual on that CT side. Both players tucked in donut, they play the body system. With the site taken over, not a whole lot here for Gen 1 at the moment. And almost getting too crazy from the start. No face found the smoke, 2 players to half or less. And this is the problem on A. This is one thing that the CT side have going for them. If you don't have good post plans, it's difficult to hold, but Godofe's got a good aim. Tries to double down, and on the kill feed, he'll do so with Prime in from the back lines as well. Finishing off the round, Kersey, no chance, not a snowball's chance in hell he'll come out of this one alive either. Going back for damage denied, 6-1, and that economy now a problem for that CT side, as well as the 6-1 start here. And getting worried now. I said, if Gen 1 don't get it off the ground, I very much will be worried. We had a courtesy, 4 kills in the pistol. Things looked fairly decent, but falling to a force buy. And now full control of the game and the momentum and everything else for Wappa. Because now that they've continuously, no other word to really say, just dominated on the A site, that's going to cause Gen 1 even more worries. Now all they have to do is send 1 lurking there towards A main, maybe 2 if they want to have trade potential in case we see a change from Gen 1 as well in their own approach about it. It's going to free up so much of the entire map for the rest of Wappa. And seems like we've got a change now. Recognizing this, however, Gen 1 reading the game fairly well now. Not gonna fall to the conditioning of yet another A hit. Saying surely it can't be. That they have their players in the right position. Devin Duvek is waiting for his own opportunity. And even baiting in his teammate in the cubby almost. But there's 1 and 2 for Hippo's Dig. Striking twice. Prince Stream shooting gold. And leaves Prime to be the man to make the difference, but not checking his corners, and Slime. An impossible situation surely will be secured as well. The idea of surely they're not going to go A again and they'll stack B instead. And Gen 1. A chance to keep this first half competitive now. Ult being bought out as well for Slime. I think signals the change of pace now. But I really want to see if Gen 1 are themselves going to change things up towards A main specifically. Or if they'll focus on something else. Gnofe holds W in mid. Up to Red Room almost. And Vester with him to guard. Give a chance. An opening found. Gnofe takes the free space. Position taken. And there's more noise. It's going to be done in mid. Luke has to be held out and watched for. Devin Duvek will take the duel. Will find position lost. Now freed up yet again. And same goes in mid. In Donut, the T side, and reverts back toward the A side. Defense holds out for now. But it's the space that Wappa have now created all over the map. Well, Leaks does get removed. A band-aid put on this round. You gotta watch out. And his shoulder spots it. Brooks, he knows. A wide swing. A quick shot for Prime. Second, not as easy. On the Slime, a 1-on-2. So far, so good with 11 kills on the board, but has been seen in mid. Makes his job that much more difficult. And Curry looks to adjust accordingly. It's just the question who's going to be ready for it, and it is the Frenchman. AWP through the skull to find Gen 1 a third. How did this one get a bit chaotic here? You had Wappa with the early start. They had it positioning with mid, with Gnofe heading toward a CT. Those suspicions, I think they did hear him stepping up into water red rooms. They knew, made up for that with Devin Duvek's dueling abilities as well. So, slightly limiting the mid around there for Wappa. Unfortunately, not good enough as it just gets, as I said, chaotic. But here, early round, cause some chaos. Vester with the first one and up from shelf. Position taken, heads taken. Gen 1 stopped for the moment, with 2 only remaining at the very start of the round. This really is a spot of the map. Both teams clash in mid can very often decide entire rounds. Combined that with a B push and AWP watching at a shoulder spotted. spells disaster for Gen 1. But both currently on the right side of the map at least. Holding for the positions. Utility is going to confirm as well. It is that A hit coming through. And spotting. Slime sees him. Takes him down. And despite both players here, it's not gonna matter too much. And it really is now again, a good start for Gen 1 to confirm it toward the end of the half here with 7 taken. Any T side that on Ancient even gets 5, I think it's called successful. You get 6, you call that a good one, and 7. With a chance for an 8th and a 9th. Does make things a little worrisome, but this is still a Gen 1 we talk about as well, with them figuring out exactly what they want to do, right, with their roster as well. Jax having played some of the games, figuring things out with who is going to be replacing him. It is a little bit chaotic, right? You can't play the exact same way with either Jax or Hippo right now. And with the fact as well that they just finished off their game 30 minutes ago with Jax and now swapping. I think there's maybe some sort of mental there as well, but we'll see if there is something for Gen 1 still to recover in this first half. As we get to it in this first map as well. I'd say this is more than just an eye test. Which, Slime apparently, he'll be passing with flying colors for his team. 15 kills, finally shot down at a 2-on-3. It's not looking all that great, but not a lot of options here for Gen 1. Economy's low. A retake with a man down, they're not feeling too likely, too happy about it. It woke up. As I said, 7. That's already a great half. 8, an even better one, and 9. The chance will be given for it. And from going from not exactly sure what to expect here for the Danish side to now seeing a very good first map and a very good first half. Throw it out. They've got good pacing. The tempo they bring on this first half has been really nice to see. Even just the bold strats just going toward the A side like 6 times in a row almost. And now they've more or less spread back into this mid control and changing up their defaults ever so slightly. First half, so far, so good. Individually, tactically, all sound. Raid opening. In terms of changes for Gen 1, that is one hell of a change in these rounds and how to start them. However, changing things up. Oh my god. Slime. Should have been caught there. Instead, looks like we'll be fighting that second. If not, will be found by his teammate, but still part of the action, while Kersey also part of the action. Does not want to be silenced by any means. And off to take 3. Storming the A side's not gonna work. Slime already had a chance at a 1-on-2, now try it again, blow up the smoke. Bomb does get grabbed, should have been noticed. 40 seconds. First one. Opportunity not taken. Molotov down. 30 seconds. Tries to play the time almost, but hunts it down. Kersey, second 4K for this. He ends the half with one and starts it off as well with one. A total of 4 rounds only for this first half for Gen 1. Not the greatest, unfortunately, but not always you get dealt a good hand here, and Wopa definitely came in and stormed this entire first half. This round, beautiful shooting as well for Kersey. Really need to step up and match the individuals in Wopa as well. Slime, 17 kills for the first half. Pretty good, I'd say, considered by most. Here though, a B-side for both teams. B-side gets taken for free. Oh my god! What? I was like, what, 3 dinks? No, 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 no! Oh my god! Slime nearly takes 2. Ammunition's the only thing from to stop Duvek from dying as well. For the post-plant, Kersey looks to hang on to take a couple more multi-kills, but not this time. Brooksy shuts down on the first attempt as well. With leaks on the defuse, Wopa this time take the pistol instead. Holy, that is an insane, insane spam by Slime. Nearly fighting, the fight at the first one is criminal. Nearly fighting its second as well is just as. Good usual here for Gen 1. Or Wopa, excuse me, but Gen 1. They'll be delivering some headshots. Or at least some shots to take down the CTs. Stop the aggression for now. It has worked out fairly good. Fairly well for now. Wopa. Defense holds well. Knoffe. 2 kills, 2 more nearly found, and first one finished by Vester. Still leaves Kersey with 13 HP and not a lot to go off of. For this Gen 1 side, it's unfortunately not giving them a lot of chances, especially now with the site being patched up yet again. There's time. Does make things more difficult for the CT side, but a duel in cave, an MP9 on top. And Kersey smoke deployed, they'll know exactly where he's coming from as well, and Leaks not afraid of a little challenge. Putting Wopa to 10 in this case. Yeah, delivering more pain. Wopa with a good setup. Dealing with this, oh, fairly well. Although, not for free. A site quickly felled by Duvek's Deagle. Looking for third as well. Still wants it. Able to get his teammate to join, but the duels, unfortunately, don't go their way. Still an expensive round for Wopa, but you win these rounds. I don't think you care too much on that CT side right now. 11-4, a very good scoreline. And headed to round number 16. The last chance, pretty much. Nothing. Aggressive. Aggressive. Disrespecting. Not alone either. Makes things very difficult for the CT side now, or not the CT side, it's very easy for them, in fact, with Vester yet again finding openings for them to play with. Slime taken down, though. A big part of the map opens up for Gen 1 to play with rotations! Guarded! Like, nobody just walks in with an MP9, that's criminal! The bomb site taken over, though, Gen 1. Felt like they should have had a lock on this with that mid-play, but seems like no. There's a big lure coming through at least, and not expected at the moment, while Devadvek is dueling Temple. Freeing up a main to be guarded by Hippo. Still find it. Still found out, and one on site remains. Second and donut. Not that difficult to expect, but it's still difficult to hit the shot needed with an AWP guarding for it. And away he goes. Prime walks out. Gen 1. I think we call this a chance for comebacks. It's not great, though. It's not... It is not good. With 11-5, you've pretty much got no chance. Unless they build up some sort of economy here in this... Let's say in this round. They're not going to have anything for when Whopper... At this point, inevitably feel like they'll be getting themselves to 12 to then strike back. Love the smoke. Opening. Drag takes it. For the CTs, their eggs pretty much all put on this mid-play. Basket they chose. Opening not worked out, but Gen 1 is not going to start running just because they know where the AK was. They'll play patiently. Don't want to make a mistake that's going to cost you the round of run in, give them another weapon. Instead, 2 taken down. Looking to make this a third as well. No fade to fall. Fading in though. Slime. Trying to become active yet again. Leads only 1 to the grave. And like I said, now the Gen 1 make or get at least some sort of economy going on. If Warpot now were to get this round under their way, Gen 1 at least have that economy to bounce back and still buy. So this is the only leeway they're pretty much afforded for the rest of the game. You still got to match up to what Wopa are delivering. Vester stepped up as well to 17. Slime still at 20. But a change of pace. An idea for that T side. Brooksy saw the header for a second. Did not take the shots. Trying to force the duels here. Trying to force the duels. And Brooksy forcefully gets rid of Slime. Big opening. There comes the barrage of views now out toward the site as well. Gnofe waits, and he's not going to be alone either. Will have assistance from Prime. Without ramp, smoked on long, however, is going to cause issues, but he might try to boost over it, in which a first one not found, but 2 tags. Plenty of HP taken away from the CT's AKs, and then 4 spraying at them. 1 found a trade through. However, side gets overwhelmed, almost chased down. Kersey gets to live. This damage is ridiculous. The CT side keep doing so much here. Try to win these rounds. Spray the smokes even more. No one's at the bomb. Finally leaks hits on it as well, but they don't bite immediately. They're not going to try to stop it. Instead, guarding the defuse. No one's stopping it. And Gnofe runs through the smoke to get rid of yet another one. With the Warpot to 12. Map point secured. The Danes getting close to taking their map pick. And this is the only chance. Gen 1 now happy they built up that economy. But no one is on the site. No one's trying to get him off the bomb. Spraying through the wall, hoping for something, and 2 players on the ramp. Afraid to run through, just even spam back. Issues now for Gen 1, if they weren't already. Oh! Hello, Gen 1! Again! I'll say, a lot of damage gets dealt here by Wopa. Dealing a hell of a lot of damage, but kills maybe not every single time. Though this round it does get decided here by Gen 1. Bit of a mid-play, confirmation comes with the kill in cave at the same time. 12-7, Prime could still get rid of a couple of weapons, which would do a lot here as well headed forward, and Hippo might give him that duel he's looking for. But it doesn't go the way he'd have liked. And so, end of the half, or end of the game still near, but 12-7. An eco on the Wopa. We talk about a potential for coming back here. Currently being led by Kersey, who's, well, stepped up and quickly matched Slime's 20 now that the second half has gotten underway. Duvek as well, with a couple of very important shots throughout the entire game so far. At a solid 16. But you still need to ask more from the rest as well to step up here. We'll see if that will happen or not. Prime a push through main does get caught. Kersey is more than ready for this. And more than willing to punish, while on B, a freebie. In more ways than one. But also a free A site. The only fight that is currently anywhere near is Vester, and he gets taken down quickly. Finally a chance to fill the pockets yet again for Gen 1. So again, the rainy day fund has been secured. While the CTs try to save the last few weapons they have, and Leaks had it for Moss, but yeah, he knows. The gun is terrible, just take the Deagle instead. You ever find yourselves with a FAMAS in your hands? Do yourself and society a favor. Throw that out of the map. The worst gun in the game, easily. It is terrible. Now at around 21. CT's not a lot here for them. In this one, there's the MP9 and AK. So previously, Wopa tried to set up their AK in mid, blow up the mid-smoke red room. Or a chance to deal damage, but didn't work out, and this time, a different approach. Let's stack A instead. Hope for the best, but the entire other part of the map completely open. Slime's the only one near here. So it's not gonna do all too much. And Drac as well. Spotting nothing towards red room for the moment. Seems like it's given ideas for Gen 1 that they might have been stacked somewhere. Feeling good about the B site as well. That's where Brooksy is gonna be searching. Trying to open up the entire map. And if he just walks on towards B, they're gonna notice very quickly movement. A mass rotation for Gen 1 about to happen, surely. Surely, right? They're still sticking to mid. I'm worried here for Gen 1 not recognizing this. The bomb is still in mid. Oh, there you go. Okay. Well, makes its way over. Round gets decided. But this is a round where Wopa have really no reason to try to save. Leaks can obviously save that AK just because it's an AK. But the rest should be hunting here. Any weapons they can take away. Stout pad a little bit, but it seems to be Gen 1 on the move instead. Still, map point for Wopa. Finally, though, couple of force buys, an eco or two later, another chance to close out the game. But you lose this, and suddenly, looking at a pretty damn sickening scoreline potentially as well. So let's see. Gen 1 to keep this up. The comeback so far has been good. They've dealt with every single obstacle so far. Utility goes out for both ways. And an opening found. Lee's removed. The Molotov fight, and choosing to go for the fight ends up in the grave with the Devil Duvek walking through mid. It does get caught. That takes that back. Not gonna let the C side get all the map control for free. Just the position on B is enough for them to give up. Is that a missed smoke or not? I'm not too sure, because I don't see a reason for the CT side of the smoke in the open, but we'll see. Or not, really. All they do is hear a smoke on the beat, don't exactly know where it was, and they'll never see it. But Wopa, away they go. A full-on gamble on toward the A side, and I am getting worried for them. Maybe the nerves are getting the better of them as well here. With Gen 1 coming back here, this should be 10. Straight up gamble. Time to save. This is crazy. Gen 1, 4 in a row. 6 out of the last 7 as well picked up. And Wopa, this one save obviously will carry them towards a chance in this one still. But it ain't looking good here. They've lost the plot almost. Gen 1, do they keep finding these entries? Sure, you've got the basic utility down on B in terms of the CT side and how to slow them down when it comes to approaching anything, but all we've seen is Gen 1 disrespecting utility in mid, in shelf. Pretty much every single position known to man. Please. Take a challenge. Nope, just spray instead. Damage dealt yet again. This is the same thing we've seen every single round that these weapons have been brought out for Wopa. They keep dealing damage, but the kills, almost elusive. And yet again we start off with Gen 1 to find the opening. 5 versus 4. Focus toward the B side and mid. That seems to be recognized by Gen 1. Quick rotation onto A. This is going to be only a 2-man unit. Walk out first, and it's Vester waiting. Jiggling for the information, finds the first contact. Taken to take his place, Drac delivers, a site opened up suddenly. And this is going to be a save. A couple of shots confirm it. Kersey's still on B as well, we'll find Prime. Gen 1, they're going to make this 24-round game, and maybe even beyond by the way things are going right now. The Danish side having lost a little bit of the stride. And again, all comes down to the entry. Gen 1 haven't really been losing a lot of these in these last few moments. In terms of the game, the only ones actually winning opening duels consistently right now is, well, Vester on the side of Wopa. Slime, sure, he's 3-2 in opening duels as well. And Vester has been demanded to open up these rounds, and a lot of that as well was on the first half. And thus, first time out gets used by Wopa. Could have been used a little bit sooner, I'd say, but sometimes you forget they exist. And right now we'll see if they've got something magical for this last round of regulation, at least. Overtime, still a possibility, obviously. Well, thankfully, loss bonus all the way at max. A couple players saved. They'll have everything they need for this last round. The Danes, they had a good lead here. A very commanding 12-6, by the way. Looked like it was going to be done in just mere moments, but Gen 1, they deny that truth. It's not their reality. They don't want it to be over here just yet. Last these guys played was just a couple of days ago. This map went 13-10. Gen 1, the winner of that map. And Wopa, so close at the moment to making this one a done deal. So many chances, so many opportunities, and right now it's on A. We said Vester overall in openings, fairly good throughout this map. But currently the issue is, A-side gets overwhelmed, and the defense burned to a crisp for now. Well, Prime still does take down one, keeps the man number even. Oh, big shot miss for Kersey. Vester allowed to live, pulling out the USP, going for something crazy here. While Slime gets back into the action, been quiet for the last 6 or 7 rounds. Hope sings out a song for one. Lullaby. And there goes Devo Duvek as well. Well, one more to finish it. This map does come to an end. It is going to be Wopa to take it. It's 13-11 in the end. There is no overtime. And the Danish get a little bit of revenge from their last map. Success to start off. It takes them all 24 rounds with this first map. You know, maybe a couple more that are required with the lead that they did have, but hey, let's back to it here at least, and we are going to try to figure out what else both teams are going to be delivering, what else they'll be having. But nonetheless, for now, that is going to be ending our first map of the day, or first map of this series. We've got plenty more to come. And we'll get towards those in a mere moment or two. We've got, I believe, Anubis up next. And I'm not wrong. It is indeed Anubis. That is going to be Gen 1's map pick. And obviously, getting ready here in this first map, back into the game, they warmed up. Started off very slow. That CT half was fairly poor, and, you know, almost as poor from Wopa in the end. With how many opportunities they were given. A couple of force spikes that I think were unnecessary almost, but it is what it is. Still closed it out, just barely. And now we'll head toward that second map very shortly. So don't go too far, because we are going to have Anubis coming up in about 10 minutes or so. And we'll see who takes this one. Or does it go to a third map? So, we'll see you guys in a bit. Alright, hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got our second map here coming right up, and we're almost getting lost in what we have played and what we have not so far. But we are going to be playing Gen 1 versus Whopper. We had Ancient going all the way to 24 rounds from a 12-6 scoreline to Whopper. Took them a couple of rounds, a couple of chances to figure things out in the end. But eventually closing out their map pick just barely. And now headed towards Anubis. This is Gen 1's map pick. Obviously, they've already played this in just a couple of days ago, and that's when Gen 1 had a pretty easy time. At a 13-5 against Whopper just 2 days ago. Well, 3 days ago, but nonetheless. Doesn't matter too much, right? They've been pretty damn decent on this map no matter what. But, hey, we'll see how things look for now, but I'm looking at it. I'm wondering, right? There's been very 50-50, or quite literally a 50-50 win rate when it comes to Whopper and this map. And with the recent scoreline of the recent game they played, 13-5. And how Gen 1 kind of stepped up toward the end of this first map. I'm seeing a chance for that third map. I really think we are going to be seeing Inferno here. But I also had the theory I mentioned at the start of the show is you play against a team. You lose. You play against them in a short span of time again. You get a rematch going on. And you're going to see something very different. The losing team probably comes out on top. That's the theory I've been working with for a very long time now. And more than often, it does prove to be correct. Now, Whopper, having lost Anubis 13-5, they know now how to play against Gen 1. They've probably done adjustments. They probably assumed as well that they're going to be playing similar maps as previously. And now we'll kind of see how it looks on this map as well. You're starting on the T side. You're on the favorite side of this map. It should be a good sign. But I'll see if the theory is correct. Right? Maybe we are just going to be seeing Gen 1 now popping off. As their individuals did absolutely get waked toward the end of Ancient. But right now, right here, it's Broxy on the B side. Immediately dealt with. And the second one with the leagues continuing to hold W. Not far from the third as well. Maybe even a fourth as well. He's collecting every single head he can find. That is decided in just mere seconds. Wonderful round. And a wonderful start here for Whopper. Looking for the ace. Wants it. Will get it. And that's a good start. That's one hell of a start. Leaks never stops running. Truly a start worthy of the game. And let's continue. Gen 1, I appreciate the eco here. No reason to force buy. Faster. Mentioned the first map. He was pretty good when it came to openings. And his numbers with those. And hey, here! Again, he'll collect 2. It was that T side where he was doing a lot of the early heavy lifting in some of the rounds. See if he can continue some of that here as well. But for now, 2-0 the start. That was not going to be a question of if Gen 1 can really win that. It's just how many casualties is Whopper going to have. But we move on. First counter run comes out. And Whopper, similarly to Ancient, very quick early leans towards one side of the map and looking for the opening. It's not easy, but it will come at the cost of a trade. Early lean towards B, denied by Gen 1's aggression. Seen a little bit too much and more than they were supposed to. And you could also see as well, Hippo's gone for information. Pushed all the way through A. And it is going to be catching them in rotation. But at A1S here, instant headshot needed. He's maneuvering very well here for the moment. This should be 3-2 kills. First one, second as well. Both walk in, looking for the next, but Try to cross is not going to happen. He's done his job, however, spotting the last two T-sided players to the position. Should be good. Should have been good. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Not this time. 1 versus 1. With Slime running toward the B side. Completely opened up, but Accuracy on the other side. Slime was the early carry. Investor had one hell of a T-side on Ancient, and now in this 1 versus 1, the bomb just gets planted in time, but immediately in for the fight, and Kersey had the drop on him. It doesn't matter, it's a quick 1 versus 2. Slime is in, and Gen 1 is out. This was a good round as well for Gen 1. Every single thing went their way pretty much here. The opening to stop the early B play, the sort of openings we had from Anubis, or Ancient, excuse me. When it came to how aggressive they were towards the A side and the early parts of their T side. They were trying to set up something similar here, but Gen 1 said no thank you, they don't want it, they want to fight it instead. A big whiff from Drac gives them a chance. And Slime, the one to pull it over the line as well. A lot going on in that round about Gen 1. No other way to put it, they fumbled that one. Thankfully, though, it still started the game. This is something you can come back from fairly easily, let's put it that way. And already, I think this CT side looks infinitely better from what we saw on Ancient. More comfortable on this map, at least. Well, let's see what Wopa will now be getting up to, because I don't want them to get in the same trap, even if it did work on Ancient, of them leaning heavily towards one side of the map only. Anubis' T side is very versatile. You can do a whole lot of different things, but first, you gotta get past the pistols in this one, which, so far, so good. No real problems, no issues. But an MP9 says hello, goodbye, spam the smoke, we'll find one. And in mid, last man is spotted, Devek will get an AK out of this. And if he really wants to, you can save it without too many issues. I say, too many issues. Devek is not shying away from these fights, but trying to hide in the smoke. Lester, quick tap or two, will be finding it, realizing he's a hiding spot, and not gotta let an AK be saved. And 4-0. Guns going out for Gen 1. Right, we had a 6-1 start on on Ancient for Wopa, and that's when I said I got a little bit worried, but here it's a different thing at least. A CT-sided map is Ancient, this one T-sided, so in terms of comeback and possibilities, even if Gen 1 would have been in a similar position as Ancient, just the percentages, or the way the maps are made, make things a whole lot easier. If they made it last maps 12-6 all the way to 13-11. Keep holding out hope. And Wop up, here. Changing things up, it's a mid-approach. A lurk through A main. A flash through Investor. Oh, unknowingly blocks him. Flash was perfect. But a quick body block. Gonna try to find this. Hippo shut down. And Drac still lives. Slime watching for the rotation as well. That's not the same person they just found. There's more pressure being put on the site. A bomb to be planted, but Slime in the backlines. Through the smoke. He is not afraid, and he is balling at this moment. With 4 on the board, that becomes 5 suddenly. And what a round! Almost reliant on Investor getting the kill through the smoke as well. Making the actual approach through mid so much easier. Not having to worry about the crossfire as well. Counter-Strike, always a little bit of luck involved with so many different timings and micro decisions or macro decisions to be made. And this time, Lady Luck blessing Wopa. And then you just have Slime who decides to walk through smokes and make the difference here on the site. stopping the retake from ever happening. And now, 5-0 suddenly. PTs. Going aggressive. Anti-flash as well. Oh my god! Alright, Vester. Talk about him getting these entries being integral in the early parts of these T-side rounds, and again he shows us why. Neat little 3-piece this time, and suddenly this just remnants of the Gen 1. This round, it's not all of Gen 1's eggs put into this, but you're hoping for a bit more, right? You decided to go aggressive, change the pace up, trying to catch Whoop off guard. Even if the flashbangs worked. Lady Luck. Lester now through smoke, having found an entry. Now through a smoke and a flashbang, making it double. Pretty good. Pretty damn good. And for now, at least, my theory seems to be holding up in terms of, you know, you lost this map just a couple of days ago. And Whopper, back with a vengeance. They want to take this one instead. And 6-0 already beating the score they had at the previous match up against Gen 1 here. I think it was a 13-5, the ending scoreline with Gen 1 ending up as the victor. Definitely looking like they've done their due diligence and changed things up enough. This round focused yet again on mid. Whopper have not been really shying away from these as Gen 1 instead. They've been giving up mid control for free. Focus is on A. And yet again, we'll test Vester. Another opening. Another headshot. Sure, Hippo is up close and can trade, but you've lost so much control now. You've got an entry toward A main. You know one more is going to be somewhere outside of A. But Drac is fighting on site. Flashbang's ineffective. Getting a run down instead. The site taken over. Utility is decent to block out Hippo from accessing the bomb site. They even try to set up this kill. Good flashbang. Gets rid of A main. Frees up the rest of the map, and it just suddenly leaves Brooksy and Devik and having to save these weapons. Not having enough of a way in. 2 players down. Retake's not happening. There's damage, sure. Unconfirmed, however, does not really sway the odds too much. And it's 7-0. Is nothing okay? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, actually, yeah. Absolutely. Little deceiving on the X-ray, but all is good. Weapons still coming out. Gen 1, hey, they've got a loss bonus. They're going to keep buying as long as a couple of players save, at least, in most of these rounds. I don't know if that's, if that's a lot of, you know, consolation. Rather start winning rounds, but you get absolutely dumpstered. Not a fair shot in the fight, not even close. Looking like 8 with the way this is going. Playing passive. Vester, don't doubt him. Way too good in these openings. But this time, only the shoulder will not be chasing the first one. Diversion instead. Headed on to A shoulder scene. The tag, the spam is good. And he's letting Leaks find this opening again. 2 for the round in terms of these kills he's found already. A trade from Gnolfe. Side taking over, but in main, you've got Devon here still standing. A chance at a second, but unable to capitalize on quick enough. Moment to go down by the hands of Gnolfe, but it's 2-1-3. They've spotted the second man as well. They know the setup. And with Hippo currently isolated, smokes down in main. Offers this chance for Wopa to make this an impossible situation, but instead, advantage given up here. Time is taken. 1 kit on Devon. No smoke means you gotta hunt down both these players, or at least get rid of Vester for now. The man with the power position to stop that bomb from being defused easily, but he stands his ground. Yet again, wants to make sure these rounds get handled. And that is Wopa with yet another one. 1 HP surviving. And another on the board. But on Ancient, I was getting worried about the 5051 mark for Gen 1 here. I said, right, you can still make a T-side comeback, but to get the chance to do so, Gen 1 is going to need a couple of rounds. Currently, Big Fat 0 on the scoreboard. It does not really help that cause. Let's see. Catching the back, Vester down. Finally shut down. After being allowed to roam so many rounds for free. But again, I like this for Hippo for the information. A minute left on the round, however, means that it's not going to be a full rotation. They can't immediately put everyone back toward that B side. But they are going to have that early information nonetheless. The suspicions and the confirmation heading their way. 1 and 2. The crossfire is deadly. And Brooksy will take down a 2 for the price of just 1. Smoked out, still taken down. Letting Warpot back into the round here. They've got the lurk in main. It's very quick for Hippo. Might go unexpected. He spotted the first one already. And Leaks. Down he goes. Last man. Slime, I don't think really has a chance here, but let him cook. So good so far. Smoked off, though. That should be it. On the defuse, and Slime can't do anything about this. Not planted, spotted, and Hippo. This time the flank pays off. And Gen 1, we welcome them to Anubis. It's their map pick. Their back's against the wall right now. You lose this, you're out. Elimination match of Group D right here. Loser goes home. Winner gets one last chance in the decider match against the loser of Rebels and Copenhagen Wolves. Alright, we'll see how things continue to go. For now, a chance for Gen 1. A very small chance given at the moment. Investor. Taken down, traded, Leaks walks through. A site, for the lack of a better word, leaking at the moment, with the CT side unable to make their way back in. A barrage of utility clear every angle imaginable. The Molotovs are here to cook the T side way in. And even the confirmation and information position, everything guaranteed right here, right now by Leaks. His hands continue to take over the A site. Even chasing Brooksy away. They're saving immediately on Gen 1. They don't want this smoke. And unable to handle it even. Things ain't looking pretty right now for the French. And not to toot my own horn too much, but I did say this very well could happen. The theory keeps working. The blueprint is right there. You play this map, you lose it. You replay against the same team in a couple of days. In a short amount of time, a couple of weeks, maybe even a month. You're gonna be a whole lot better because you know exactly what you did wrong. And right now, Whopper, doing a whole lot of things right. Mainly individually. Leaks, for God's sake, started off the map with an ace running. W with a Glock. Or dual Berettas, whatever he had. I think he picked up those as well. And Gen 1, unable to match. The only round they won is the one where Vester was shot down at the early parts by Brooksy. But besides that, I dare say almost every round has been an entry. There's been 2 rounds. 2 rounds with the CT side have gotten an entry here. Every other time, it has been a Warpot to start things off with the 5 versus 4. Oh, again. Boosted as well. Coming up with the new tricks here. Catch the CT off guard in mid-prime. Adjusting right in time. And on the side, it ain't getting easier. Kersey, sure, dropped down. Got 1. The bomb dropped. Gathered. Trying to make it back. Well, Vester will sacrifice himself. The round still very much in control with the bomb making its way back. And put down at this time. Yeah, it's a question. Do you want to try to save this? There's not a lot of chances. But Gen 1, they're playing way too reserved, I think. They keep saving, and at some point you gotta say enough is enough. We have to try, let's say, 2v4, 2v3 in this case as well. Haven't set themselves up for these sorts of rounds in any way. They've tried to at least retain that economy to fight in these gun rounds when they've got the chance, but the loss mode is completely maxed out for so many rounds. But I just want to see a retake at M-Thor 2 here. But we're not seeing it. But at some point, it's enough is enough. And right now, Wopot, they've had enough. They know they should have closed out Ancient earlier. 12-6 goes all the way to 24 rounds. 13-11. And here for Anubis, domination, I think is the only word we can say. Sending Kersey for an entry. Defending. First finds the first. Genofe shuts down. But the play does not stop. Running, jumping through, into the waiting arms. Gen 1, they've got a second round potentially on the board, but I'll not say just that quickly. Even if they have the bomb, they have the ace side with 4 on it. I do not want to doubt these two too much. Prime and Slime. The combination for this T side you gotta be very cautious of. Well, Slime waits and waits. If they would have cleared this, there should be a flashbang. There you go. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. And at that point, now we can say it's pretty much impossible. All the way in spawn. Seem to have some suspicions. Even have a man waiting. And there's the confirmation behind us. Well, Prime will collect the second. You know, stab pad a little bit. But Gen 1. Not great. 2 to 10. Unfortunate. Right, this round as well here. Should have been 1 Gen 1 picked up. But 1 versus 2. Slime powers them through. And since then, it's just been one-sided as all hell. Sadly, not a lot going on for the French side at the moment. But if there is a map where a comeback like this could happen, I've seen it. 10-2, I've seen it before. T side of Anubis. A possibility, a sliver of a chance, but it needs to be very quick to come back. And it's the pistol that needs to start it all off as well. Dropping down. Courtesy welcomes the first at Hippo. A quick drive-by apparently on the leaks. We're playing now with the retake. 2 men down on the CT side. But trying to make up for that loss. 3 from behind. All 3 spotted. It lets Gen 1 quickly come back and make their setup known to deal with this. They've got a decent read on the situation, but both players around the same corner, and still Devadivek will find both. Prime caught looking the other way. And I think a sliver of hope, but still not a situation anyone wants to be in. Yeah, just to double check this as well. When Gen 1 Whopper played this map a few days ago, Gen 1 had an 8-4 CT half, actually. 5-1 on the T half as well, so, you know, it was a whole lot different. And now we'll need to see actually how this T side does end up shaping for the rest of the half. Here, dealing with A main aggression, or B main aggression very well. Eco, dealt with. Nothing crazy. And Lee's probably doesn't even get this first one, I dare say, but seems I'm wrong. Respect the USB hustle, we move on to our next round where we are going to be seeing something now for Wopa. Find the opening as well. Devadivek, pressure being put on. Dealing with it fairly well. All his objective really is right now is to survive. Taking A, storming through mid, and A main completely, well, taken over and swept through by Wopa. Well, with the fact that Gen 1 split no one on the actual side and no one even anywhere nearby water, main, or in mid, or mid in this case. Makes things difficult, and Bester caught looking the other way. At one point, I believe 12-3, if not 12-4, now with 12-10. Ineffective for a fair few rounds, but we are seeing at least Gen 1 to come back here as well. We're still seeing Wopa playing fairly well, right? It's not just one man that needs to step up here at the moment. You're not relying on these individuals to deliver, or one individual to deliver a masterclass carry at the moment. A team game throughout the first half. Second, barely getting started, but 4 plays to save here. While ending up being a lost course. We'll at least let them buy even this round. But Gen 1, right, we said it. First half, or first map, they made a comeback from 12-6 all the way to the final one. Unsuccessful in the end. But here, looking for a different sort of solution. Or resolution in this case. Double nades are good. Bester, plenty of damage taken, delivers some of that back as well. Push through main. Flash is perfect. Hippo. No vision as the push comes through. Beautifully set up for Wopa. And with that as well, final towards A. Second smoke down. That is so well done. But this time, can't really decided to slow down. You have to go through. You have to take the space being given. And the CTs, passive setups, they'll let them walk out of main. And for the duels, Drac will trade out one. If they're still playing this down a man, not for long. Not anymore. Next up, through camera, walking in, the CT side will be traded out and kept even for the moment. While leaks one more. And on the side, a clutch read required. Pump up Gen 1, get the mood going, but it's not happening. No clutch. It'll be Whopper creeping closer towards that 12 and 13. And this was a chance for as well for Gen 1. With how passive Whopper were playing this, there absolutely was a chance they could have just walked in, and if they did, that needed to win one more aim duel there. They were given the space, recognizing it and kind of knowing they had to do something very quickly, with B taken completely away. Reaction was good, it resulted unfortunately not there for the Frenchman, but not all lost or lost. However, lose this round, no bomb plant, will get wiped out. You're looking at the bottom of the barrel potentially. So the stakes are high here. And an entry out towards the side. First one is a successful one, and so is the second. Brooksy clears. As Gen 1, they recognize exactly how much is on the line here, and they want to take this one, and they will be doing so. And we're apparently continuing the same trajectory over that first half in sense that no one likes to retake. I think we saw maybe one real retake on that first half. Or attempt. It stopped there as well, but nonetheless. C'est la vie and all that. Gen 1 on the board again to deny and slow down the game for Whopper. Not getting to 12. But pretty much what we had on map 1 as well. That was 12-6, now it's 11-6. So in theory, should be easier than what Ancient had. Well, it doesn't mean it is going to be. Molotov does end up missing from David Vec, that lets the CT side to keep control of doors. Although, Brooksy. Crosshair good, placement better. Aim just as sharp, but it trades here as well. There's not just one they'll have to get past, but two. And again, it's the B side getting swept over. The retake, the only chance they'll get is this one, and then denied rightfully by the T's. Quick for the AWP, but consolation prize is the frag as Slime exits from B. Looking at 7. And on the hunt, with $1,000 to his name, is Kersey. Which, very much crazy, but he'll fire that first at least. And Slime, seemingly not wanting to be any more aggressive, will be allowed to save the AWP. And Gen 1, 7 on the board, inching closer. Sometimes it's these last few rounds, or the last round, more usually. That is the hardest one to close out. But all I want to see is Whopper try a retake. So to set themselves up in that position means that they'll have to do better than what was previously shown last round in Cave, which was only 1 kill for the price of 2. And the entire round. In conjunction with those entries found. Initial defense, and an entry would go a long way here. And we'll see if we can see something along those lines maybe here, right? You've got some sort of idea. A main wanting to be found back by Wopa, while on B, we've got an entry, yet again, to be found, but not, apparently not this time. It was allowed in mid. An A play coming through. Master knows there's gonna be one somewhere here. Can try to spray the smoke, but it's Drac in the corner. Doesn't see it. Doesn't see it. Still finds him. Just barely. Sight gets taken over. Knoffe on the rotation down. And to clear main. This is the big pressure point right now for the retake. CT side, 2 players here. Davidovec and Kersey gotta be cautious of this approach and setting up the AWP for this, but the problem is all you gotta do on the CT side is straight it out. Find out first, but Kersey, move it quickly. Back to cover, second shot, not found, not even taking the chance. And a 1v2 for Davidovec, looking the wrong way as Leaks will walk in instead. The quick trade. And Slime not needed in this one either. Lets us get 12 finally. And for the Frenchman, now it's do or die. Loser of this map, or this match, goes home. No more allowed in this edition of CCT. And let's see. Is it gonna be Gen 1 to continue the game or not? Prime walking through mid will be found out as he tries to change things up. Not even a flashbang. The play is not too great. This is how you flash in. Take a look at Davidovec to show you how it's done. 1, maybe 2. Head being teased and Leaks will go down. Gen 1 to extend the play. The answer seems to be yes. Unless Slime's got something real crazy going on here. Double smokes. Timing. Not gonna take the shot. Oh, never mind. Tries it. Tries it. Adding a bit of flavor this round. 12 to 8. And if I am Gen 1, I am gonna run down this AWP. No matter what. I know now order being spotted. Slime's been quick. He's been good. Gets this high. But put in the bag instead. So we continue the game. A wonderful round for Gen 1. But for Prime, I'm a bit confused. I'm a bit scared of the mid play. No flashbang, nothing to set it up. Sure, you can, you can probably get away with that once a half. But when you're in map point, when it's still this close, I would have preferred some more structure behind it for sure. And Gen 1, they started off very well, ended even better. Ooh, the Danish Eagle. Not bad. Bomb dropped in main. I think that has been heard as well. Enough I should know. Makes quite the noise. Molotov forcing him into the open. Had a couple of kills nonetheless for this T side. They'll trade things out only for a moment. Only for a moment. 5-7. Beautiful one. Oh, ooh, almost in a bad word. Davidovec, that was nasty. That was beautiful. Ooh, god damn. Fair play. 12 to 9. For a second, it gets very scary. But reined in. And 12-9. There's still one mistake and Gen 1 is out. In terms of making the game easier, it never does get easier. An opening. Slime delivers. Second spotted as well, and with the boost on B. The trick's coming out here. And seemingly coming to an end. With 3 for the price of nothing just yet. It's 3Bs only. A wonderful start out of Whopper. And you leave it on to Vec and Drak. You do have the A side at the moment. Pretty damn free. And CTs, they're still hesitating when it comes to rotating on toward the side. What a clear mid instead. Spend a bit more time on it. Making sure no easy kills will be given. But to find the ending of the round and the match is 1 kill away. Vec. Last run got a 4K. Some nasty shots, but now needs 4 in total here as well. But HE into oblivion. Whopper shot for Whoop-ass, clearly. Is that actually what they've done here? Gen 1 not allowed to play their own map pick, pretty much. 10-2 on the first half already is criminal. And then takes a couple of seconds, but this time easier to finish than Ancient. So, well done. And we say, congratulations. There's one more chance now for Whopper to make it through. They're not going to be eliminated this time. They'll have another chance to make it through in the decider match. But what does that mean? It means that Gen 1, we do say goodbye to them. But there's also a couple more games that we need to play out and figure out, exactly who's going to be playing in those next matches. Because for Group C, you had Amcal with their win of the losers match. 2-0 made it very quick. Now Whopper as well, making it fairly quick here as well. And we gotta find out who Amcal is going to be playing up against. It could be yet another match against NIP. Different roster and such, but we'll find out. That's going to be the Group C match up next. NIP versus Endpoint. Winner goes through to the main event, to the Swiss stage. Loser plays against Amcal in the decider match. And here as well, after that, Copenhagen Wolves versus Rebels, same as NIP. And Endpoint, winner into the playoffs. Or not the playoffs, the main stage, main Swiss. And loser plays against Whopper for one last chance, the one last spot to make it through. But for us, for now, we've had 2 quick best of 3s, both ending 2-0. And we're going to find out who's going to be continuing their journey forward in the CCT here in these play-ins. You've got a pretty interesting matchup up next, obviously. Endpoint NIP, as we kind of saw there already. A brand spanking new NIP. And played with Jax, who, mostly has been playing recently with Gen 1. But obviously with him now standing in for NIP. That is a bit of a thing that can't really play for Gen 1 as well. Only can choose to play for one team. But that's something that we'll figure it out. How that looks as well as we come to it eventually. But for now, we do say goodbye. When do we come back? In about an hour and 40 minutes or so. We are going to be seeing... Oh, wait, maybe not even that much. 40 minutes, I think. We are going to be coming back with that NIP and Endpoint game. So, don't stray too far. Or do. Obviously, you can do whatever you want. I'm not your dad. I'm not going to tell you what to do. But do come back if you want to. Endpoint versus NIP. That's the next game of the day winners matchup. So, we'll see how that goes. But until then, I hope you guys have enjoyed. And we'll see you guys in a little bit. Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope we are doing well today. Obviously, we have got some big matches up and coming in a matter of moments, kicking things off with NIP versus Endpoint. But I'm excited for today. We've got some, obviously, the winners matches of Group C and Group D to be seen for the rest of the evening. We're going to see some teams progress already, which is going to be very exciting. Obviously, as you see, the Group A game, we saw Fireflux besting Alaska, which is, a big match there in obviously in Group A. We can go through to Group B, Group C, etc. But look, the games for tonight, we've got NIP against Endpoint. We end things off with Copenhagen Wolves against the Rebels. And I think for this game, I think this is definitely the most exciting game that we're going to see throughout the whole of the playing stage. And I think it's for two reasons, right? It's one, we've got this new formed NIP roster. I feel like we've got so much experience, we've got so much firepower, which is always going to be spoken about. And then on the flip side, we've got the side of Endpoint, who have kind of categorically been a side that have been so good here in the CCT, have kind of continually made it through to playoffs. Obviously, you look back to Season 8, or Series 8, sorry, it might have been quite some time ago. They still got top 4 there. It seems as though they've been in the playoffs in the Swiss stage in nearly every iteration of previous CCT events. So I think right now you've kind of got, I guess, CCT's familiarity against some new formed talent, which is going to be absolutely exciting. And look, I'm ready to get into it, and I think why don't we just bring up the rosters? We'll bring up this NIP side. Obviously, we did see them fairly recently besting Amcal in the closed qualifier, so we're going to be... We know the names, but look, I think it's a stacked roster. I think quite rightly, they are going to be a very dominant factor here in the CCT, and obviously the NIP roster, absolutely exceptional. So, look, we can kind of talk about it now. Obviously, in-game leading, we've got Snappy, who put up a ridiculous performance yesterday, I believe. Yeah, yesterday. Just absolutely insane. For a player that's kind of renowned to be a little bit less of a fragger, a lot more of a leader, to being able to provide that kind of leadership and also kind of stability to a roster is absolutely exceptional. Obviously, we've got Wrinkle on the AWP. He's been really key, putting up some good ratings. Shush as well. Obviously now kind of partnered back with Exist, so you've got to imagine there's going to be some synergy there. And speaking of synergies, we've got Ujox and Arizdos from Soar. So I'm looking at this roster, it's looking pretty stacked. Obviously you've got a lot more experience from players like Snappy, players like Shush, and then obviously Ujox, Arizdos, Wrinkle, I guess you could say a bit more of the younger talents, but it's not as though they're lacking experience, not at all. On the flip side, though, we have got the side of Endpoint. This is a team that I know very near and dear to me, obviously being from the UK myself. I love the look of the team. Every time I see this team play, I feel like I'm always praising players like Crucial, like Surreal. Azu as well can have some really big moments. The newest signing in Sayo, he's been really key as well. I say newest, it's been about 8 months now. But the player that I always actually feel like I'm praising the most on this roster is Mighty Max. Obviously, a very traditional in-game leader. We know that Max can really have, exceptional impact regarding the calling, regarding the reads. A lot of games you'll kind of see the tactical masterclass that Max can provide. And I feel like as well in the clutches, that's something that we're going to see throughout today. But look, I think this is going to have to be a clutch game for the side of Endpoint for many reasons, and one of which is going to be the Vetoes. A map that we talk about for Endpoint that is so key for them. They gravitate towards time and time again. And a map that I know Azu, we've seen previous performances, he's been absolutely amazing on this map, is Vertigo. And obviously Vertigo no longer in the map pool. And I think for Endpoint, the fact that they've lost themselves that key pick of Vertigo where they so casually and normally go to, they're now going to be kind of, I don't want to say scrambling for a kind of favoured map. Obviously they've got maps like Mirage and Anubis as well. But they've lost out on such a strong map, such a key map for them. And now I think this is where, obviously, they would have had time over the Christmas, over the New Year's break to obviously kind of reform their map pool. But it's not going to be easy, especially when a map that's so well drilled for them. Inferno ban here for NIP, it's understandable. We saw them ban it, obviously, when they played against Amcal. The removal of Nuke, in fact, from Endpoint is the same ban that Amcal had. So we're seeing similar trends, similar maps. Obviously, NIP's next ban in that Amcal game was Train, whether they're going to risk it, whether they're going to gamble it. I guess the question is whether we're going to be seeing Endpoint bring Train into that map pool so quickly, because obviously that they've now got 2 maps like Train, like Nuke, that they're not going to be too happy playing. So I really don't know what we're going to be seeing with the Endpoint map pool in a couple of weeks' time. But if in doubt, go back to the classics, right? We've got Dust 2, we've got Mirage. Obviously, Dust is a map that Endpoint can really struggle with. You know, you just have to look back to their recent games. Last couple months, they've played 7 games of it, 14% win rate. Obviously, just winning 1 game out of those 7. Mirage, pretty strong one for them. I feel like Crucial has some really, really big moments on Mirage, so I think definitely going to be the one to watch on that map. Endpoint, they're going to need to feel confident here, because when you're fighting against a side that has got such incredible individuals, you know, have been playing at the top levels, kind of competing in, you know, every top event across the calendar year, I think that's where you really need to kind of, you need to play the underdog part quite well. And I think very rarely you'll get to see a team like Endpoint be the underdog role. You very rarely get to see them kind of have that, well, I guess that position in kind of a in a head-to-head. But right now, Endpoint, they've got to realise that their best way of doing this is in 2 maps. I think you know the experience that NIP are going to have. You know the kind of the ability that these players have as well. I think Endpoint have got to take it in 2. They've got to ruffle some feathers on Dust. They've got to have an impressive out the gate kind of performance on Dust, and then maybe we could see a 2-0. But I think NIP, the way in which they played on Anubis yesterday against Amcal, okay, yeah, it's not the most convincing of results. It was that 13-9, but again, you know, I think for their first kind of official game, first official map as a roster, we understand that they're going to have that time in practice. They're going to have that time, you know, I guess, in the practice server, but it's not the same. So, look, 13-9 against Amcal on Anubis, 13-5 on Ancient, a very convincing result on Ancient, but obviously for NIP, there is no Ancient here in this series. So I'm excited for this one. I think for me personally, first game of the day, it's a good one to start off on. Not to kind of take away from obviously that next game with Copenhagen Wolves versus Rebels, but I think realistically this is going to be the highlight here of the playing stage. I think a lot of the time you see this kind of result, you see this fixture, NIP versus Endpoint. Are we thinking quarterfinal, semi-final? No. This is the closed qualifier, and we're already having this type of matchup. So look, I'm very excited for it. And as the game progresses, as we see that Dust 2, as we see kind of, as we see how it plays out, I think that's where we can really, really gain some excitement here. But look, here it is, Endpoint starting on that CT side here. They need to have such a strong start on Dust, as I mentioned before. No errors can be seen. They can't really give the NIP the luxury and liberties of playing with ego, playing with confidence. But Surreal looking to get here towards the lower tunnels. He's gained this space very effectively, but NIP, they're steering clear. They know that middle can be such a contest here for the CTs. A lot of the time you'll see 3-4 players looking to take that control towards mid, find a couple picks back away towards short. Snappy though, the leader, the heaviest hitter of yesterday. Bit of a lurk here. Taking some contact towards short, but elsewhere, NIP have taken the whole bomb site so comfortably. No casualties yet, just a bit of damage on Shush, but Crucial. Excellent nade there. Wrinkle sitting, waiting above the smoke, but you can see the CTs. Oh, I'd say excellent position for Azu. We will get the trade onto Jax, and it's all about what Sale can find. Smoke's faded, finds Wrinkle, and Snappy caught lacking. And the CTs deal very well with the pistol attempt here from NIP. You understand the decision there to progress up long, but once NIP kind of take kind of initial control onto the bomb site, the problem is they just don't really have that late lurk. It would have been excellent to see Snappy progress up short. Somewhat timid, but you understand it. You see the swing come through middle, you see one from short. I think it's not really the best fight for Snappy to take in those 1v2, so he backs away, heads to long, and yeah, it doesn't really work out, but NIP, bit of a risk here in the force. No bomb plant, not many kills, only the 1 casualty on Endpoint, and that's why we can see a bit of a mismanaged buy. With the Scout on Wrinkle, I think we all know what the Scout can produce, especially on a map like Dust. Sadly for NIP, we haven't really seen Wrinkle find an early opener or deal some initial damage in middle, just because Endpoint are playing very passively. Once they hear that Scout shot ring true, there's no reason for them to peek. There's no kind of benefit at all. NIP, though, they emerge their way out short. Great find from Shush, and now it's on Max. I say he goes big in clutch moments. Just 2, though, towards short. Brings it down to the 3-on-3, and now Wrinkle. The Scout in an excellent position. Just holding the lines here towards long, and Azu He will get closer. The 2 rifles by his side. Body shot of the D connects to Surreal, and Jack's now hunting, hoping. Not connecting yet. Sayot from ramp finds Snappy. Surreal deals with the elevation of Jax, and now it's all on the scout. Wrinkle retrieves the Deagle, but Sayot finds again. An Endpoint. Although it's a 2 for 2 on the A bomb site, the discipline there from Azu's excellent. I feel like time and time again, as that rotator from long, you want to pounce, you want to kind of swing through, be the hero, try and deny the bomb plant, but I really like the discipline showed there. An Endpoint, this is exactly how they need to be playing against NIP. They can't allow post-plant scenarios to go wrong, especially with Deagles, with Scouts, with low utility. Again, though, NIP, the benefits of the bomb plant allowing an investment, not perfect, but 4 rifles, a Scout, 8 pieces of util. Certainly could be worse. Sayot, so far, has had a lot of impact in this one. Early nade towards top mid. Not yielding much fruit, but has spotted out one. Great find onto Ujax. Excellent from Sayot now, and he can just stay tucked towards the back of the B bomb site. I like the idea of this kind of double B. Okay, yes, you're giving up space in middle, but you found yourself a pick, and with the utility that Crucial's got, once contact's made towards short, he's got his molly, he's got a nade. I'm expecting there's an HE dropped in CT as well. So even if we see NIP look to kind of express any control towards short, I think there's enough util from Endpoint to deny it. Sayot spots something. Sends the flash and the Molotov. Staying alive here is vital for Sayot though, but he might look for a fight. Oh, timing on the flash there. Not perfect, but just finds Sayot. Surreal still blinded, but as if fades, he will find one. Doubles down as well. Shush fooling. And it's all on Wrinkle. 1 versus 4 now. Max towards short. Wrinkle just hoping for an exit, but with 30 seconds on the clock, we know the CTs are going to go hunting. Again though, it's a good start for Endpoint. Another round, keeping 3 survivors. Finances can look to grow. And I said, without that bomb plant, without many casualties, NIP surely not going to force it. But Endpoint, they've been given 3 rounds early, and we're expecting a 4th, unless if the Deagles somehow can upset. No AWP out for Crucial as of yet. Still, though, we're seeing this Scout in play. The hands of Snappy, in fact, this time. Endpoint. Knowledgeable to this half buy. No need to search for early picks. No need to kind of aggress and get up in the face of potential Tech 9s, Glocks. Max repositioning here to short. Ensuring no quick push onto the A bomb site. Obviously, Endpoint's main goal is victory in rounds, but they don't want to allow the bomb to go down. Good find there. Snappy. First kill of the map. We mentioned how well Snappy played against Amcal, but Endpoint already putting up a lot more resistance. That smoke coming down. Surreal. He's just shown enough to kind of halt NIP in their game plan. Jax does have a smoke and a flash, and although they've got limited utility, we know how difficult the B bomb site can be to retake. The biggest problem, though, is time's going to tick. There's this double setup. Snappy can find the pick, which he does. Oh, that's the way that they can make their way onto B. Crucial's got to go huge, but he gets a double. Snappy not quick enough to reposition, not quick enough to get on the angle. HE grenade drops into 7, and now it's all on Jax. We talk about experience in this roster here for NIP. You think of Snappy, you think of Jax, but in the clutch, they can't find much. And again, Endpoint continue. Bomb plant would have been excellent there, but sadly unable to attain it. Nice from Snappy, though. I think when you see these hero scouts invested on these eco rounds, on these kind of weaker weapons with Deagles, when it finds nothing, you really question the reason for that, because that's 1,700, you know, that you didn't really need to spend. But a couple kills here or there, trying to minimize the money of Endpoint. You know, you look at Surreal sitting on $100, Seot 1900, and I think NIP, they know that they have to deny Endpoint in any moment they can. Even in rounds that they're losing, if they can bring it down to a 2vx, a kind of a 1v1 that they lose, at least they've got themselves some financial damage dealt. But Crucial now on the big green. Wrinkle with an AWP in hand as well. And I think this fight is going to be one of which that leads for a lot of excitement between the two AWPers. I think both, they really know how to lead the lines of each side, and they don't shy away from a fight, don't shy away from an early peak. And I think right now, Crucial, the way he's playing, okay, yes, it's with a rifle, but he's playing with confidence. I think that's something that can always so heavily aid an AWPer in their endeavors. Just going for those kind of ridiculous peaks that you'd only be having if you've got that kind of 10-1, 10-0 mentality. Surreal, though, timing on the HE looks pretty good. Wrinkle chipped away at. I guess, luckily, it is on the big green. Not the end of the world. Again, though, NIP, they are opting for this mid-control, and Endpoint quite happily giving it up. I think they realise that we can burn all our utility trying to fight for middle, or we can just allow NIP to take this space. Obviously, it does allow NIP to kind of make those mid-round calls and change their decisions regarding their bomb site hits, but I think I like the discipline so far here from Endpoint. Surreal, nice final to Ujax. Jax now searching for Max. Timing's excellent for Jax. He will find Mighty Max Snappy taking down Seot, and it looks as though Jax wants to accelerate. Has got the AWP of Crucial to deal with. The missed shot from Crucial could be costly. Azu towards long doors finding. They are aware here that Azu still resides. Surreal rotating through middle. He's got to find this pick. He spotted the shadow. He's got the advantage. He will find the pick. Now onto the 2-on-2. Real Wrinkle still in the clutch though. Still yet to be having that impact with the AWP. But same said for Crucial. The missed shots from Crucial, so unfortunate, but it happens. Surreal creeping through CT. Jax. Oh, Jax just shy of spotting that. The AWP of Wrinkle put under a microscope, under pressure, but Jax in the clutch. Jax can do it. The time's on his side. He's just trying to delay. Surreal without a defuse kit. Jax doesn't have that knowledge, but Jax has won the round, and great 4K there from Jax. I think many would question, you know, Jax, look, is he the type of player you expect to be playing alongside this roster? Possibly not, but in a moment like that, you can clearly see why he's gone huge. He's had so much impact there in that round. And alone, look, this could be the turning point for NIP. I mentioned they've attempted to keep the finances of Endpoint somewhat slim. And right now, we're going to see somewhat of a mismanaged buy. You look at Seot's economy. He's going to be on MP9. Same with Surreal. We have still got the AWP out for Crucial, but we've got to have impact here for Crucial. Otherwise, NIP, you look at it, they get the second against an eco, they find 3, and with Dust 2 being a map that I think is far favoured on the CT currently. NIP, once again, they're opting for this mid control. It's the right approach. Seot finds one, but Snappy trades. Shush finds Max. And I think this is a clear indication of what Endpoint will be met with if they do try and fight for mid. Albeit they had weaker weapons, but NIP, it's clear of what they want to achieve here on the T side of Dust. Advantage here for NIP. Double setup here on Endpoint, but doesn't seem as though Wrinkle wants to progress. Right now, no one by his side. Azu seems like he wants to go hunting. Timing for Azu's perfect. He can back away. Such a cheeky way of attaining that leveled up gameplay. 3-on-3 now. Health and Snappy not perfect. Utility as well. Got enough for a site execute, but they're opting for this mid to be, and Crucial looks as though he wants to peek behind it. Snappy, though, will find this pick, and he could double down. Azu, though, again with a trade, and an elevated Surreal goes unnoticed. Can just back away. Shush now in the clutch, but taken down by Azu. Great round from Azuru here, finding 5 in total for Dust, but Endpoint continue. I don't think this was the outcome that many expected here. As I said though, Endpoint, their best chances of finding the series, they've got to take it in 2. They've got to kind of come out the gate swinging here on Dust, and they've done just that. Heavy half by here. I believe it's Snappy to be dropping over the AK to Shush. All posted up for Crucial, and that is that AK falling, and Crucial and Mighty Max. A lovely setup here in middle. The missed shot has cost Max his life, but doubt it means much as Sayot quick to pounce there towards top mid. Jax now. Done a nice clutch already. Was 4 kills within it, but not a 1v4. Not with a Tech 9, not without armor. Oh, Crucial. Although against an eco, he does well there. Timed the shot onto Jax. Bit unfortunate for Jax, but I don't think we really expected much to come through that. But look, already Endpoint. Worst case scenario, a 6-6 scoreline, and I think when you're against a team like NIP, you can only play the rounds in front of you. I think right now, Endpoint, they're not thinking about that all-important 13. It's just a question of, oh, can we get 7? Can we make it 8? Can we get, 9, 10 rounds? And I think once they get to kind of 11, 12 in total, then they can start thinking about the potential of winning the series. But right now, they've just got to play it map by map, round by round, and continue to play their game. I think right now, Endpoint's discipline has been excellent. Surreal. Rotating in middle again. 10 IP to retain this control. Cautious though. Oh, the shots from both. Crucial looks as though he wants to peek. Oh, timing for Crucial's excellent. Snappy falling. Reposition from Crucial as well. Holding for the boost. Jax. He's got the bomb. He is alone. If he finds Crucial, it's that kind of... It's the coin flip kill mentality where if you find this pick and you open up the bomb site and you can get it down, then it's absolutely excellent. But if you lose your life, you run the risk. Just though, will be the one to find Crucial. Interestingly, we saw Azu and Mighty Max look to take that control towards long, and while pushing through, they lose a lot of ground. They lose that rotation. Wrinkle now on the AWP. Gonna be flashed off the angle. Max. Oh, Max shouldn't be allowed to get 2 there. Jax has to get the trade. And with the amount of utility that Endpoint have got to work with, this could be perfect. But Sayot, he goes through the smoke without his teammates. Mighty Max in the clutch now, low HP. He's got 3 kills so far this round, but it's Shush. He's been spotted. Missed shots from Shush. It's all on Mighty Max, but the lack of health, the lack of time. And we will see Nip walk away with the round. I think if it's earlier in the round and we see that double push from Max and Azu, I think we call it as such a smart play, one of which is going to catch out NIP. But Crucial's already found a kill there towards short. I think Endpoint have got to realise that there's going to be either a form of acceleration here towards A, or they're going to do a mid to B split, but it's going to be quick. I don't think they really need to double push long there. I think if they were rotating, they'd be able to offer far more support, obviously, for Crucial. Max had full utility there, whether it's a flash to try and get him out, a smoke grenade, or just a molly to delay the pushes. I think it would have been the better option, but I think it's tough to make those split-second calls. Crucial now, though, naded the smoke, spots out Wrinkle, and Crucial's been excellent. 10 and 4 currently. You're just comparing the kills. Wrinkle's 3 and 9, Ujerk's 1 and 8. NIP still need warming into this one. Mighty Max back at the bomb site. Oh, he spotted plenty. Utility coming his way, but it's great from Max. He's able to get 1. Now it's all a question of what more he can find. Already keeping himself alive is excellent, but Snappy 1 versus 5, AWP in hand. Denied by Crucial. But Endpoint, an impressive CT side so far. And when facing off against weak investment in the next, certainly what they want. We can expect an 8-2 scoreline here. I like the idea from Snappy. I think the only way you're going to win around like that is you've got to kind of, I guess, well, you got to go for a crazy play. Again, we've got the scout. Heading to long, I think. The right approach here from NIP. I don't know whether Max will have spotted that, but Azu and Max, they seem certain. Utility coming over. Azu finding one as the flash pops. Nice entries here from Ujerks. And now it's all about whether they can cross, whether they can try and escape the claws and clutches of Crucial and Sayot. Wrinkle, he will get one with the scout there, but Sayot surely denies, surely takes him down. The nade. Been able to evade Wrinkle. I don't really know how he's still alive here. He had 2 rifles on the angle, but they are really struggling. Wrinkle, he's been given these fights. He's been given these opportunities. A Wrinkle 1 versus 3. And he gets it. Absolutely insane there from Wrinkle. But you see the 2 players in CT, both Surreal and Sayot. Wrinkle's out in the open. I don't really know how they've been able to take him down there. But crazy stuff that Wrinkle's been given those opportunities. I think for both Sayot and Surreal, they're torn between 2 minds. Do we look to fight him? Do we look to push? Or should we just play passive, wait for the plant? And that hesitation in their decision-making has cost them. And as I said, look, it should have been a guaranteed 8-2 scoreline. But with that invested scout winning it, NIP, they can salvage, I guess, the success story that is Endpoint CT side. If NIP can find these final 2, not a bad comeback whatsoever. Pistol round would level it up. Wrinkle. Sit up here, just waiting for someone to overstay their welcome on the A-bomb side, but it's going to be Max. Tempting to get up in the face here, and Max. Oh, we'll get one. Seen the AWPer as well. Wrinkle is in a really tough scenario now. Again, though, Endpoint going to be pushing this time, not giving him time to work with, but Wrinkle can secure a second. Surreal, though, towards the lower tunnels, gets one before the trade from Shush. A 2-on-2 here, a very winnable round here for Endpoint. Although they had weaker weapons and a bit of an awkward position, they brought it down to that 2-on-2. Azu and Sayot going to be doubling up there. I think it's the right approach. I think the problem that they face, they've got no defuse kit. Just the 1 smoke and so many questions to be asked. Look, Jax is playing at the back there at Plat. Shush hiding on the bomb site. Ooh, Jax has given up his position there. Obviously, he's gained the information they're both here, but still. The bomb 2/3 tick. Someone's got to look to get a bit more aggressive there from Sayot and Azu, but there's not really much they can do. They're so worried about that backplat position. NIP, though, they do find 4. Money for Endpoint, not great either. And look, I think Endpoint were looking very, very dominant here in this first half. I feel like they had a really, really good idea of what they wanted to achieve on this CT side. Kind of play a little bit more together. A little bit more of kind of bomb site, less for middle. The plan was working really, really well, but you see rounds like that Scout 1v3, it can't be happening. It's completely upset the flow here of Endpoint CT side. Not only the rounds, but also the finances. And now look, we've got Deagles, we've got MP9s. We've got 3 smokes and a flashbang as all the utility. Azu. There's so much damage there from the Molotov. And now a decision's got to be made by Endpoint. I think a gamble stack's their only way in. I think retaking without a defuse kit, without the util, without the rifles is going to be too tough of a struggle. So I think the right call is for a gamble. Max, though, trying to gain some valid information. Wrinkle will find him, and now Crucial realizing, well, I'm trapped between short and long. I've got to pick somewhere. Got to make a decision. Surreal, still in CT. Great HE grenade there. Onto Azu, drops him down to 1 HP. I think we all know where this round's going, although Azu finds the flying MP9, Jax and Snappy to close it out. NIP find 5. From what started as a very one-sided game on Dust, you know, you look back, it was a 6-1 scoreline. The fact it's ended 7-5, Endpoint are going to be very disappointed with that. Albeit they've won the half here against NIP on NIP's map pick, but I think in the same regard, they have to understand that it was such a good start. It was kind of a fairy tale story. If they were able to somehow 2-0 and take NIP's map pick, it could have been absolutely excellent, and this CT side is where it could have began, but allowing NIP back in, allowing them to find 5, I feel like Endpoint are going to be very disappointed, and quite rightly. Now the big pistol here, NIP. It's their opportunity to reclaim some lost ground. Aggression towards short, though. It's Max. Early on the score sheet. Surreal as well, finding Snappy. Again, it's Endpoint looking clinical on the pistol. Max still lurking in the middle. Still waiting for Jax to overextend, and there it is. Assuming that the main brunt and everyone on Endpoint would be progressing onto the bomb site, but Max, very disciplined there. And Shush now in a 1 versus 4, where the main goal is just to save this Kevlar. Obviously, if he does save, can invest in a FAMAS. Might kind of change the determining factor of the force, but we'll find Max. I think the escape plan for Shush has become a bit more of a battle now. Got to fight his way out. He won't have spotted Azu. Yet to take any damage. Oh, there it is. So no easy upgrade to head armor. Still, they're finding 3 kills. I believe that can be an M4 invested now. So I think the errors of searching for Shush could be seen in the next. Obviously, if NIP decide to force. Yeah, he's got enough money for an M4. He's dropped it, in fact. Which I actually don't mind. It just allows a player to get full head armor. There's no chance of anyone running them down with a MAC-10. It will be Wrinkle, the one wielding. Again, though, we're seeing NIP look for these force buys, and obviously that was what kind of started Endpoint's success on the CT side, the unnecessary force buys, and hopefully for NIP, it will be victorious in this one. Otherwise, I think we'll be saying similar statements. Wrinkle now, found by the MAC-10. The M4 yields not. Ujux now back at the bomb site. Deagle in hand. Hopes of finding plenty. Stuck towards Goose now is Wrinkle. There is a molly and nade on Surreal. Could just use utility to deal with him, but Ujux will be the one to swing. Crucial finding. Snappy now towards long. A 5-7. Not the best of weapons. And now to wait for Sayot. A save here has to be done. There's no gain. NIP will never get this retake. So I think if they can save these weapons into the next, if Snappy can find Sayot, they've got another round of doing it. But again, it's a round in which we see the force buy. And the main operative part of it, that rifle that's been dropped over from Shush finding nothing. Snappy now, though. 5-7 in hand. Goes down to Surreal. It's unfortunate. Max now. Max is kind of questioning where that M4's gone. Obviously, they killed it towards shore, but still searching. 9 though for Endpoint. 5 survivors. Finance is on the rise, and they've got 4 rifles. It's not as though when they're next against the investment of NIP, they're going to be scrambling. With the casualty as well of Snappy. I think there's really not much to fight with. I think Jax has got to play a little bit more on the front foot in this round. He's got to look for kind of an early scout shot. Maybe an attempt to reclaim a weapon, give them a chance. But Certainly not an easy scenario to be in. Ooh, Wrinkle with a double there on the USP. That's the bomb drop. Somehow, NIP is the kind of most unexpected of weapons to find the double. Now on the Deeg, the final 3 players of Endpoint still in middle. Max can reclaim one of those drop rifles. I love this. I love the proactive nature of NIP here. They send so many bodies towards short, taking those fights, and now, instantly in the backlines, this is something that Endpoint are not going to be prepared for, and I like it from Ujax. Ooh, I really thought Ujax would have a bit more discipline there. I thought the reason he was waiting was for the Deagle. Obviously, the USP in the backline isn't going to have that full effect, but I thought that the only reason he was waiting for was the Deeg. But now it's Azu, a 1 versus 3 hit. Oh, and it's Shush's AK to find. NIP, they win the round, but it's the USP of Wrinkle that creates the most problems. Such an error there for Endpoint. I think when you look at it, you know, playing towards middle there on the T side, when you know you're against the scout, you know you're going to be against some pistols, maybe not the best option. Because the crunch from tunnels, the crunch from short, and the scout firing pot shots in mid is going to be the usual decision there from the CTs. I think, although a gambly call and maybe a bit of a risky one, I would have just liked to see them shift up long. I think play a little bit more as a pack. Don't really allow them to isolate those fights. As I said though, with Endpoint having 5 alive on the full buy against the Force, finances are looking strong. They've got enough to bring out 5 AKs, full utility. But this is the true test here for Endpoint. A loss here allows NIP back in the game. And the flip side for NIP. Without victory, it could be disastrous. It could be Endpoint finding, 11, 12 rounds here with plenty more remaining. Snappy. Edge of the smoke here, waiting, hoping for one of the Endpoint players to go guessing through the smoke. The discipline shown from Endpoint here continues on from their CT side. Snappy. Reposition now, waiting. Azu and Sayot. This is the bomb carrier here. Snappy, if he somehow can get 2, problems really will be seen here. Shush now, he's got to do so much work, but Surreal finds him. He dropped into CT. Ujax now, same position to Shush has fallen. But crucial finding Ujax. Snappy falling to Azu. With 3 defenders on the A-bomb site there, but the intricate nature of Endpoint's execute has caught off NIP quite massively. Surreal just dropping through the smokes. We see Azu and Sayot so late and long, and I think that's what catches out Snappy. The Endpoint, they get themselves a 10th. Very comfortable. Saved AWP from Wrinkle's going to be key, though. Shush has got enough money to invest. Jax can drop one over to Ujax. Snappy. We know Snappy can usually be the one who's happy to drop down to the FAMAS, to the MP9, to facilitate the utility for his side. So, keeping both these players alive is going to be key. Gives them another go at it. But again, it's Endpoint. It's Endpoint being victorious with 5 survivors. In the rounds and the force buys that NIP lost on their T side, they still got a couple casualties. They've still got a couple kills, bringing it down to these 1v2s, 1v3s, where you're trying to obstruct the finances. Yet for Endpoint, that's 2 rounds now on their T side that they've had 5 survivors. And And even if NIP want to attempt to come back, they've got to put up a little bit more resistance. You look at that A-site defense. Not a single kill there. Azu, though, progressing through the smoke. Snappy was what he was hoping for in the last. Yeah, yet now not expecting in this one. And with that opening kill, with that advantage, NIP, they've got a question to ask. Look, we're going to take a risk. We're going to send Jax up mid, but Jax has got to find something. Wrinkle spotted on the back of the bomb site. The jiggle there seemed a little deeper, but Azu's still surviving. NIP spotted plenty here towards A, but happy to just rotate across. It's the right call. Trying to get Wrinkle in the action, or at least as close to it as possible. The problem is, Jax is going to progress it. He's going to look for a flank. It's all going to be about timing, but Azu best thing. 2-man advantage now for Endpoint. And now what do you do if you're NIP? Do you go for a bit of a gambled defense, or do you look for the save? Neither will be achieved. Great double there from Sayot. And now it's just a utility to try and create some chaos. Bomb goes down on A. Shush is kind of questioning, well, look, they weren't towards the A bomb site. We saw a late lurk there from Azu in middle. The rest of the guys are, in fact, towards B. Yeah. Endpoint quick to change their decisions, and Shush now, he's getting hunted. Look at the mini-map. There's nowhere for him to go. He's got to fight his way out. Falling to Surreal, and Endpoint continue. Endpoint 11-6 now. Ujerks, though, he's had a really, really troublesome game. 3-16. Not the performance you want to be showing in such a vital game. You know, with this being the winner's game. Really don't want to be falling flat here. Again, we've got this scout in play. NIP, they're hoping for some form of success. They're hoping for something to go their way again. It was a Wrinkle 1 versus 3 that converted around like this before. And that's the type of play that's going to be needed. But not too easy to replicate a magic moment like that. Snappy. Aggressing towards long. Shush found from Crucial. That's the scout falling. Bested by its big brother of the AWP. Crucial. Searching for more. A little late there. Jax catches him out there, and that can be an AWP retrieved. Azu, though, ready and waiting, wanting to deny the big green retrieval. He is getting flanked upon. The problem is whether we'll see that flank have much impact, because Snappy finds him now, but the bomb site can be taken, util can be dropped, and the B bomb site, infamous for its difficulties regarding retakes. And without a defuse kit and without much utility, it's going to be very difficult. But the HE grenade, oh, so close to finding Max. Snappy gets one. Surreal, though. Instant trade, and now it's on the scout of Wrinkle. We've seen him with a big moment here with the scout beforehand. It was against Surreal, but not in this one. Surreal denies. Endpoint fine 12. And now, 6 opportunities here for Endpoint to take away NIP's map pick. And look, Endpoint, they would have gone into this series with plenty of queries. You know, look, Vertigo being removed from the active duty or the active map pool here. Vertigo being their strongest map. And I feel like for Endpoint, you know that every game that they play before they feel comfortable bringing train in, they're just going to feel like the game's against them. It was a map that they was just so comfortable dominating on. They had like a 70% win rate on it, but such a strong arrow taken out of their quiver, but it matters not right now. Dust 2. Maybe let's make that their main map, because currently they're looking excellent. And we talk about statistics. We say that, look, Endpoint, this is their worst map on paper, but I think it's not so important. Especially when this is the performance they're showing. You know, you look at Surreal, 17-8. Mighty Max. For a player who's not always that kind of high-octane individual, he's putting up numbers as well. Everyone having big moments, but Ujerk's a player that hasn't had them, needs to go huge. Flashed in here. It will be Jax to find Seot, though. Man advantage for NIP. All a ruse, though. Surreal's crept his way in CT. The remaining Endpoint players creeping up short. And Surreal is going to be such an unknown here. As is Ujerk's, though. They cross paths, both Surreal and Ujerk's. And now the questions to be asked. Ujerk's will get one. Deals the damage onto Crucial as well. And Surreal, this whole round was conditioned on his teammates in short having that impact. But with all three of them falling, now Surreal in a very difficult scenario. He's got so many players to find. It's a 1 versus 5. Dropped down to 28 points of health. And Shush on the flank will take him down. Again, though, Endpoint with 5 opportunities. It's going to be so tough. And look, Endpoint, they realise the unique position they're in. Not many teams, when against the side of NIP, would expect to have such a lead. And that's why we're seeing this tactical pause. Ensuring that they do cross the finish line, that it doesn't go to overtime. They've got to make sure they find victory here on Dust, because although Mirage is such an asset for Endpoint in the past, it's something that they know that this NIP side will be so well drilled upon. Again, though, we resume. Endpoint, 5 opportunities. Every round that they're unable to attain, though, you have to imagine the pressure increases. Early shot here coming from Crucial, attempting to deal with Ujerk's. Risky behaviour there from Ujerk's, but I don't mind it. A cheeky way to find the opener to deal with Crucial from top middle. And although shots through the smoke can come back to bite you, I like the creative idea that if it panned out, we'd be praising him. Endpoint again, opting for a very slow playstyle here. It's one of which we're used to. Operating with the idea that their opponents will be the ones to make these mistakes. Surreal, quick check on the right side of the doors. Ujerk's, no utility here. And Ujerk's with many questions. Are they going to be going for this mid to B? Do I need to reposition? My teammate of Shush is so far away. I've got so much work to do. And now we'll be swinging. Ujerk's can get 2. Excellent there from Ujerk's. Gives the advantage and a hefty one as well. Jax now. Jump spotting. Sight's not. Azu spamming through the smoke. And oh, this is so awkward. Jax, he progresses through. Doesn't check on Crucial. And in doing so, loses his life. Seot. Oh, he's heard the steps in top middle. But Snappy still finds him. And Crucial's trapped. Shush finds Azu. And a 1 versus 3 for Crucial needed. But NIP victorious once again. And although Ujerk's has had such a tough game, you have to say it's a good round there from him. Denying any chances to take mid control. Shush would have been in such a terrible position there. He would have had 4 progressing through window and door. And obviously the late lurk coming from tunnels in Kedjot. But the fact that Ujerk's is able to get 2 there, absolutely excellent. Pistols in play here for Endpoint. Somewhat of a guaranteed round for NIP. Although the round success should be certain, keeping as many players alive is going to be the big difference maker here for NIP. They can't have casualties. They can't kind of restrict their own finances for unnecessary aggression. Now, we will be seeing aggression here towards Long. Snappy. I go down here. He's trapped in car. He's going to get spammed through. And Snappy is the first to fall. Azu. Oh, I really like this from Endpoint. They've opted to just stay silent. Oh, how has Wrinkle gone down there? The shots from Surreal in pit. 2 bullets removing Wrinkle. And he gets the headshot onto Ujax as well. What is going on here? This is an eco round. This was a couple pistols at best. And we're seeing so many players fall here. Sayot going to be on a late lurking shore. Ujax. Oh, it's all going to be about timing here for Sayot, but he finds him. It's a 4 versus 2. Weaponry can be retrieved. Picking up the bomb's going to be difficult. Getting it onto the bomb site even harder. And now Jackson CT. He's done some heavy lifting. Azu attempting to cross. He has got the bomb. Shush now will find him. Azu can take him down though. And it's all on Jax. And it's an eco round. Somehow Endpoint victorious in the least expected way. But Surreal, the P250 from pit there. If we can get a replay, I'd love to see it. Because he's 2-bulleted Wrinkle. He's done the same to Ujax. What are you meant to do against that? It's a round that Nipper guaranteed to win. Albeit, you can forgive Snappy falling there. I think getting taken down where he's got no help. He's got 5 players pushing him. Realistically, there's not really much Snappy can do. But look, I think right there, how is that the round that Endpoint do it? They struggle with the full buys in 2 occasions. And then when it's just a pistol, somehow it works. Absolutely insane scenes. But look, what a performance from Endpoint. As I said, Endpoint, their best chances to find victory in the series is with a 2-0 affair. And they've taken NIP's map pick of dust. Now, obviously, they head to Mirage. Not only is it Endpoint's selection, but it's a map of which they've looked very, very good at. And we have many, many questions to ask of how NIP are going to perform. But what an excellent performance there from Endpoint. What an excellent game from Surreal as well. And I think that final round highlights it. But we are going to be heading to Mirage in a matter of moments, but beforehand, we will be jumping to a break.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to be heading into the action on Mirage in a matter of moments. But look, it was an incredible performance from Endpoint. You know, you look at the start of the game, it was that 6-1 scoreline. Okay, yes, NIP, they brought it back. They brought it back 7-5. And I think that's where alarm bells would have started to ring there for Endpoint. I think realistically, they had a really strong performance. You expected Endpoint maybe to falter under that pressure, maybe NIP to warm into the game. But when push came to shove, we really saw the key pieces for Endpoint really stepping up. Obviously, we saw big moments from Surreal, and I think that was amplified by that final eco round where with the P250 he was able to find so much damage, so much impact. Obviously, Azu crucial having big moments as well. But look, this is now time for the individuals of this NIP side to really step up. Obviously, Mirage, it's a map played and known by all. It's not as though it's going to be any team's kind of insta-ban or anything like that. And I think when you've got players like Snappy, like Jax, who've been obviously around the scene for what feels like forever. Same with Shush, actually. You know, you think of how long Shush has been playing for Heroic and the achievements he's got there. So I feel like these players clearly have so much experience. I think it's just the synergy that's going to be lacking. And look, you know, you look at this roster, okay, yeah, it's stacked. It's newly formulated. You know, this is the third map they're playing together. This is the second series that they're playing together. So I think that's something that a lot of people need to take into account. It's not as though this is an NIP that are 3-4 months into the project and are kind of being bested by Endpoint. You know, this is still very newly formulated. So I think right now you can see the individual brilliance of these NIP players, but I think it's just their identity and what they want to achieve in rounds and what they want to achieve in games still hasn't been ironed out. Like, we saw it from Endpoint. Their CT side, it was a lot of discipline, not fighting for middle, wanting to kind of play a little bit more about the bomb sites. And then obviously on Endpoint's T side, defaults, running down the clock, creating some chaos with late lurks. And I feel like the longer that this NIP side play together, the longer that this team have to kind of work with one another, we will see them kind of gain a bit more of an identity and have a better understanding while playing alongside one another. But look, into it we go. Pistol round here, Endpoint on the T side. Big moment for NIP, their chance to establish some dominance, right the wrongs of Dust 2. And I'm loving the way that this pistol's playing out. We see the contact made in middle. It's all a ruse. It's for these players to emerge out of Palace. And again, it is a pistol round of which Endpoint look exceptional. It's clear that Endpoint has spent many, many hours working on their pistols because it just seems so perfect. They just make their opponents look so silly. It's the idea of taking that control, taking that kind of contact towards middle, forcing the players in short, in connector to rotate through, and there is no way they're prepared for that 3-man Palace pop. But absolutely exceptional stuff here from Endpoint. They start their T side brilliantly. Now we see the investment from NIP once again. It's the force buys. It's the continual investments here. NIP, they did it in both pistols that they lost, obviously, on Dust. They're doing it here again on Mirage. It's clear that it's a part of their game plan. And look, we can see successes from it, but time and time again, I'm so hesitant about ideas of these force buys and sometimes how they can go so wrong. But look, NIP, as I'm discrediting the idea, they provide absolute excellence. The bomb is here towards B, but Snappy gets a freebie. It's all on Max, but the flank from short of Wrinkle denies. And look, NIP, 4 survivors, rifles retrieved. A great bounce back. And potentially Mirage. Maybe NIP are a little bit more warmed up, and that's why they do have that it factor about them. But 3-man swing top mid. There was 3 players from Endpoint. Although they did get hit by the nade, there's no real reason as to why the MP9s are besting the AKs at that range. Ujax, nice find in middle, takes down Max. Surreal, Deagle in hand, fighting Shush, and oh, that's unfortunate for Shush. Don't really know what you're meant to do if you're Shush, I feel like. Certainly happens. I think the problem that we might see for NIP, though, is we know for Ujerks and Aristos, when playing under Saw, they didn't play all too much of Mirage. You know, Aristos has got 5 maps of it on HLTV. Oh, instead of talking about the stats, let's talk about the round, because Sayot lighting things up. It's a 1 versus 4. Sayot 1v4! How has that been made possible? I was yammering about Mirage and how maybe Ujux might not be ready for it. Just anticipating the easiest 4v1 for NIP. And we see it come out from Sayot. I have to say, NIP, they've got to rethink things here. We see the early peak from Ujux. You can kind of forgive it. Just they're offering up 1v1s, but Sayot, it's just too easy. 4 bullets, 4 kills there. And take a pause and take a bow, because that was Sayot's moment. And Endpoint now, although silenced against the Force, they provide brilliance on the Deagle. And it's this man to do it. An absolutely exceptional round for Sayot. He's had a great game as well. And look, this is just going to be the beginning of how his Mirage goes. Sayot, when he was introduced to this Endpoint roster, we saw him playing towards BAPS on the CT side. He was so heavily undervalued. As we'll see with Endpoint CT side, it's now Max playing there. Sayot's got a lot more freedom here. And I think when Sayot's given freedom on a map like Mirage, things can become so difficult. So I think the many teams that could be facing Endpoint in the future, have a look at Mirage, have a look at Sayot, and question whether it's worth the decision. Whether it's worth to let them pick it. Because this is not a one-off performance. This is not Sayot having the odd game on Mirage. He will continue here. Jax needs to get the trade, as he will get wrinkled though beforehand. Sayot falls to Jax. Again, it seems like we're in a bit of a force by war. Ujax with the rifle. He's got to go huge. Got to go nuclear. Still from stairs. Max creeping. Shush. Has been sighted, but a kill's found. And now it begs the question. Look, Surreal, 1 versus 4. Surely we can't see another. I think he's disconnected. Well, you'd assume so. Yeah. Well, unlucky for Surreal. Around the... Bit of an interesting one. We are kind of in that continual force by war. As expected, we do see the round go the way of NIP there. No 1v4 chance, as we did see the disconnect. But still, I'm still somewhat lost for words at that Sayot round. I think NIP, the fact they do best Endpoint again, it just means their CT side could be such a struggle, because we are going to be seeing this force by war. And as it continues, it will just kind of create some difficulties for the CT side. But it seems as though Surreal has rejoined. Connectivity issues no longer. But NIP, they did it with weak weapons in round number 2. They've done it with weak weapons in round number 4. It's Endpoint's turn. Surreal now on the D. Could be some Palace aggression. Sayot, he's been gifted a rifle. And certainly the right man for the job. Mighty Max will get one. Ujux though doubles. Jax as well from short. Great there from NIP. They swing as well from under. And it's on Surreal. It's another 1 versus 4 attempt. This time he's not just disconnected, but NIP, they steady the ship. We will see them take the lead and to be against the Glocks in the next. But already in this series, we've seen a full eco victory with a P250 invested by this man. So we certainly can always see some upsets, some crazy moments. But Ujax right now, looking good, 8-3. Certainly hasn't let the disappointment of map 1 affect his mentality. And disappointment, certainly the word. 6-19. Not to say that he was the main reason, but look, Shush was the only player positive, 18-13. And we didn't see the most from Wrinkle, Snappy, Jax. You know, I think right now, you look at that Dust game and you sweep it under the rug. You forget about it, because You can't let stuff like that affect you. Who jerks in window? Who jerks? Bit of a laboured spray, but enough to deal the damage, enough to get the kills, and crucial. Couple kills is found here for Endpoint, but bit of a lead gained. A 2-round buffer here for NIP. On that CT side, they are on the preferred side here, with it being Endpoint's map pick. But look, for NIP to kind of lose dust in a fairly dominant fashion, and if they take Mirage, I think it really leaves some question marks for Endpoint, because as I said, Endpoint's best and kind of only route is to do it in 2. I think as the series goes on, that's where not only will NIP feel a little bit more warmed up, a little bit more confident, but we know what sort we're able to provide on a map like Anubis, and a lot of the time we'd be looking at who jerks for it. Sayot though, this is the man with the Deagle 1v4. Nice double there. Great finds, and it leaves this space for Max, Crucial, and Azu to traverse their way up connector. Flashbang being thrown from Azuwu. Blinding Jax. Oh, Jax does find Mighty Max. Snappy takes down Crucial. It's now on Azu and Surreal. A 2 versus 2 now. It is going to be this A play, though. Already the bomb site taken. Launching the triple here. And Wrinkle now posted up on the angle. Aware here of Azu's position, but Azuwu doesn't need to move. I think the longer he stays, the less likely they expect it. Wrinkle spam. Got a very good understanding. Surreal here now towards CT. He's got to swing for Snappy. He's got to find this pick. Awkward swing from Surreal and Snappy finding. Now on Azuwu. He's got to take this fight. Successful in Wrinkle. And he's trying to play the clock. The smoke lands on the bomb. And Snappy, it is the tap. Azu going knife out in the smoke. But as the time ticks, Snappy's got a decision to be made. And it will be the save. Azu, although he gets the idea of it wrong by sitting in the smoke, Snappy, confused and unable to attain the kill and the defuse. So Endpoint, they will win that one. Great finds here though from Sayot. An important trade in window, but we see this kind of awkward fight. Unfortunate there for Max, really. After this kill comes through for CT, though, Azu's in such a difficult position. And for Wrinkle, he was so sure that he was in triple. And then, obviously, when Azu's going to be swinging, when he's going to be looking for the fight in the 1 versus 2, that's when Wrinkle kind of just denies any chances of that. But with an Endpoint victory, finances for NIP, not perfect. They've got the AWP on Wrinkle. A liberty that Endpoint would love to have currently. Mac 10 on Max. Are we going to see a bit of a speedy play? Early utility towards middle. Again, NIP. It's what we saw on their Dust 2. It's what we're going to see on Mirage as well. It's the idea of them wanting to take this mid control. Whether it's the T side, whether it's the CT side. I think it's the right call. I think NIP, they've been able to take it so comfortably, but now, tasked with dealing with this A site hit. Surreal. He's heard Jax. He's going to be aware that it could be multiple here on the bomb site. Surreal here spamming. Azu and Sayot attempting to take control here towards B apartment. Snappy will have heard the shots there connecting. Crucial finding Jax, just trading. So much work here for Crucial. And this is the problem with that 2-3 split. I don't really know what the game plan was. You know, if we saw both, I believe, what Azu and Sayot make their way towards under, then you'd understand it. But it's the fact they're playing in B apartments. I see no real reason for it. Sayot creeping through under. 53 HP combined on these remaining Endpoint players. Sayot kind of had to find that kill. Very quick needed, but 30 seconds left. Money's pretty poor. I think a save from Endpoint's understandable. Not to say they're going to invest in the next, though. Finances are a bit awkward, so I don't really know what the game plan here. Maybe a heavy half around these 2 save weapons with the hope that they can win it, but it's just going to keep their finances a little bit difficult coming into round number 10. So I don't really know what's going to happen here, but I'm sure Endpoint will shed some light to that question in a matter of moments.
Counter-terrorists win.
Interestingly, though, when you look at Endpoint and you look at their win rates regarding siding here, they do perform quite well on the T side here in Mirage. A 55% win rate on the T side. It is their CT side in which they are within the red. I think right now, if NIP can secure 7, maybe even 8, that's where they'll be in a really, really confident position. But it is the force here, Endpoint. They've got the Tech 9s around the 2 save rifles. Max sending the util here for Endpoint to claim middle. The problem I have with this from Endpoint is they don't really have the util. They're going to have to take this super slow. Tech 9 connecting to Ujerks. Jack's the low HP as well. And Azu, the late lurking window. An important find. They can look to creep their way through B. Azu's in such an advantageous position. Crucial as well in ladder. Right now, Endpoint actually, they don't need to progress onto a bomb site. They can just wait for NIP to make a mistake. And here comes said mistake. Snappy firing here to window. Azu. He's crept back. Break of the vent there in ladder indicates it could be this B play. Minimal time here. We've got the rifles here towards short. They've got to go at some point. I don't really know what the game plan is. Sail now. Sail with a great find. Deals with Shush. Trying to pull some rotations. There's 21 seconds remaining and Max is jumping down into under. He's called that the B bomb site's clear. Or the A bomb site's clear, sorry. Snappy now could cause so much chaos. Max now needs to try and get the bomb down. There's 10 seconds. There's nowhere safe to plant, but Azu keeps him alive. Bomb going down now. It looked as though the B play was somewhat certain. But with Sail finding that pick onto the A bomb site and claiming some control, we see Endpoint look for that last second change. It has worked well for Endpoint, but you have to imagine if Snappy finds that kill onto Mighty Max, the round is over. It's tough. I think NIP, we saw the positioning. We saw one on the A bomb site already was Wrinkle kind of posted up in CT. Kind of the anticipation that it's going to be this B play. We've doubled up on the B bomb site. We're going to have these faster rotations. I think it's a good call. But as I said, look, Max, he's a type of in-game leader that can read a game so well. And I think this is a pure example of it. Look, we saw one on the B bomb site. We know there's going to be a second. Obviously, contact was made from a player in market, which makes you believe there's at least 2 there. And when the short players don't find anyone aggroing, they've got an even better understanding. Okay, well, then it's going to be a double bomb site play. Our short players are going to struggle to find them. We could lose bomb here. Let's make our way down to under instead, because Seot's just opened things up on A. And even if Seot goes down, I've got Azu by my side to hold short. I've got 2 teammates close in ladder that can kind of hold off for those late rotations eventually. I really like the late round call there from Endpoint, although it has that risk factor. I guess they just don't want to lose the bomb there, and it's the right call. Endpoint again now, though. They've got an opportunity to break the finances of NIP and create some real problems. Crucial now on the big green. Crucial. The problems with finances here for Endpoint have denied Crucial getting the AWP out, and look, you can see he's 2 and 7. A clear reason as to why he is struggling is fighting without that premium weapon. Shush now needs to be careful. The AWP is close by. Wrinkle. We've got such heavy mid presence here from NIP. We've got 2 towards top con. Wrinkle in window. Jax as well here. Max will get 1. Oh, Jackson Shush swinging through, and this has got to be the go call here for A. They've got to make their way out, but the kills are still being seen here from the CTs. It's all on Crucial, but NIP, I love the team play there. It's the triple swing in mid, the triple swing towards A. Absolutely brilliant. Big round from NIP. As said, Endpoint victory there would have caused a bit of problems. It's going to be that 5-5, money broken. I love it from Endpoint though. They've opted for a lot of discipline here throughout. Now they are going for some speed. What an HE grenade, and now Shush repositions, but Wrinkle's peak keeps him alive. Shush found by Surreal. Still though, another HE to come, and although Snappy loses his life, he gets one in the process. Crucial falling, and NIP, they deal with the ramp rush effectively. Eco to be seen here now from Endpoint, but actually it's the last round of play. They opted for the full buy, but sadly can't be done. Endpoint now, they're going to have weak weapons in this final round. Jax, he's been so key here for NIP. 10-4 currently. I feel like some of the big rounds as well that NIP found there towards on Dust 2 was because of Jax as well. A lot of people would be discrediting Jax when you look at this lineup, but he has had some really big moments. Nice find though. Wrinkle falling. Ujerks towards top middle. A Deagle is the sidearm to deny Crucial. A 3-on-3 now with both Sail and Azu low HP. Again though, they're going to look for this boost play surely. Get a deep player in window. Shush. Creeps into middle. Ooh, neither player taken down, but a lot of damage inflicted to both. Surreal still spotted. Jax. Oh, great pre-fire there from Surreal. Identifying that Jax is always going to look for that one. Shush now. Promising position. We'll get one. Reposition from Shush is instant. Snappy now on a flank as well. Going to be regressing through under 30 seconds on the clock. Endpoint. The decision to be made, but Snappy, as he creeps on out, Surreal will be an easy pick here. Sail will be found by Shush. Nice round from Shush that, even while on low HP, identifying he's got to be the one to find these kills in middle. He's got to be the first one to strike, allow Snappy to be that flank. Big half though. NIP with some really required rounds. And as I said, Endpoint, a lot of the time they favour the T side here on Mirage, and the fact that NIP have won the CT side and they've won it convincingly, they've got that 4-round buffer. Pistol round could determine things here. NIP, if victorious, you expect they could be in that kind of 10-4 scoreline, but actually both teams, they do like to look to force here. So I think we're expecting a force regardless of which side does win, but NIP, it's going to be a B play. Shush with the utility. Mighty Max playing behind. Drops down now. Not been taken down. Eventually it's Wrinkle. Azu rotating in though, finds him. Azu, it's got to go huge here, but Jack's deleting. Crucial 2-10, really struggling. Could be a confidence round here for Crucial, but with Snappy prepared, the venom of Crucial's flank has gone. Just now, we'll find Sail. Snappy finds Crucial, and it's all in Surreal, but surely just a save. As I said, Endpoint love to go for these forces after. With the loss of the pistol, Surreal would love to keep some money in the bank. Keep this full Kevlar and bring out a FAMAS, but with Shush's kill, I really wonder what Endpoint are going to do here now. Because they've got no real assets heading into this round. It's not as though they've got 2 players saving or, you know, even just the 1. Big pistol, though, from NIP. I believe that being the first pistol round that NIP have won here. One for 4, but the pistol round that matters is taken. And look, Endpoint's biggest problem there on their T side was all the rounds they won, all that was achieved, found in isolation. They're not able to bring finances into next rounds and whatnot. It was just a bit of a struggle for Endpoint, but NIP, they've looked excellent here on Mirage. Nice entries there onto A as well. With it just being the eco from Endpoint, we don't really expect much. Central miscommunication there. NIP seemed somewhat sure of themselves that as a player tuck ticket, but no. Max. Not even a bullet connecting to Snappy, and with the Mac 10, he's made some money there. NIP now. They find double digits, 3 away from taking Mirage, and map trading can be seen here. Obviously, with the third and final map of the series being Anubis, it leads for a very, very exciting finish. And the way in which NIP are playing, it's clear that they've warmed up into this game now. It's clear that they're kind of feeling themselves a lot more confident now. So Endpoint have got to show so much resistance here on the CT side. Look, 6 in a row just to level up the game. Steps heard here. Shush from Palace jumping out, progressing into a Molotov. Crucial here towards Sandwich. It's clearly not communicated though. He's able to get a second. The entries are key here though. They keep this round possible. Max and Surreal to be rotating in. Max has had a pretty tough game as well. Snappy attempt to the bomb plant here. Max probably could have denied, but opts against it. Utility picked up here from Snappy. It's going to be so key. Although missed, they have smoked off an important part. Problem is, all 3 retaken from CT. No defuse kit here. Endpoint need to hurry things along now. Only 20 seconds now. Ujarks with a nice find. Snappy towards Tetris. And Azu really going to struggle. He's low HP. Snappy spotted him. And Snappy, the reposition, the missed shots, but he will find it. NIP, another round found. And now they cruise ever closer to victory here on Mirage. 11-4. Endpoint. They were flying high on dust. Now on their playground, they seem lost. 4 rounds is all that's been found so far. But as I said, look, NIP, it's going to take them time to warm into the series. And that they have. Jax. He's been so key here, so effective in NIP's current winning form here. Oh, nice find there from Azu. Not really much you can do if you're Ringle. And again, seems like Azu might go for a second bite. Azu. It's the opener here in this round. Snappy close by, aware of Azu's position, and Snappy to jump out of connector. Nothing Azu can do there, so unexpected. Sail falling as well, and that's the A-bomb site open. NIP, though, still playing with a real effort of discipline, ensuring not to throw weaponry away. They've got the knowledge that they cannot allow the Endpoint players any possibilities, and kind of Sail's fault. You know, when you lose a 4 versus 1 in a game so early on, it just forces a side to show far more discipline, far more respect. Because if another round like that's lost for NIP, a real head-scratching moment. But Jax will find Mighty Max, and Jax Looks as though he wants more. Crucial. A nice position here. Jax. Oh, Jax seems prepared. The pre-aim. A Crucial quicker. Endpoint though. Now backs against the wall. Giving up 12. 8 rounds in a row needed. I've seen it done before though from this Endpoint side. A game on Ancient. I think they were, I want to say they were 11 rounds down and they brought it back, or at least 10. So very rarely am I so hesitant or so kind of lacking in confidence for a victory here. NIP with 8 opportunities. They should take this, but Crucial is on the AWP. Crucial's taking so much damage already. They know he's trapped towards stairs. Sayot, he spotted the shadow of one and somewhat aware of Jax. But Jax, a quick kill. Jax now looking for another, but Crucial on the bomb site will find Azu. An important pick onto Snappy, but Shush's Molotov spreads. Or in fact, Ujak's Molotov spreads. It's Shush on the rifle there to find. 3 on 2. If Surreal goes down, it is round over, surely. And he does fall. Now all on Mighty Max. Bomb to be planted now. He's got an opponent towards short. One in connector. And the last of Ujak's on the bomb site. But Shush not going to push. No need to move from this position. Max seems aware of it. Max has to find this kill. But although he's aware, he's not going to be expecting so late in this round. Oh, Shush has spotted him. And there it is, 13-4. NIP, they right the wrongs of Dust. They pick up the pieces here on Mirage and Anubis. The final outcome of the series. A great response, though, from NIP. As said, though, look. Dust 2 was so key for Endpoint if they wanted their chance at victory. They moved to Mirage, a map they know so well, a map that now you'd say would be their favoured with the removal of Vertigo. And although they get the vetoes and they kind of, I guess you could say, win the vetoes, sadly not winning that second map, but it's excellent from NIP. I think, look, any game you see a 13-4, especially when it's on your opponent's map pick, you know the individuals have been so excellent. And I think a player that I think usually goes under the radar in many games that he's playing on, but I'd have to say Jax had a really good game there. T-side and the CT. Obviously, Ujerks playing from window there on the CT side was so effective. Dealt with any mid-aggression so comfortably. But look, Anubis, it is going to be the final map of the series. It is going to be an exciting one. And I think many now confident in the side of NIP after that victory there on Mirage. But as said, Anubis, an exciting final battleground between these two teams. Even after the victory there for Endpoint on Dust, I feel like many are going to be a little worried for Endpoint now, as it seems the individuals on the NIP side are looking far better. You just have to take into account, you look at that first map, Ujerks, as I said, he was, what, 6-19, now looking far, far better. But obviously, Anubis underway in a matter of moments, but beforehand, we will be jumping to a break. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to be heading into that third and final map of Anubis. And look, we've had an exciting set of maps so far. Obviously, Dust 2, selection of NIP, victorious by Endpoint. Mirage, obviously chosen by Endpoint, victorious by NIP. So, look, we've had some map trading going on. NIP looked absolutely amazing on Mirage, though. And a player that we've got to talk about, Ujax, right? Obviously, you know, on Dust, 6 and 19, had a very, very tough game. Absolute flip of the script. Mirage was really, really dominant in middle. And, you know, as a lot of people would be thinking, would be pointing out, obviously on Saw, Ujax didn't really play Mirage. I think that's his second map ever playing on HLTV. And talk about, you know, good stats on the map. You know, I think Ujax had a lot of freedom there, especially on the CT side, and that's where he seemed to have a lot of success. But look, so far, I feel like NIP have been very impressive. I feel like Endpoint, it's a slight slip up there losing Mirage, because I think Anubis is where things become quite difficult. Not only have obviously this NIP side played Anubis, they played it against Amcal. Obviously yesterday it was their map selection against Amcal yesterday, so it's clear that they're confident on the map. It's one of which that they do want to play, and I feel like that's where we've got to imagine that is going to be an important factor if NIP do find it. Obviously as well, just got word from production that NIP were victorious in the knife round, so they've got that advantage on their side. But a player that we really need to point out, Snappy on Anubis yesterday was a different beast. 27 and 13. An incredible performance. And look, if that's the level that Snappy can provide on Anubis again today, I don't think many teams will allow it to be kind of that third map or allow it to be picked, because Snappy was on hot form, and I think what a perfect way to end off the series. Obviously, we had, you know, big moments from Ujax and Shush on Mirage. I feel like Dust 2 was where we had, you know, obviously Shush was performing well. But I feel like Wrinkle had some pretty nice clutches. That 1 versus 3. Obviously, we saw a big 1 versus 2 and 4K overall from Jax. You know, we've had some decent moments from all of the NIP players. Yet it seems as though for Endpoint, you look at that Dust 2, and we saw a lot from Surreal and a lot from obviously Azu. Same goes for Mirage for Azuwu, but we have 4 players with single-digit kills there on Mirage for Endpoint. So we've got to see a bit of a change if we want a bit more of a competitive game. But here we have it. Into the game we go. Endpoint on that CT side. NIP electing to start on the T side now. Of the 4 pistols we've seen, Endpoint victorious upon 3 of them. Whether we'll see a similar trend, though, the next minute and 35 will explain. Azu in middle. As said, Azu, one of the key players here in the series for Endpoint. Not leading the lines in the server, though. That does go to Shush with 34 kills. Azu just behind on 31 across map 1 and 2. But big game, big moment. NIP, you'd say they're the favourites here. Not only besting the likes of Amcal yesterday on this map, but they're going to be feeling the confidence, and Wrinkle certainly is. The P250 hits the head of Surreal, and again it's Jax in fact, but Wrinkle and Jax deal with the B-bomb site defense with certainty. The speed, the execution, the way in which NIP deal with that is excellent. And as expected, Seo and Azu, they are just going to be looking to save. They aren't really going to be giving this one a go. There's no need. There's no benefit. No gain. But great pistol, as said. NIP was 25% win rates regarding pistols. They've upped that stat, upped the ante. Look, NIP, good start here on the T side. Obviously, we know Anubis is T side, and we know how effective teams and how kind of preferred they are on that side. It was, in fact, NIP to look so strong on their CT side of Anubis, which kind of begs the question why they've not looked to pick it. You know, they had the side selection. That was their choice, but opted for the T side. So I think NIP not only feeling confident in their T side, feeling confident in their decision making. A scary side are NIP with the players having confidence. You just have to look how Ujax played on Mirage, how Wrinkle is going to be playing. We know Wrinkle's a player that can be kind of so effective when feeling good. Jax holding for this A main aggression. are waiting for Mighty Max overextending, but a lot of discipline seen here from Max. Max kind of the defender of both A and middle. Not easy. Azu now elevated. Shush. Shadow spotted. Shush taken down. I like it from Azu, ensuring that doesn't fire too early. He needs to guarantee the kill. But as the boost is spotted, a minute on the clock, NIP, they've got enough time to back away here now. And Snappy in an excellent position. Can deal with Sayot. Sayot backs away. Right decision there. Snappy now. Oh, the jump across dealt within Snappy's double. Mac 10. The menace here. And with NIP still got time to work with. They change again. They pivot back to B. We will see quite a late position of Jax, but still Endpoint saving. Definitely the right decision. Give it another chance with the FAMAS, with the two save 5-7s. But a great start for NIP and a great start for Snappy. As mentioned, Snappy was so key here yesterday against Amcal. And if NIP have that Snappy, I think not many teams are besting. Surreal. Should be able to save. Obviously, Surreal had some really big moments with pistols. Sadly, not really been allowed to have this kind of prolific pistol moment. Look. NIP. What a comeback it would be, right? Losing Dust 2 in the fashion in which we saw. Not only did they lose their map pick, but they lost the pistols. A P250 was their kind of undoing, but a real back and forth game, of which now NIP seemingly want to put to bed. Util lined up here towards A. Aid in middle. And Azu felt as though he was trapped within the altercation. The only way out of it, a gunfight. But sadly, for Azu doesn't go his way. Aggression seen here from Snappy. Felt the force of the 5-7. And now Max might look to want to progress. Plenty of opponents close by. A deep position is Shush. Got many, many players close by. Got to deal with Sayot, but seeing as it's just the USP, you can find so easily. Nice find from Surreal, deals with Shush. Damage limitations got to be the game plan here for NIP. Although the round's confirmed, there's no need for them to throw away 2, 3, 4 players. You know, they gain nothing from fighting this FAMAS. Jax, though, will find Crucial. A pistol falling. Crucial does have enough to invest, though, in the AWP, and I think that's got to be the game plan from the get-go. Endpoint, as you can see at the top of your screens, no longer favoured. Even in the game during Dust, when they were ahead, they were still not seen as the dominating factor. Wrinkle now on the AWP, posted here towards E-Box. Sayot needs to be cautious, he needs to be careful. Losing life early here to the AWP of Wrinkle would be a big problem. Crucial. Flashbang comes through, times the shot perfectly. Mighty Max falls though, to still that 1-for-1. A-Main, under the control now of the T's. Azu looking to fade this smoke in middle as the molly no longer He will look to push. Oh, Snappy with a great find. Snappy on the AWP. Drops it away from retrieval. And like this, Azu, he's got to check for Ujerks. He's never going to be ready. Oh, Azu clearing it. Ujerks is going to feel hard done by that. Never to expect the clear from Azu. And Azu now, he's got to find more as we see Shush aggressing. Takes down the B defender. And Shush. Oh, okay. I pointed out both Azu and Shush as the operating players here, the key individuals for both sides. And in that 1v1, Azu prevailing. Snappy and Jax now. 2 versus 4. Players with the most experience in the server. These are the ones you want in the clutches because they've played these rounds in their minds already. And a well-worked clutch. Enough presence from Jax shown to allow Snappy to get a freebie. And now Crucial. Rotating in but met with a smoke. And surely just has to say, no one to show themselves. NIP continue this streak of 4. And now, Endpoint. We've got to see attack pause. We've got to see some time for a bit of a reapproach. Because right now, NIP are looking very dominant here on Anubis. You just have to look at the kind of the risks that are being taken. We see Sayot looking to progress out of that E-box smoke. But straight away, Snappy's ready for it. Crucial, though, with this saved AWP, he's got to go huge. Otherwise, what was the point? Obviously, he's not going to give the 1v2 a go without information and without a kit, but we've got to see Crucial play on the front foot. Again, you know, Crucial, a player that is so effective here for Endpoint, relied upon time and time again. Yeah, currently, you look at his stats of the series, 23 and 26. This isn't the Crucial that Endpoint need. NIP, though, will count themselves lucky. I think they know the ability that this AWPer can have, and you find Crucial on a good day. You might not be there to tell the tale. Shush. Still here towards B. He's looked good on these late lurks, in fact. I feel like Shush has been so creative at kind of finding a pick and creating a bit of an unnerving aggression towards B. Obviously, we saw him go down there to the boost of Azu, but now that's come through. Maybe Shush is going to have that level of discipline, level of worry. Ujerks, oh, so lucky to be alive. Trill does have an HE grenade that he will send, but Ujerks aware of that chance. Snappy now looks to aggress. Can find Sayot, but still surviving is Sayot. Again now. NIP gonna look to progress their lead and an A play to do it. And a perfect call. We said on Mirage, it seemed like Mighty Max, he had some good reads, had some good calling, but didn't matter much. Here though, Snappy. He has been the puppet master. A great decision to head towards an open bomb site, but with Azu getting that double, NIP's chances of victory here in number 5 could be slipping away. Ujerks is low. One saving grace is no defuse kit here for Endpoint, so they're going to have to speed this up. And NIP, this is where they could look to have such successes. They've got a flank going through from Wrinkle, but with Crucial finding that pick, it's going to accelerate this retake. Jax now, he's got to go huge. Wrinkle's still in the back lines. Jax can back away, and Wrinkle's still here, ready and waiting. He wants to find 2. Oh, the missed shots from Wrinkle. He gets punished by Sayot. Azu needs the trade, but I don't think there's enough time. NIP still victorious here. Unfortunate for Azu, but there was no defuse kit there. Endpoint had to realise, well, someone's got to take it. Someone's got to take the hit and just go for the full 10-second stick. But NIP, even with the late flank of Wrinkle working a little bit awkwardly, they still find the round. And again, it's a lack of a defuse kit that cost Endpoint. 5-0 starter here now. NIP, an exceptional performance so far. all you have to look at is their game against Amcal, where on the T side, it was only 5 rounds that they got. Already, anything more is a benefit, is a bonus. Mighty Max in middle gets 1, but great trade from Ujerks. Shush finding Crucial with the HE, and now it's on Surreal. A 1 versus 2 on the A-bomb site. It looks as though they're going to be wrapping through Beach. In fact, they go Heaven, and Surreal now gets 1 for free. Ujerks caught with utility in hand. Certainly not the decision to be made, and Sayot going to be rotating now. Sayot. Oh, it's all going to be about timing. Nice from Ujerks. He can find the pick and evades the flank, evades Sayot. Shush, though, a little bit ahead of his teammate. Bomb could be denied here. Ujerks needs to be so cautious. And with the bomb going down, now it's on Shush. Sayot with many questions. Drops the molly. And with this Molotov, it will delay, but there's 45 seconds to work with. Shush has got time on his side, and in fact, Sayot's got many angles to deal with. Shush now clearing, peeking, Sayot finding. And we see a great clutch there from Endpoint. Not quite his best of the series. That will always be the Deagle 1v4. But the value this has for Endpoint, this can kickstart the comeback, especially with the finances of NIP needing to be put in question. 5 rounds in a row, and already, after this investment, finances in the mud. Big clutch there, though. Sayot. Endpoint, though, they've got to double down. The problem of Mirage was the lack of ability to string rounds together, and if we see something similar here on Anubis, I think we all know where this series is going. So, right now, Endpoint, it's the reason they've called the tactical pause. They've got to find success here in number 7. Mac 10 on Snappy once again. As I said on Mirage, Snappy's very happy to be the one to drop down onto the weaker weapon to facilitate for his squad. And I think a lot of the time, that's what you want in your in-game leader. Wrinkle aggressing, Snappy and Wrinkle. B-bomb site ripped apart, and NIP. The chances for Endpoint to string rounds together has been taken away. Surely the remaining 3 just save. I see no value in giving this a go. They're going to be grey screening through a smoke. They don't really have the time. There's no point. We've got a late lurk from Jax. We've got 2 towards top middle. Again, though, it's NIP dealing with this B-bomb site defense so nicely. I feel like for NIP, you look at how they played the T side of Dust, you look at how they played the T side of Mirage, a lot of the time it was taking control in mid. Yet here, NIP, a bit more kind of a pouncing pack nature, where they look to accelerate based on kills. And I think that's something that they've changed here on Anubis. I think that's exactly what they want. I think the discipline that Endpoint show on their CT side can be capitalized upon with this fast approach. And we know Anubis is a map on the CT side. You've got to be proactive than reactive. So, Endpoint, they've got to start looking for creative outlets here on the CT side. It's not a waiting game. You've got to be the ones to strike. You look at the rounds that Endpoint have looked successful upon. It's when Azu goes searching in middle and he gets a double. It's moments like that. Max, though, finding 1. Jax, so quick to get the trade. And now utility can land here to camera. But again, it's Endpoint with a lack of control. Obviously, they did take that initial portion in middle, but NIP, it's the same approach. They're just going for these fast bomb site hits, and Endpoint seem so questionable as to why. But NIP, when you have a new roster, when you make these new changes, going back to basics is all you can ask for. And a strong site execute like that, I have no queries, no questions, no problems. Sayot, though, will find Wrinkle. Jax with the trade again. And Shush here, great double, and it's all on Crucial. AWP in hand from the heavens. Maybe the hardest place to retake from. Trying to bait out the shot is Shush. A job well done, and Crucial now. Oh, 2 missed shots from Crucial, make it 3. And Shush shooting bodies, playing with his food here. And NIP, another notch in the belt here on the T side, 7-1. And Endpoint, the smiling faces that would have been seen on Dust have turned to sadness and frowns because Endpoint looked like a completely different side. And this was expected from NIP. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and certainly is seen here. Max, he's got the Nova in hand, and a gimmick play like this could be exactly what the doctor ordered. Turns from the flash, but Max is in front. AK retrieved now. And to me, this has got to be the decision for NIP to push here towards B. They've lost a pick, they've dropped an AK. You can expect there's probably a second there towards A main, and Azu being that player. Seot now. Turning from the flash that never comes, but still finds Snappy. Ooh, Surreal attempting to cross with the nade of the smoke. Somehow Ujerk's not expecting there of Surreal's position. And now all on Wrinkle. We've seen a 1v4 already in this series. Are we going to see a 1v5? Max holding the angle here with an AK. Azu close by with the Nova. Wrinkle has slipped the sight of Max. The problem is, if he finds Azu, he's going to go knife out to Max and vice versa. He's never going to expect a second here. Ooh, ready for a player in middle. Knife is out. Doesn't clear the angle, but still finds him. Great reaction from Wrinkle. Down to 6 HP, though. And he will be found out in the open on the reload there. Don't get me wrong, it's a tough clutch from Crucial. The 1v2 on 6 HP, you never kind of expect a victory, but he gave it a good go. Again, though, Endpoint. The rounds in which they are winning, it's quite difficult to repeat. You know, you see Max finding a pick towards A main with a Nova. Surreal getting a double in B main. It's stuff that you can't so easily replicate, but Endpoint, that's their second. We know Anubis is T-sided, but already with 3 rounds remaining, if NIP get one more, I think that's kind of where Endpoint really need to reevaluate. NIP, 5-round lead. AWP in play again here on Wrinkle. Big one here. NIP, if they do find this, finances are very awkward. And again, it's a speedy approach from the players in B main. It's Shush once again, silencing the B bomb site. Crucial is deep here with the AWP. Ujerk's now to try and find him, and Crucial not prepared there. The peek from the left-hand side, completely unexpected, and Ujerk's looking for another. Smoke fades, Surreal falls. Endpoint lose, and NIP, again, it's these excellent entries. It's something that not many teams can produce with such successes. But look, NIP, time and time again, we ask of them to continue this kind of exciting playstyle and aggression. And it's here again. Max now still here towards A main. And the gunshots confirm it. Azu fully blinded as well, and Max will fall. Azu will surely be next on the chopping block, trying to survive. 35 HP, no one pushing, and Azu actually, he can survive, so that weapon could be a big difference maker, but we go into round 11. Money not perfect here. Endpoint in a bit of an awkward position now because they've given up 8 rounds here. I think realistically, NIP, they've kind of got to be ready for an Endpoint investment. Although only 1 player saved, I think the buy from Endpoint, it's got to be expected. Not only have they indicated that from a tactical pause, but secondly, they're 6 rounds down. You know, they can't allow a 9-3 half. It's just too far gone. So the decision here from Endpoint, it's got to come with expectation. And you look at the buy, you know, we've got decent utility on 3 of the players, max with just a smoke. But I've been very impressed with NIP. You know, you look at moments where Surreal gets that double in B main, and it seems like maybe Ujux isn't prepared for it. So I feel like communication's always the last piece of the puzzle to fit when it comes to a newly formed roster. And to be honest, maybe there's some slight communication kind of imbalances and issues, and obviously that's always going to happen. And I don't think any team's expected to have kind of perfect comms, perfect synergies from the get-go. But the way in which NIP are entering, the way in which they're playing, I've been so impressed with. You know, for a roster that do only have 2 maps on HLTV together, it's been exceptional sights. This round, though, not look so pretty. Oh, Azu caught with Util in hand, but crucial there to keep him alive. Endpoint. That investment that I said needed to pan out for them does go their way. Still, though, they trail by 5. A victory here for Endpoint still seems like necessity. NIP. Throughout the whole of their T side, it looks as though they've opted for a very bomb site orientated approach. Yet in this one, they look to try and take middle. In the last round of the half, they changed things up, and this is where Endpoint will be the least expecting of a call like this. Utility coming over. Azu gonna drop the smoke, but already is Ujux and Snappy through, and Snappy can find Mighty Max with so much work to do here. He gets one, but no double, and in doing so, the A-bomb site is closed. It's locked off. NIP, the ones holding the key. Endpoint. 3 rounds, seemingly all that can be found here in the CT side. There's nothing they can do. The time ticking away. Utility, although it is seen, it might not matter. Molotov into heaven. And you can see the setup. It's going to be so tough to crack. Snappy going to be the one to take that first contact. Surreal, in fact, gets the kill. But as I said, there's nothing you can do to get past that, especially when that molly lands in heaven. NIP find 9. And it seems as though NIP have been led down the path of victory here on Anubis. I've been very impressed with the entries, though. Again, you look at it, progressing through camera there, it's excellent. And it seems like NIP, a lot of their players, when it comes to decision making, you know, we talk about players opting for the wrong decision here and there, but, you know, it's not about what you decide to do, it's the speed in which you make that decision. You see just the instant reaction from NIP. Whether they find a pick on the B bomb site, you can see all 5 players have kind of built into the same identity of, look, we find a pick, we explode, we look to play together, and I love it. It's always a good sign for a team when you see them kind of building into the same kind of mentality and same, I guess, game plan and style of play. Trey's coming through here. NIP, though, still favoured with Seot, low HP. Nice from Wrinkle, will get that pick, but crucial again trading. And with Shush and Ujux quite far out of the action, Endpoint can get a bomb plant here. Pistol, necessary for Endpoint. Without it, a real struggle. Surreal, isolated here. Will join his teammate here as they progress through heaven. And once they clear this out, ooh, Ujux has got that information. A tap of the bomb here is going to ruffle some feathers. Is going to force the peak. But yet to tap is the NIP side. Surreal holding here. Ujux gets one. Crucial as well, been spotted. Great kill from Crucial, but Shush just quick enough. Can't back away. Can't readjust. And Crucial, sadly, falling there. And NIP, they do find 10. As I said, Endpoint, pistol round was required, but now it's a 7-round deficit. It's NIP very much behind the wheel here. An investment's going to have to be seen from Endpoint. It's the same reason why we saw them force in round number 11. They've just got to get around on the board, and now the pressure is even higher. The weaponry isn't perfect here for NIP. You know, we've got a couple SMGs. We've got the FAMAS on Ujerks. Jax and Wrinkle, certainly the ones to watch. But look, we've got 4 rifles and a Tech 9 here for Endpoint. Rotation's going to be very slow here. Jax has got a lot of work to do. And the game is, can Surreal apply enough pressure? Surreal. Oh, the smoke's been dropped, and Max has already dropped his utility. They've got to wait for the flashes, but not deep enough. Jax, he's forced off the angle, but he can drop the Molotov. Nade as well landing on the bomb site a little early to drop that HE. Crucial now. Gonna be searching here towards stairs. He gets one, doubles down, still finds Ujerks. And that looked like an NIP round, but just off the back of the entries alone, you scratch out the names there, and I'm thinking that's the ninjas, but Endpoint as well with that same effectiveness in the entries. And I guess Endpoint, they've still got something to say here on Anubis. Making noise, they have just. And even with Jax not blinded, sending the smoke, no real reason. Oh, Azu as well. Protect the president play there. You see the M4 attempting to be retrieved there from Mighty Max, and Azu says, "Look, that's my leader. I'm not letting you take him down so easily." Pause here from NIP. Something that I've been really happy with from both these sides. You look through Dust, through Mirage, both teams have had an effective use of their tac pauses. I think sometimes when you see it in the close qualifiers in the Swiss stage, where you see a team's losing or you know, they lose a round where they shouldn't, and we don't see that tac pause come through. To me, that's when alarm bells have got to start ringing, you know. Although it might just be the one round, it might just be the one moment where you make a mistake. Evaluating those errors and trying to right the wrongs of them as soon as possible is certainly the play. And look, you can see the wrongs of this round. NIP, they've got 3 players pretty close there to the A bomb site. No kills in this round for NIP. Investment scene here though. The force buy war continues. CZ in play. Ujerks. Rolling back the years. Ooh, nice from Wrinkle there. Finding Say up. Surreal now. He's a player that we highlighted before this one, having such a big game. Not the heaviest hitter so far on Anubis though for Endpoint. Ujerks now swinging, and there is that CZ. A weapon that is a real rarity at this level, but he's shown it some love and it has provided. Crucial and Max now in a tough 2-on-4. And as you can see from the minimap, Shush is progressing. Crucial. Close by is Shush. He does seem like he's knowledgeable of it. Crucial finds. A body shot is all that's met. And Crucial aware that they could opt for that same game plan again. Snappy. He's got a rifle. He's got a chance. And he finds Crucial now. Mighty Max. I mentioned he's a player you want in the clutches. And this is a moment for Max, the leader here. Ooh, Wrinkle. He's got that information. He's going to look to backstab Max. He's going to have to be a headshot here. He does it with the double body, though. Max not quick enough to spin onto that one. And NIP bounce back. And the force by war will continue. Obviously, though, as it goes on, we all know that NIP, they will be the victors. Endpoint, they've got to string rounds together. They've got to look like a more dominant factor here on Anubis. Otherwise, NIP will take the series. Surreal. I said he's not had the best game here on Anubis, and now it looks as though he wants to make some noise. He wants to progress onto the B-bomb site. Find a kill. Create some pressure, and there it is. Wrinkle falling. should be aware there's 3 players on B. They saw the smoke drop towards early E-Box. Obviously, they've just taken down Wrinkle. And we've seen another smoke thrown by Shush. And that's why we are seeing this A acceleration here from Endpoint. Because they know that there was 3 players here. Maximum it's a 4 versus 2 on the bomb site. They do a Jax. Sail finds Jax. And obviously, Azu takes down Snappy. Again, though, Endpoint in these rounds with the full buy versus full buy, keeping 5 players alive could be so key for them. But not only is it key for them, it just shows that NIP, although they are so ahead here on Anubis, they've not played it perfectly. Mistakes have been made. Wrinkle, you can understand, he's dealt a lot of damage to Surreal, but when you're able to deal with the A site setup so comfortably, we've got to put both Snappy and Jax there on the question. 5th foul now from Endpoint. 1 step closer to their opponents. Just keeping themselves in this game are Endpoint. The save weapons, though, will really benefit here in the investment from NIP. Utility coming through here now from Max. Already, we've seen the bit of aggression, but Shush and Ujerks both falling. These are the saved rifles. These are the brought across weapons, and the fact they find nothing, not what you want to be seeing whatsoever. Great from Azu there. Important trade there onto Wrinkle. Snappy and Jax. 2 on 4 here. Azu blinding himself with the flash. Azu, though, still finding Snappy. Jax. Love to try and steal away that AK that has been dropped in CT, and I think that's going to be his game plan. Obviously, the #1 goal for Jax is survival, but keep armor into the next. Obviously, the MP9 as well, but it is just going to be the eco. Endpoint. They've got a chance for 7. Obviously, we know this map is T-sided, and it's a preferred side for many here on Anubis. Endpoint, though, they've not been the most key on Anubis as of late. You look back to the last 6 matches, victorious only in 1, and it was in overtime. It was a 16-13. Pretty much as close as it gets. So, right now, I don't think Endpoint are going to be feeling the most confident, but certainly can be done. Wrinkle. Just jiggling here. We'll get that information, and Ujerks can attempt to find something, but not going to be easy. Smoke coming through. Ujerks peeking. Will survive for now. Sayo now progressing. Nice flash there from Ujerks. Snappy, in fact, will find Sayo. Shush is in the back lines. He could drop the bomb there. This is a 4-on-3. The fact that Shush can live here as well is excellent. We need to see a rotation here from the 2A players, though. They cannot just wait around. Whether they're prepared for Shush, though. Crucial is holding. Smoke towards A main. If anything, this gives Shush an opportunity to spam through the smoke. Unknown. Smoke towards A main is not going to help them whatsoever. Shush, though, will push through. Crucial. Big kills here from Crucial. NIP. The hefty lead that they achieved on their T side slowly slipping. NIP. That's 3 rounds in a row now that they've lost. 4 out of the last 5. We understand the T side is where a lot of teams have that success, but just 2 away from taking it now on Nip. No defuse kit right now here for NIP, and we saw the errors and the costs that were the lack of an investment in a kit. The amount of rounds that Endpoint just have to forfeit because they don't have the time for the retake. Hopefully, for NIP, we won't see that. But a lot of the time, it does happen. Surreal, though. Sending as much pressure and presence as possible. Jack's playing behind this smoke. Max having a slight look in middle. Seems like Max going to be the one sending the flash in. Could be perfect. Again, though, it seems like Endpoint, they want to show enough presence to give a good kind of go that they are heading towards B. Surreal now late lurking in middle. Max taking this space. Max might get swung on by 2 here. Surreal's got to progress when this smoke fades. He's got to take his timing. If Max goes down, this could be so costly. He's got the bomb currently. Already Wrinkle's in a great position. These steps will have been heard. Wrinkle versus Surreal is the gunfight. And with Wrinkle besting, things get very tough here for Endpoint. Shush to be rotating in already. We've seen the T's express their way out of connector. Nice find from Crucial. Molly here as well. The kill onto Shush is big. Because obviously Jax and Wrinkle have been chipped away at. This is going to be really tough now. And as I said, look, no defuse kit. The time that it takes away for the retake is mental. Nade coming through towards Pillar, but nothing seen from it. Crucial aware there's a play towards CT. Max just holding. Max, though. Oh, Snappy! We said and seen how well Snappy played on Anubis yesterday. And Snappy's double there. Confirms 12 for NIP. They've got 5 opportunities now to close out the series. And surely NIP take it. With 5 goes, you'd assume this should be fairly simple. Obviously, the victor of this game does progress, but the loser obviously having to face Amcal in the decider on Saturday. Or tomorrow, sorry. But NIP, surely going to do it. They've looked exceptional here. Surreal, though, with that kill, could make things a little bit difficult. Man advantage here for Endpoint. Looks as though Endpoint might operate with the same intentions and decisions from NIP's T side of we find a pick towards B and we look to accelerate, but no. They're falling back. They're slowly creeping back, and I think this decision might come to haunt them. Surreal. Still ready and waiting outside B main. Utility to be sent. Some space, though. It looks like Ujax wants to take it. Got to keep himself alive, though. The hopes are to find Surreal and bring the advantage back. The utility's excellent. You see the flashes come through from Wrinkle. Absolutely perfect. Snappy as well. He's dropped down. He's able to retrieve that AK. No trade from Crucial either. A bomb site has been taken, but NIP, a 3-on-3 now. Kit on Jackson Wrinkle. Utility somewhat limited, but a Molotov and a flash could be enough. Crucial needs to post on Heaven. Azu has got some util to work with, but Max falling. Ujax, an important kill. Crucial, though, gets his second, and now it's all on Ujax. A 1 versus 2, but unable to do so. Azu, he's a 19-9, leading the server. The problem is, You look at Sayot, 9 and 14, Max 7 kills with the 14 deaths as well. It's so tough. As he's doing everything possible to keep his team in this game. But sometimes it doesn't matter. Again though, all it takes, one mistake here from Endpoint and it is over. We saw it, obviously, from NIP on Dust, where they lost the whole game to an eco. It can be done here. Deagle's in hand, bit of a spam from Ujax. Shush, though, has retrieved. Surreal, though. Ensuring victory here in round number 21. Final player in Wrinkle still sits, awaits towards CT. Finances are not perfect here for NIP. Wrinkle, I believe, can get out the AWP. I believe at the cost of head armor, yeah. I think Wrinkle on the AWP, though, is the right decision. Endpoint. They've clawed closer, but still, NIP. They've got 2 full buys and a half buy left. And you'd expect them to do it. Just with the amount of opportunities they've had. You know, you look at it, NIP have been thoroughly in the driver's seat on their T side. You know, they were 5-0 up. It was at 7-1 scoreline at one point. It's 10-3. But the fact that this has been brought so much closer is got to be a little bit worrying for NIP. Because it could all come down to round 24. And that's where you have to imagine the pressure is at an all-time high. Discipline shown here from Endpoint, taking their time, ensuring not to be the team to make the mistake. To battle back and have an attempt at taking it to overtime. For all to it be thrown away is the most devastating. Sayot, though, nice find there onto Ujax. Shush now aggressing, will find him. Great trade. Although he's been chipped away at, Shush, so vital. Azu needs to be cautious. He's flashed off the angle and Azu's the one to aggress. He's fully blinded there, and talk about making a mistake that can cost you. That could be the one to do it. Max, he's now making his way into the backline. Shush, with a slight idea, though. Max, he needs to find Snappy. Snappy's gone towards Beach. Max is going to look to find a timing here. Max could find Shush. Is successful now. It is going to be this B play. NIP, a 3-on-3 now. Max is aware of Jax as well. He's got a good idea. He is, in fact, holding Beach. It is all going to be about timing here for Jax. He's looking to creep away, but Jax finds the pick. Man advantage once again for NIP. Snappy going with speed. Smokes drop, but Snappy finds. Snappy's been exceptional in these type of moments. He gets the kill back, and now a 1v3 for Surreal. He gets one, doubles down, the final player found! Surreal wins the 1 versus 3, and he keeps Endpoint's chances alive. Somehow, some way, I've said we've seen a mistake there. It was made by Azu. The most impressive player for Endpoint's the one to fumble, but Surreal doing everything there. We see the aggression through CT, and I thought that was a bit of a kind of a fact finder. Leave your 2 teammates in the clutch, but when we see Snappy go through that smoke, it's so unfortunate. But Surreal, a great moment to step up, and now NIP, a devastating way to lose. And if it does go overtime, and if it does go the way of Endpoint, you have to imagine NIP. It was a 3 versus 1 there, somewhat of a guaranteed round. Wrinkle and Shush, though, finding picks. This is the bomb as well. They can retrieve AKs. They can drop smokes. Although they have lost the 1 versus 3. They've got a great opportunity still to take things here. Oh, Sayot, though. Oh, Sayot's double. Puts this round to rest. He's got control on the B-bomb site as well. Azu, knife in hand. Switches to the AK at the opportune moment. Jack's falling. And now it all comes down to this. NIP with such a lead. As mentioned before, it was a 10-3 scoreline. Endpoint have clawed their way back to 12-11. It was a 3 versus 1 for NIP there to win it all. And now, comes down to the wire. The Triple B setup once again seen here from NIP. Wrinkle hoping for someone to overstep there. Open play, needed the smoke and it's perfect. The team play there from Ujux and Wrinkle. Surreal now aggressing the Molotov to deal a lot of damage. Snappy gets a kill and a half here. If Azu goes down to Jax, this round becomes so difficult. NIP could take it here. This fight in A main is everything. Ujux spamming. Oh, Crucial! He's lost his life going for a pot shot there through the smoke. Surreal, though, will find Jax. They deal with the A-site player. Crucial going down there in camera could be the disastrous moment for Endpoint. Shush now. Oh, he finds Azu and Shush does it all. He gets them both. And that's a 3 versus 1 that NIP are going to make sure they never lose. But Shush, what a round there. What a moment. NIP, they clutch it in the dying moments. Somehow, though, Endpoint, you have to congratulate them. You have to say, look, the comeback there on Anubis was exquisite, but matters not. NIP, they were in the driver's seat there on Anubis throughout. And when you take into account the victory on Mirage, NIP, the first 2 series of this squad have looked really good. And I think, as we've said throughout, the more we see of this roster, the more we see of this team, I guess the better we will be seeing them throughout. I've been really impressed. I think you've got to give it a couple months before we can see the real peaks of this side, but very impressive stuff from NIP. As I mentioned, the loser of this game being Endpoint will be facing Amcal tomorrow in that Deciders match. Obviously, though, this isn't the end of things tonight. We've got another game being Copenhagen Wolves against Rebels to be kicked off in about 10-15 minutes time, so we will be jumping to a break, and then that is the match to end it all tonight. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to be heading into the action in a matter of moments for our final series of today. Obviously being Copenhagen Wolves versus Rebels. This is the Group D decider. But obviously, if you are only just tuning in now and you've not really been a part of the CCT, obviously we can give you a bit of a rundown of how we do things here. So, with the format and schedule, we're here, we're still in the play-ins. This is early doors in the CCT Series 16. Then we move to the group stage from the 20th to the 28th, and then those all-important playoff games. Ready, we're only a couple weeks out from being at that grand final spot, which is going to be very, very exciting. Already, I feel like we've had a grand final level game in that last series today, but with this being another banger, hopefully we can have one that is just as exciting. But what we can do is give you a little bit of a rundown of how things have gone in the group stage. Fireflux besting Alaska in the winners match, so it is going to be Yano versus Alaska, which should be an exciting deciders match here for Group A. Then we move to Group B, where it is Eyeballers, in fact, that were successful against BC Game. Not to say that we weren't anticipating it, but I feel like the way in which BC Game played the other day against Anonymous, they were looking very convincing. They were looking very threatening. So I'm excited to see how it plays out between Cybershock and BC Game. Obviously, that decider being played tomorrow. Then we move to Group C, where we have just watched the action unfold in NIP besting Endpoint. So we have got that Amcal versus Endpoint match. But to end things off here, Group D, Whopper. They are patiently waiting to find the victors here in this game, or in fact to find the losers, because obviously that's who they will be playing. Plenty of 2-0s that we've seen here in the opening stage here, in the play-in stage. It's something that we see early in the Swiss stage as well, because we got to, you know, the first games generally where you formulate, well, we're going to have the two top teams against one another, you know, the winners against the winners, losers against the losers. And then that's where in these deciders and decider games you see things get a little bit more competitive. But look, Copenhagen Wolves, they were a really, really threatening side against Gen 1 the other day. They looked incredible. You know, I was lucky enough to be on that game, a 13-1, a 13-4. They looked very impressive. And I think when you take into account that Rebels also had that level of threat against Whopper, I'm expecting 3 maps. I'm expecting some crazy chaos. I'm expecting CS to be at an all-time high. But obviously, let's look at the players. Let's look at the rosters that we will be expecting for today. Kicking things off, we've got Copenhagen Wolves. We've got Tapeware, Andu, Jaquinho, Balani, and Shane. And I feel like throughout the whole of yesterday, we were talking about Andu, we were talking about Balani, we were talking about Shane, even Tapeware as well. Tapeware had some big moments. But I think the whole of this Copenhagen Wolves side looked really, really key. I think they looked very impressive, and I think that's usually what happens when you best your opponent, only losing 5 rounds across the series. Obviously, a very, very interesting roster moves, bringing in Jaquinho, bringing in Balani. We've seen so many teams make these roster changes as of late, just because, you know, they've had a couple weeks to formulate new rosters. I feel like a lot of teams have made those shop and changes. That's kind of what we were talking about with NIP, obviously with it being a new drafted side. But with the Copenhagen Wolves opponents being the Rebels, this is another side that we've had roster changes as well. We've got Flay, Kisarek, Innocent, Sobol, and obviously Tomoko to end things off. And to be honest, yesterday's game, obviously another dominant one, but it was Tomoko. Tomoko and Flay were absolutely incredible. You just have to look back at that series. It was Flay laying down the law on Anubis, obviously with the big green in hand. Yet when we got to Nuke, that was Tomoko's time to shine. And I think right now, if these two players can play in which they did yesterday, I think we're going to see a very, very exciting match. Because obviously, for the Wolves, it's where we don't really see Jaquinho all too much at that top level, at the top of the leaderboard, whereas Flay usually is. So the AWPing duel certainly going to be an interesting one. But something that we always talk about being such a key factor for the success of any side is going to be the Vetos. And the Vetos have a lot of excitement about them because, you know, we've seen this move with Train being brought in. See, for me, you see Rebels, they don't love Train, they don't love Inferno, they don't love Dust. So if I was Copenhagen Wolves here, I'd maybe steer clear of the ban here of Train. Maybe opt to ban something like Mirage, a map that we've seen a lot from the Rebels on, and a pretty successful map for them. Maybe in Nuke as well, but it seems like the Wolves are going to play to their own strengths opposed to their opponent's weakness. And the ban of Inferno for Rebels, it makes sense. As I said, you know, there's plenty of maps that we haven't really seen all too much from with the Rebels. So I think right now they don't really have an option. There's 3 maps we see them don't play. So I'm excited to see where these teams do take it. Ancient, you understand it. It's one of the most played maps here for the Wolves. It's a map that they seemingly pick 9 times out of 10. And that's what we are going to be seeing here today. CT start for Rebels. Obviously, Ancient, a map that a lot of teams actually favour the T side on, but still they kind of pick the CT side to begin. Nuke pick here from the Rebels. Obviously, that's what they were so successful on against Whopper. To me, it seems like we should end things here on Anubis. Both these teams, you know, in the series that they played the other day, it was Ancient, Anubis, and Nuke. Obviously, with that being Copenhagen Wolves against Gen 1, with that being Rebels against Whopper, I think it's only fair, and that is what we're going to see. No Mirage, no Dust. It's these 3 maps again. And I think this is another reason why this is going to be such an exciting series, is because we've got the same 3 maps that these sides love to play. You just have to look through this Group D. I feel like these are the maps that we've seen throughout. And I think, obviously, when you have got a map like Vertigo removed, one of which not many teams would opt to insta-ban, and we've got maps like Train being brought in that teams haven't played in a while, we're going to be seeing a lot of similar maps. We're going to be seeing a lot of Anubis, a lot of Ancient, maybe not so much of Nuke, but look, I think Nuke's going to be a good one. I think Nuke, if we can see Tomoko playing the way in which he did, the freedom that he had, and kind of the ability that he has with that rifle, I'd be very scared. I really would be if you were Copenhagen Wolves, because Tomoko's such a big outlet for this side. He's such a kind of a key player that can provide those big moments. And I think, as I said yesterday when I was able to watch the Rebels, Tomoko's a player that kind of has bounced around a lot of Polish sides. You know, you look at his time on Permitter, he's had many stints on Permitter. Obviously, was at 9, was at ITB, has had plenty of times on Los Kogotos, on AGO, I believe, for a little bit, Illumina. It seems like Tomoko's been on plenty of these Polish rosters, but yet to really find his home. And I think this could be the place that Tomoko kind of reaches his peak, because the team that are alongside him, this Rebels side, have looked really good. You know, you look at Sobol. Sobol's had some big moments, especially with the entries. You know, he's looked really, really key. And I think Flay, if he can continue AWPing the way in which he has been, I'd be very scared to play this Polish side. I think everyone can really have their big moments, and everyone can really perform here. So right now, I think there's many players here on this Polish side that can impress, but the same can be said, obviously, for the Wolves. I feel like the roster changes that have been made, the additions, and the kind of the improvements that both these teams have got have been so effective already. We've seen the injection of what Balani and I believe I want to say Jaquinho have done, being the 2 most recent additions. Andu as well, a couple months back he was brought in, but finally, we are going to be heading into the action here. Ancient underway. The selection here of the Wolves and Rebels. This is their time to shine on the CT side. Big pistol round here for both. Wanting to set the tempo, wanting to establish some dominance. Tape wet. Oh, he's going to be sending the smoke here. Early smoke and then a late lurk in middle. Jaquinho lining up the utility as well. Sobol will have spotted that. And it's just an A execute to come through. Nice from Tomoko. Great find there. Takes down Milani. Tomoko again to deal with Shade. Sobol. Important find. Andu a little late to the party. Damage is all that's been found, and now with Innocent in the back lines, not really much that can be done. Completely locked off here is Andu. 1 versus 5 now. Needs to deal with Flay. Has found him. If he can take down... Oh, Innocent's been found. A 1v5 for Andu. The remaining health here. 47 health combined on the final 3. This could be a disaster here for the Rebels. A 1 versus 5 pistol that can come through here for Andu. If he takes down the player in red, oh, they've got that information now. Andu is going to make his way into Red Room. So frantic is Andu here. He's got to find a player D. Oh, Tomoko's tucked. Andu finds. Kissarek's low. Oh, Kissarek. He gets the kill. He salvages the round. He saves the Rebels from a disaster that would have and could have been. Nice attempt there from Andu. Sadly, though, no success. When I see this kill come through onto Tomoko, I really am in belief and back Andu to have that success. Aggression here towards A main. Steps will have been heard here from Kissarak. He's got no utility, though. Andu does have a Molotov, but I've just seen the T's back away. The idea there was to burn the util of the A player, and that they have done. Kissarak here. Still towards Temple. Just going to hold his ground. There's no need for him to aggress. Sobol now. So he might want to have a slight look in. The problem is, no one's holding towards middle. Sobol, he's got to be somewhat hesitant. Still no one holding mid. The Rebels need to be so worried here. They're so cautious because they've given up a lot of space. Obviously, it's not going to punish them, but I don't know how they're just so convinced that it's going to be this A play. Not that it's going to be the A play, but it's not going to be through middle. I don't know how they have that level of confidence, but I respect it. Rebels 2-0 up here on their opponent's map pick. As said, Ancient. It's a map that both these teams feel pretty confident on. Rebels, though, it's been quite some time since they've played it. Yeah, we have to look back to late November. Their last game, it was against Namiga, I believe at the RMR, where they lost 19-17. So that's the heights of this Rebel side. Kissarak, oh, he's going to be aware that Andy's tucked in the corner. Tapeware attempting there from Shelf. Tapeware will find Sobol. Opening kill going the way of the Wolves, and now the investment looking to find that success. And if Copenhagen Wolves can have a strong start here on the full bite, it will be very, very convincing for them. Tomoko falling, Tapeware finding. Innocent, though, in a good position, and Flay. HE grenade deals a lot of damage, but Jaquinho aggressing. Excellent from Jaquinho here. The find up ramp, so necessary. Oh, Flay. Gonna have to drop the smoke if he wants any chance of saving the rifle. Andu tapping, systematically attempting to find Flay through the smoke. That's got Shane here ready and waiting. Jaquinho. He's let Flay leave there. He's allowed him to escape. Wonder if we see a hunt here from Copenhagen Wolves. Oh, they are hungry for it. They want to deny anything, and Flay's found. All on Kissarak. Player at CT. Jaquinho spots him, and Copenhagen Wolves not only win their first gun round, but no casualties for the Wolves and no survivors here for the Rebels. A great start, it's got to be said. Jaquinho does a lot of work in this round. You have to imagine, if Jaquinho doesn't take down Innocent, it's not going to be the easiest of kind of aggressions out of cave, especially with the kind of the setup that was being run. Rebels still in the lead. They are going to be investing now. Bit of an interesting one for them, but they feel like they have enough in the bank to give it a go. Rebels looking to take some control here towards Cave. Tomoko, he's claimed it, but not the easiest. Kisarek will get one. No swing come through from Andu. Ooh, kill feed goes orange though. Shane, Andu, and Balani, important picks. They're aware that Innocence should still be here as well in Red Room, so some space can be taken. Shane now, just holding. Balani. Ooh, he spots the cross from Innocent. The timing on the nade is everything. Deals a little bit of damage. Flash comes over, Balani finds. Copenhagen Wolves, though, it's another round going their way since investment scene. Just the eco here for Rebels. Not expecting much from them. Sobol flanking Andu, but Andu, Spidey senses tingling in the CTs. They will take him down, but lose a couple players beforehand. Flight. Saving this AK is big. Just allows him to keep his finances a little bit higher to allow for the AWP to be invested in their next investment.
Terrorists win.
Rebels. They're trailing now. They had a good pistol start. The Copenhagen Wolves, they've looked very threatening here on this T side. They really, really have. And I think right now they don't look to slow up. Very, very effective. Nice find from Kisarek. Important pick there onto Andu. Copenhagen Wolves are playing with a lot of discipline, especially after losing a player there. Jaquinho, an important find onto Innocent. Gives them that slight area to work. Oh, Balani finding Tomoko. This round's got a little bit pear-shaped here for Rebels. Big kills, though. Great finds. Jaquinho as well dealing with Kisarek. The round starts so nicely here. Rebels are the ones to get the openers, in fact, but still amounting to nothing. And the Wolves continue. Oh, Sobol. Okay, well, he's lost the round, but he's had his moment. Nice little triple there. And to be honest, if the money wasn't so good for Copenhagen Wolves, you'd say that it's going to have so much impact. And obviously he's taking a lot of equipment away, but still, it's it's not going to have as much impact as you'd hope. But a very impressive performance so far here for the Wolves. Obviously, we know the Rebels do prefer the T side here on Ancient, but it's just all about whether they can kind of have enough Browns on the CT side to kind of get there. Because realistically, right now, Rebels, they've not shown enough. They've not had a kind of a compelling argument, you know, an effective gameplay since the investment to argue that they can take things here on Ancient. And maybe it's too early to tell. Maybe it's too soon to say, but I doubt it. I really do. Util coming through here towards B. Sobol dealt with, found so easily. Nice find from Flay there. Now Innocent will be searching for that gun. Retrieves it. Flank coming through from Shane. Innocent, though, very fast to maneuver his way down ramp. But Jaquinho, quick there on the AWP. Very nice there from Jaquinho. The confidence to take a fight like that on your own, it just shows that Jaquinho's feeling good. And that's something that can be so scary. I think a lot of the time, you look at Jaquinho, especially recent results-wise, you look at him maybe not being kind of the most effective and impressive of players, but it has to be said. Jaquinho, when he feels confident, when he has those moments, he can be that top-tier player that we know him to be. Tapeware, nice trade. Tapeware looking for more. Tomoko goes 1 for 1. Shane now with the bomb plant is key. Flashbang coming over, but no one to deny. I say that. The HE grenade from Sobol is excellent. Great find from Andu. He gets one. Aware that Flay's close by with the AWP, but Flay's shot connecting. It's all on Jaquinho again. I said he's had a big moment in the last round. Is he going to have another one now? Ooh, Jaquinho. His two opponents close by. He dropped a smoke to offer some sort of help, but Kisarek so quick there. I love it from Kisarek. The speed of the decision there. Necessary. It catches off Jaquinho. Rebels. They put up some resistance here. First full buy. They are victorious on one out of the last 6, sorry, going their way. But this is a start. This could be the beginning of things here for Rebels. Flay on the AWP once again. As said before, Flay had a monumental game here on Anubis yesterday. I think the problem with Ancient, though, sometimes with the AWP is when you are playing towards A, sometimes you can kind of go a little quiet. Smoke fading here in red. Gonna be aware of Sobol's position. Andu just behind the Molotov. Steps heard here. Tapeware clearing. Andu by his side. Sobol. Tapeware's not going to be close enough to get this trade. If Andu goes down, you've got to question why they aren't playing shoulder to shoulder. Three players going to be aggressing to Red Room. Sobol. Got a teammate by his side, and now Tomoko with work to do. Shane. Big kill there. Shane again. Shane has been excellent here for Copenhagen Wolves. Shane being the longest standing member of this side, but Flay on the AWP, and this is what I was talking about! 3 for 1 there goes the AWP of Flay. It's all on Balani. Innocent just backs away from Red Room, and Balani, he's got 25 seconds to make it. He doesn't have the time to mess about. He's got to swing out wide. He's got to find this kill. Attempting here is Balani. And Kisarek victorious, but it's all made possible because of Flay. The AWP here getting that triple. Incredible stuff there. You know, we see this double from Shane, and to me, that's the moment of the round. That's the turning point, the pivotal part. But Flay on the AWP just makes it look so easy. Takes his time in the Molotov. He knows he's dying to it, but he can take Shane with him. And Rebels now, again, showing signs of success here. This is what they wanted, though. This is what Rebels needed. Copenhagen Wolves now their lead. Not where they'd want. Still an investment to be seen from the Wolves. Take where. Early utility in middle. Acting as this aggressor here. All posted up for Flay. Boost coming through. Andu to aggress. Flay. Simple shot now, and Flay. It's a game of escape, but he is successful. Aggression out of A now. Shane. Needs a quick shot, but Sobol's the one to find it. Flay rotating across as well. Nice find from Flay. Finds Jaquinho. Posts up towards A main. Sobol, though, to deal with Balani. And it's all on tape where late in middle. And Innocent gets that trade. Rebels right back in the game they are. And from what seemed like a perfectly played Copenhagen Wolves, it has been a fall-off. So many rounds in a row we're seeing that from the Wolves. It was 5 on the bounce, but it means nothing. Sadly, Copenhagen Wolves have faltered. And with this being their map selection, we expected so much of them. Rebels now, 3 in a row. Taking the lead here on the CT side would be excellent for them. Just on the basis that it's the T side they so heavily favour. If they can head to that side with the lead, with the advantage and the confidence that it comes with, Rebels could cause upset here in map number 1. As said, the victor here progresses to that play-in final match, but the loser in the deciders. Nice from Kisarek. Innocent chiming in as well. Tomoko finds them both. Just the half buy here from Copenhagen Wolves, but it just looks so easy for the Rebels. And again, it's got to be said, at what point do we put into question the errors that we're seeing here from Copenhagen Wolves? A side that looks so threatening here on the T side, that looked as though they would never falter, have been silenced across the server. Nice find from Andu. Important kill there, taking down Innocent, but Flay, great find, good trade. 4 versus 4, and the B-bomb site. It's for Tomoko and Flay to deal with, and Tomoko again with a double. Flay gets one before falling, all on Jaquinho. And somehow, it's a 5-2 scoreline that's jumped 7-5. But a great performance, it's got to be said. Look, Rebels possibly counted out from their initial gameplay, but a great response. They've been reactivated here on Ancient. And now, Copenhagen Wolves, they're the ones in a difficult position. Victory has to be seen. No chance for error. Rebels. They do find this pistol. Could be the beginning of the end for Copenhagen Wolves, but Andu in the back here of Donut. Andu, he's found 4. He's going to find them all. The confidence he's got. In fact, Innocent deleting, but Andu. A great pistol round there. It's given Wolves it, surely. It's a 3 versus 1. They know Innocent's trapped. Tape wet. Oh, we have spotted him. Great dink there from Innocent. It gives him that slight bit of wiggle room to work with. The slight chance in this round. It's not going to be easy, but with that damage dealt, there is that level of belief. There is that chance. However difficult. Jaquinho changes it all, though. Sadly, there. Not really much that could have been done. And now, not the well, not the nicest of scenarios here. It's got to be said. Copenhagen Wolves are against the force. If they lose this, it could be disastrous. Kisarek starts things off nicely here, but still, we see that investment. Seems as though we've had a bit of a disconnect. Yeah, it seems as though we've got some slight issues here. We will be jumping to a break, but hopefully all is fixed in a matter of moments very shortly. Look, guys, apologies about the slight technical issues. In fact, on our side, we have lost a little bit of gameplay, a little bit of time, but it's an 8-8 scoreline. So, at least it's still close. It's not as though we've lost, it's not as though we jump back and it's 12-4 or 12-5. So, it's a close game still. You can see from the investment here from both sides, it's a little bit shaky. Jaquinho does have an AWP, though, so I think that's something that we're going to point out. He's got the big green in hand. He's got a very, very key weapon here, but he's got to have that success. And here it is, Jaquinho. He gets one. Doubles down, make it a triple. He gets the collateral. And Jaquinho, I said he's got to have a big round with the AWP here. Certainly has provided. Absolutely exceptional from Jaquinho. And as I said, look, Jaquinho, he's not the player you always expect to light up the server, to make the most noise, but he's had big rounds. He's had some confident moments. And that's all you can ever ask of from a player like Jaquinho. He's got to have that moment to shine, and when called upon, shine he does. Tape wet. We'll get the trade there onto Innocent. 1 versus 3 here for Kisarek. We'll find Jaquinho. Kisarek takes down Andu. Flashbang coming over the top. Low HP for Kisarek. Aware that Tapeware's here, and Kisarek's been able to kind of creep his way back to Donut. Tapeware's got to be very cautious. Very, very worried. In this time, Kisarek could have already rotated back towards Red Room. Could have, in fact, crossed. Tapeware very worried. It's a Donut now, and Tapeware can find. AWP can save. The Wolves, though, although victorious, it's not the easiest of rounds. It becomes somewhat difficult there when we see the kills come through from Kisarek. But the Wolves now with the opportunity to find double digits. Rebels not in the best position here. Although they are on their preferred side. We could see some form of a struggle. Rebels trailing by 1 currently, expected second, with it being the eco. This is Copenhagen Wolves map pick, so they're going to want to find success here. They need to find success. A loss could be disastrous. Still, though, plenty more to be seen here in the final stages of Ancient. We've still got 7 rounds to play. And Rebels yet to show their true form here on the T side. I don't mind the fast approach here from Rebels. Smoke dropped here from Tomoko. It looks as though Copenhagen Wolves are going to go for this B approach. The problem they find is Tapeware's already taken a fair bit of control here. Utility coming over the top now. Set of smokes landing. Tapeware playing anti-flash. Rest of the team soon to convene. Tapeware mollied off, and now things become difficult, but he's maneuvered his way past the Molotov. Balani chiming in, finding Sobol. Andu as well, spamming through the smoke. T's have in fact taken control of the bomb site. Done very effectively. Andu now. Smoke's faded, and Andu on the right-hand side confined, and Andu continuing. Deals with Kisarek. Balani swinging, it's all on Flay. Gets 1 kill there, but the trade is good, and Andu, 3 kills. Andu is on that hot form of what we saw the other day. 19 and 15 currently. A quality player here for the Wolves. Rebels now. Without success in this one, it allows the Wolves to find 11. They've got to put up some numbers. They've got to put up a bit of a fight. As said before, this is going to be such a close game. Both the teams look very dominant in their opening matches. Shane, though. Shane and Andu so comfortably fine there. Tomoko, though, takes down Andu. Shane now tucking himself away behind the boxes. Flay, as the smoke fades, gonna be swinging. Shane falling. Man advantage back the way of Rebels. Tateware now. Timing for Tateware is excellent. Got a teammate by his side. I would have been seen on the death cam here, so in fact, we probably should see Rebels look to progress through onto A, but they're going to be going and crossing the path of Jaquinho. Ooh, just as he backs away, in fact, is when they emerge. Jaquinho is worried about A. Tateware is going to be holding red. Util coming over. Smoke here. Not really much that Copenhagen Wolves can do. Flay's in a good position. He's already manoeuvred his way on boost. Alani going to be flanking. Seems like Wolves want to take this one slowly. Tateware to Temple. Alani being held by Sobot. The setup here is excellent. Flashbang coming over, and the utility, it just allows for Balani to aggress, and Flay goes down to Tateware. There's a smoke here on Balani. Might not be needed. Great find from Balani. And there is enough time for the defuse. Copenhagen Wolves, they will find their 11th there. The discipline on that retake, absolutely excellent. Balani rotating in, able to find 2 there. Obviously taking down Innocent, that was the big find. Playing towards Big Box, kind of holding as well. It was Sobol, in fact. Sobol was the player towards Big Box, but still, same sentiment. It's just dealing with that Big Box position that becomes the problem, and obviously Copenhagen Wolves found that solution, but investment seen here from Rebels with the bomb plant. They are able to bring out the guns. Utility not perfect, but they're not too bothered. Andu spots out a player. It is Shane, in fact, to steal that kill. Andu's going to feel heartbroken by that one, and Andu, in fact, the next to fall to Tomoko. Tomoko going to be pushing. Looks as though he wants to creep into cave. Laying out, aggressing with Innocent. Nice positioning here. There's a second on the B-bomb site as well. Tateware, though, swinging out. Sobol's low. He's trapped on the bomb site. Oh, damage dealt from Tateware. No denial of the plant. A 2 versus 2 now, with both Sobol and Tateware been chipped away at. Tateware. Oh, they spotted that. Tateware finds Sobol. Brilliant stuff here. They're aware of Tomoko's position as well. It's such a limited time, but Jaquinho ready maneuvers his way back. This is going to be so tough, but a very fast approach here. He's going to hear them both. Tomoko's been just given the easiest clutch ever. The problem is they just take so long. Oh my god. Tomoko's able to keep that AWP as well. Doesn't go down to bomb. But I don't really know why Tateware's decided to go so slowly there. Obviously he's waiting for his teammate, but I think at some point you just don't have the time. The bomb was already halfway ticked, and he's just sitting there waiting for Jaquinho. I don't think it's the right play. And in doing so, Rebels, they have been gifted that round. Nice from Andu here, and Red Room will get one. No trade coming through. Reposition from Andu as well. Have seen a play already fall here by Flay. Tomoko finding tapeware. Innocent. Here towards B main. I go overlooked. Obviously control taken here from Rebels towards Cave. Flay is just still holding here for this A main aggression. Shane, it looks as though he wants to go for it, but very worried. The problem is, Shane's deep here on A, but Copenhagen Wolves have no information whether they're out in middle, whether they're progressing up ramp, whether they're playing through Cave. They are kind of just playing for the B hit, but it does look like they will double back to A. And the problem is now, the positioning here of Shane. Oh, I don't know. Has that step been heard? I think Shane's just heard that. He's going to look to try and play chase here. They've got that information now. Copenhagen Wolves, they are sure that it is going to be this B play. Balani gets one. Players aggressing onto the bomb site now. Innocent, important find. Innocent again. And Shane now on the flank being held by Sobol. Unfortunate here. And the problem with this is, after we see that kill come through from Balani, I think we kind of just need to see Copenhagen Wolves retreat back and just try and live, because the flank is the difference-making play. The flank is what they're playing for. That's going to be the winning moment, but nice finds there from Tomoko. Mac 10 making the money. Nice find there, Innocent. Big kills here. Rebels. Although been chipped away at. Andu will struggle. (11-11) now. Rebels. They could be able to steal away a victory here on their opponent's map pick. Nice find from Flay. Takes down Balani. Flay again, and this is what I'm on about. You've got a player like Flay who starts heating up, and that's where things can really fall apart. Kesarek as well. Rebels now. They are in such a good position. It has to be said. The first to 12, the finances of the Wolves are going to be so difficult to work with. And although Copenhagen Wolves, they look pretty dominant initially, it has fallen apart. the Rebels, the Polish side have looked exceptional. And you can see the turning point of this map. It's that moment where we see the 3K come through from Flay and Donut. When he gets that triple while he's in the Molotov, to me, that's where the game, that's where it flips. And now, Rebels 1 round away from taking their opponent's map pick. And in doing so, they progress to Nuke with so much confidence and so much kind of an argument for them to take it in 2. Bit of an interesting smoke there. Clearly meant for Donut, but missed its mark. Rebels now 5 kills away from going to Nuke. Wolves 5 kills away from taking it OT, but oh, Shane, will he be able to survive? Shane will get one, in fact. Tomoko, oh, Shane again! Sobol does find Jaquinho, but Shane attempting, trying to do everything here, eventually falling, and it's all on the XM of Tapeware. The gimmick weapon has been brought out, and Tapeware now, he drops the smoke, and if anything, this guarantees his position. Tapeware, 1 versus 3, Sobol spotting, HE connecting, Tapeware falling in a matter of moments, and Flay posted up, and there it is. Rebels, they will find themselves victory here on Ancient. The selection of Copenhagen Wolves has gone against them, and now we head to Nuke. The selection of Rebels with so much confidence, so much wind in the sails here for the Polish side, but a good performance from Rebels, it has to be said. Obviously, we missed a little bit of the mid portion there with the issues on our side, and we do apologise, but look, I think we were able to capture the magic that was Rebels' performance, but Flay had to be the player we talk about. An exceptional game. You look at that round in Donut, and I think that's something that I feel like I talk about pivotal rounds time and time again, ones in which where it changes the momentum of the game. You see that shift. And look, for me, it was that round in Donut where they're in a 2 versus 5. The round should never be won. And then Flay just creates some magic. And in doing so, it just creates that chance. It gives them that opportunity. And I think that's what Flay provides for this roster. Obviously, we are going to be heading to Nuke, a map that we've seen, obviously, a fair bit from Copenhagen Wolves. But Rebels, the way they played against Whopper was exceptional on Nuke. And if they bring that here in the second map, I think it's safe to say Rebels could sail away with that 2-0 victory. But obviously, that's something that we'll be finding out very shortly. But beforehand, we will be jumping to a break. Sorry about that. We'll be heading back into the series in a matter of moments. Obviously, second map being Nuke. And look, we've got to talk about it. The elephant in the room. Look, Copenhagen Wolves, they looked so good. It looked as though they were very much in control there on Ancient, but it seemed to slip away from them. And the main reason and the main kind of difference maker, Flay on the AWP. What a player. 21 and 13, he ended that game. Absolutely incredible. And I feel like sometimes when you have a good game, like Sobol went 18 and 12, you know, we saw everyone kind of around that 16, 17 kill mark. We had big moments from plenty of the Rebels side. The problem is, sometimes you just have someone like Flay who will just take charge, who will just take the lead, and in doing so, it kind of just ruins any chances you want to be that star. But look, it was many big moments from Flay. Obviously, on the flip side for Copenhagen Wolves, we had Andu, who's also on 21 kills. But there was a few players as well. Tapeware, 12 and 16. Shane, 13 and 8. 11 and 8, obviously, for Jaquinho. Don't get me wrong, Jaquinho had a couple moments here and there, but I still feel like we needed to see a little bit more consistency from Copenhagen Wolves. Without it, that's why we did see that slight drop-off. That's why we did see that slight kind of resurgence for Rebels. But now we are going to be heading into the action on Nuke. The action to unfold here. Pistol round in a matter of moments. What a big game here. What a big moment. With the chance to close it out. Rebels, they could do it now. And a crazy game it would be. Copenhagen Wolves taking a lot of control here. Andu will get one, but Kisarek doubles. And we're seeing just instantly, they've opted to head up towards the A-bomb, so I really like this change. Ooh, Kisarek's in a good position, and he will put this round to rest. Shane falling. Rebels starting here on their map very nicely. Eco here from Copenhagen Wolves. Not expecting much from them, but who knows, the USPs can work wonders. Kisarek. Great find there onto Jaquinho. Important there for Tapeware to get that kill though. The USP's finding a couple kills. Could be excellent. Copenhagen Wolves now with their investment, they've got to show success. Rebels besting them on their map selection has created a disappointing start here for them. Nice find there from Jaquinho. Andu doubling down. Andu finds a third. Can't make it a fourth, but already he's done so much work here. Innocent. A 1 versus 5 gone 1v4. Copenhagen Wolves, this is the exact start they need. With this being their opponent's map pick, with them losing map 1, they've got to have big moments like this. And that ramp hold, absolutely brilliant. Innocent. Creeping down, take where to find. He has got the bomb, he has got utility. So plant can come through. Take where could look to deny, but it's not actually the plant. The step's so loud, but Innocent not reacting. Copenhagen Wolves, they deny the plant. The plant would have been really good, in fact. Because the money's a little bit awkward. You look at Kisarek, 1,400. The rest would have had a pretty feasible buy here if the bomb goes down. And the chance of the round's so tough, but an opportunity was given. I think the bomb plant, though, would have been the better option. Sobol. A little in play here. Sobol's had good moments, but we need to see that consistency. One of the recent additions here is Sobol and Tomoko to the Rebel side. And look, I think Tomoko's been a really good asset. I think especially with how well they played yesterday. You just look at the performance they showed against Whopper, it was absolutely exceptional. And I think, obviously, Tomoko a big reason for that. A little bit quieter, though. But it was Flay on map 1 against Whopper to do some heavy lifting, and then Tomoko on Nuke. So, certainly could see similar things. Opening kill here, though, excellent from Shane. The advantage seen from the CTs, and this is exactly what the Wolves need. Smokes have come down here, though, and in doing so, Copenhagen Wolves now, they've got a question to ask. They've sent Balani down already, so he'll be that resistance. He'll gain that information early on. It's all about whether they can have that kind of secondary. Oh, I say Balani can be that force, but taken down so simply here. Kisarek's having a really good game. And this is something Copenhagen Wolves might be worried about. Jaquinho, important kill there onto Tomoko. Kisarek, I thought he'd keep progressing, but halted he has. And halted he will. Andu finds him. And Andu, although with an MP9 against an AK, he deals a lot of damage. Flay struggling. Tapeware slowly making his way down the vent. Flay seems somewhat hesitant, but Flay, the timing is excellent. A 2-on-2 now. Flash coming through. Flay trying to delay. That's the 10-second timer. They both got kits, but someone's got to get on the bomb. Someone's got to make that move. And I don't even think there's enough time. There isn't. Jaquinho, is he safe to the bomb? Neither Shane. Both go down. No one saving, and obviously they lose the round as well. But again, another round that we're seeing where the retake, it's so slow. It begs the question why Tapeware's taking so long to get down the vent. But the next thing that you just have to ask is, Rebels, it's a 2 versus 4 there. Both players are low. But for some reason, Copenhagen Wolves are just pushing one by one. They offer themselves up. And look, in doing so, they gift the round away. And with the money pretty poor for both sides, Copenhagen Wolves, if they lose this one, we could be looking at, you know, a 5-1 scoreline. And with it being the T side of Nuke, a terrifying scoreline. You do just have to look back to recent results here, though, of Copenhagen Wolves on Nuke. They've already bested Ents Academy this morning. 13-11, though. It's a close game. Nuke, though, not an easy map to play here. especially against the side of Rebels. Not many maps are. Rebels have looked really, really good. Shane's in a good position here. Shane will find Sobol, but Flay's trade is excellent. It is going to be this playthrough ramp as well. 4 on 2. The problem is the Wolves, they have been given a freebie there, but they had to find more. With Balani so low and Andu without utility or kit, I think giving this one a go could be a poor decision. But Andu, he wants to be the hero. Wants to make some magic happen. Oh, Andu goes down to Flay, and now you really question why Andu's even had a bit of a look. Balani, seemed like Balani's only goal was to save that. And it's clear that communication isn't perfect yet. While Balani's looking to save, Andu's looking for something. But loss of life is what's seen. And Rebels, they will continue. 3 on 1 goes 4. An eco to be seen from the Wolves makes things even harder. And this is where we're saying, look, a couple more rounds go the way of Rebels, and we're seeing this game very quickly come to a close, because you've got to imagine it's going to be the CT side in which Rebels prefer anyway on a map like Nuke. You know, you just have to look back to their game against Whopper. It was that 8-4 scoreline on the CT side. So realistically, if Rebels can get themselves 5-6 rounds, they're going to be feeling very, very comfortable here regarding their chances for the series. As mentioned, the victor here progresses. The loser to face off against Whopper. Nice attempt there, but Shane falling. Seems as though he does catch his timing there, but fortunate. Aggression coming through now. Andu with the P250, but found. Balani aggressing up the vent, but dealt with. Rebels so effective here on the T side of Nuke. The investment will be seen from the Wolves, but again, Jaquinho, he's got to bring out the orb. He's got to have a moment with the big green in hand, because that's what really can turn the tides. Trades there in ramp. Ready, we do have Balani down towards B, but with that Molotov, it kind of keeps him here. Flashbang's excellent. Stick of the smoke, Balani gets one, but Flay's trade is good. Takeware peeking. Takeware gets the pick, but Tomoko trades again. The trading's looking really good. Innocent, 1 versus 2, time ticking, but emphasis on time. Someone's got to get on the bomb now. They have smoked it. An attempt to the stick comes through. Flashbang. Oh, the flash! The flash, the only person it blinds is himself. The reasons for that unknown. I thought it was going to be a flash play and swing from doors, but Innocent. I don't really know what's gone so wrong there, but Rebels, they do give a round away. Copenhagen Wolves really needed that one. Tomiko tapping away there through the wall in the hopes of finding something. Again, though, finances for Copenhagen Wolves not perfect. Same can be said here for Rebels. The victor of this round should be able to find a couple in a row. Maybe even 3, just on the basis that the loss bonus for both teams is a little bit awkward. Milani. Here in main, we have got Tapeware towards outside. He's got a really good position here. Problem is, he's kind of allowing Balani to get timinged on. I think Tapeware kind of just needs to hold the angle. The jiggle actually can go so heavily against Tapeware. Still coming over. Flay. A little bit worried about the elevation here of credit. Innocent and Sobol, big picks here. Shane forced through. Oh, the Molotov. Somehow he's not been traded. Steps go loud. And Shane can find another. Again, Copenhagen Wolves, they've been given a gift. And in this round, it's Shane. A disappointing plan here. A disappointing round. We realise he's going to be on the right-hand side in Flay. He can keep his teammate alive for the final seconds. Nice flashbang there. Jaquinho forced off the angle. Both can look to back away. Flay. Ooh, Flay's posted up now. Things can become very difficult. And Flay will find so easily there. Big round from Rebels. They get themselves 6. Yeah, Rebels right now, they are in the driver's seat. You know, 6-2 scoreline. But you see a moment like this, for Shane, and you kind of expect, well, yeah, the round's going to go their way. You know, Shane gets a double there, nearly a triple as well. It just doesn't pan out. And now Copenhagen Wolves trailing by 4 on the CT side of Nuke. Already not the best of performances in total. You know, at a maximum to find 6 on the CT side of Nuke. This is where things can really, really get out of hand. Another tack pause called here from Copenhagen Wolves. 2 in a row now. And to me, it's a great sign. They just want to make sure that they really utilize this time, because there's no time like the present here for Copenhagen Wolves. They cannot allow Rebels to find, 2, 3, 4 more rounds here. And I know you might think, what? Rebels are going to go 10-2 on the T side, but it can happen. Momentum can be such a key factor here for any team's success. Copenhagen Wolves again now. Under a bit of pressure. 4 rounds down with weak weapons wielding. Nice from Tapeware there. Quick pick there onto Flay. Jumping shot attempt there with the scout. Always like the idea of it. You could see an HE grenade land. It is in fact the bullets that take down Tapeware. Nice picks here from Tomiko again. Obviously just against Ecos here, but... Shane and Andu, all that remain right now. We don't expect the round to go their way, but a couple kills would be excellent. Yeah, I think right now, Rebels, they're looking pretty consistent here on the T side. That's 7 now. And look, as the game goes on, as Nuke continues, I think Copenhagen Wolves, the pressure is slowly mounting. Jaquinho, great find that. Balani finding Tomoko. Balani again. This is Wolves. This is their time. Nice there from Copenhagen Wolves, but great from Balani. It has to be said. Crazy stuff. Look, Rebels already with 7. I think they're in a very, very positive position. There's not really much that there's not really much that Copenhagen Wolves are going to be all too happy about here. It has to be said. Sobol, great find there onto Jaquinho. Gets that opener again. Rebels, every moment they have that slight slip, they just bounce back. It's absolutely incredible. And now Andu with work to do, but he doubles up. He needs to kind of find the third. But it is a 3-on-3 now. There is a chance. There is a way. Balani, he's a quick rotation. Sadly smoked off, though. He's not going to feel the true benefits. Another smoke coming his way. I think Balani's got to take a risk here. He's got to push on through. Innocent. Going to be swinging, and timing is excellent. Played to perfection here, and now all on Tapeware again. We're seeing Tapeware play so slow here in these retake attempts. It's not the time, it's not the place. And Rebels again finding success. That is 8 at least here as they go into the final round here of this first half. Rebels, so far so good on the T side, but a 9th kind of puts the final nail. The 9th just guarantees it here, really. Shane now here towards main. He's got flanks impending. Jaquinho aggressing here towards ramp. We haven't really seen all too much of this from the Wolves, and when it has come, it's not been successful. Reposition from Shane. He's got a teammate in Balani, a top hut. No Molotov to land here, though, so... This gives Balani a chance to thrive. Innocent, though. Oh, Innocent gonna send the molly now. Smoke landing for Balani, of which he drops off of. Kissarex in a good position. Held by Balani, and will be found. AK upgraded to... Spams through the smoker scene here. Aggression coming out. Tomoko finding Andu. Does tag his teammate in the process. Tomoko will get his second. Jaquinho and Balani finding, though. It's all on Sobol. 1 versus 2. Jaquinho dropped into the bomb site. And Jaquinho will get the final round here for Copenhagen Wolves. But still, it's not really what the Wolves wanted. 4 rounds on the CT side. Not good enough. Great from Copenhagen Wolves. Without it, you know, we're looking at that 9-3 scoreline, and we're kind of questioning. Look, you know, this is a side that we saw such highs from just yesterday, and we'd have to question. Look, where's it all gone? What's happened? Eight and 4, though. I think Rebels pistol round could determine everything. At least for Copenhagen Wolves, they've got themselves that final round, because a 6-round lead heading to the CT side. Certainly a taste for success here are the Rebels. Seems as though we do have some slight technical issues at the moment. Hopefully all will come to an end, but with it being online CS, look, we know what happens. Apparently a headset issue, and straight away, already going to be heading back into it. So no major issues, as we've just seen. But look, I think right now, Rebels, I'll be honest, it's going to be tough for Rebels to lose this game. You know, they've got a 4-round lead. They're on the favoured side. They're on their map selection. They've got players looking really key. Flay's not really even had the chance to warp yet. It's been the T side of Nuke that he's been playing. He's still having so much kind of effect. So, oh, great from Innocent. He doubles. Kissarex as well, finding Balani. It's on Jaquinho and Tapeware. Jaquinho gets one. Tomoko, though, in the action. He's aware as well of Jaquinho. Double from Tomoko to end the pistol. And now, Rebels so close to success now. 9-4 scoreline. Pistol round converted. It's going to be so tough. Again, tech issues continue. As said, though, look, it will be sorted at some point soon. But 9-4. You know, at what point do we say it's over? At what moment do we evaluate the strengths to the game that has been Rebels and say, look, Nuke is a map that I feel like any opposition to Rebels cannot be playing. Right now, Rebels are in such hot form, and it doesn't look as though it's changing. Not in the slightest, and I think that's the really impressive thing from Rebels. I think maps like Nuke, obviously with Train as well, if you can get the technicalities and the rotations on a map like this down to a T, that's where you really can dominate sides. And look, the T side for Rebels, exceptional, but we know their CT side's even better. And that's what's so scary. That's what really creates that level of fear and worry. We have seen ready to disconnect again, so I'm guessing we are going to see a round restart. Obviously, they are just playing with pistols here, so whether we'll get a round restart, I really don't know what we're going to see here. Well, it has been that round restart as expected, but still, we will be waiting for Jaquinho to return. Rebels, though, a 5-round lead. The most perfect of weaponry to wield, but it's not bad at all. Not bad in the slightest. As said, it's obviously just going to be this eco here for Copenhagen Wolves. Rebels have got to deal with it effectively, though. They can't have too many casualties. They can't have mismanaged and played gameplay. It's got to be ironed out. It's got to be crystal clear. But this is it. Could be the final 4 rounds that we see here. Because Rebels, we know what their CT side will supply. We're going to be seeing that kind of top-tier gameplay throughout. Aggression coming through now. Ooh, I like that from Copenhagen Wolves. You see them kind of stepping to try and bait in the molly, and it does just that. I really like that. Quite cheeky, quite creative. And you see the utility already for Rebels. It's been drained massively. And I think that's definitely the game plan. Innocent will find Andu. I think steering clear of these MP9s is definitely the game plan. Look. Only 1 kill's found there by those MP9s. The rest are the rifles, and that's not bad at all. You know, when you have 3 SMGs in play, I say it time and time again, look, you run the risk of having weak weapons against the full buy, and okay, yes, we did see one of those rifles go down and get retrieved, so it's going to be 3 M4s and 2 SMGs against the 5 AKs, but you really run the risk of kind of having too many SMGs, having weaker weapons, but also not having enough to fully buy in the next, so Rebels, though, 3 rounds away from closing out the series now. An A1 performance is going to need to be seen here from Copenhagen Wolves. Bellani. He's emerged out of Squeaky. Bellani. Oh, he tries to make his way down, but the smoke fades. Oh, that's devastating there for Bellani. We see the missed smoke from Shane as well. In fact, it is the drip smoke. He's able to jump round. Already, though, the CTs with the man advantage, they don't actually need to fight too heavily here. Especially with the smoke to lockers. I like the idea of this. Let's just take lobby control. This is so smart. Already, we've seen a rotation down towards B as well. And Tomoko. Shots heard from Shane. Steps as well. Sobol. A little look outside. Sobol. He's heard the shots. I don't really know why he's gone so heavily there. Andu with a double. Now a 2 versus 3. This round's been thrown away here from Rebels. They're the man advantage, and we see unnecessary peaks and swings there. It's what loses them the round. Obviously, Andu does exceptionally well there to get 2, but still, we needed to see better there. We didn't need to see that fight towards outside. It really gained nothing. Shane was just able to get a free kill for no reason. Innocent now, it looks as though he's playing for exits. Which I don't mind, because it's going to be a buy anyway. Ooh, okay. Missed shots there from Innocent. Not what you want to be seeing. He will get 1 there onto Jaquinho. It's going to be the buy, obviously, in the next from Rebels. A couple players have money in the bank, but still. You know, you look at some of the players who fell there. Some of the deaths, a little bit unforgivable. Rebels, though, still 5-round lead, still 3 rounds needed. Copenhagen Wolves with a crazy comeback. The possibility of it, very slim, but they're going to try and make things work. They're going to try and keep things exciting and give us that chance to get to Anubis. Tomoko here towards ramp. Heavily relied upon here is Tomoko for the Rebels side. Sobol, he needs to be cautious. I don't think he realizes this position he's playing. His gun barrel can be spotted there if he's just sitting in the vent. Smoke again here towards Squeaky. Seems as if a fair few players are going to make their way towards outside here for Copenhagen Wolves and just leaving Balani in lobby. I would have really liked to see Sobol actually climb down the vent, get himself into secret. Because getting a player in secret is the gameplay, is the difference maker. Balani now, though. He's got to live. He's got to win this fight. He will get one. Tomoko, though. Tomoko's trade. Excellent. He's taken a lot of damage for it. And now they realise it's going to be this B play. Ooh, rotation from Sobol could be costly, could be damaging. Tomoko, though, sends out the molly. Andu, easy find here. And again, the CTs are offering themselves up so easily there for Copenhagen Wolves. Jaquinho will eventually find Sobol. Again, though, Rebels, they need to get someone down towards secret. If Sobol decides to just progress down vent and get himself into secret early on, at least they have a player towards outside. At least they have some resistance, and then you can see the rotation down. But the problem is, we see that double ramp aggression. Obviously, they go 1 for 1, but still, there's no one finding out how close they can be down towards B. It's not the look you want to be seeing here. And now Kisarek, surely to go down. Flashbangs a little deep, but Shane gets the trade. Only 4 rounds in it now. Rebels. Again, another step they take in the right direction. Eight to 4, 10 to 4, now 10 to 6. With it being an eco, we're not expecting too much. Jaquinho. Currently the top performer here for Copenhagen Wolves. And if Jaquinho can continue, it will be praised so highly here amongst the Wolves. I'm liking what we're seeing already, though. Utilising the broken glass to creep very, very much in the back lines. The surprise factor that Copenhagen Wolves are going to be working with is ridiculous. You're going to see a knife kill here. Got the option. They've got the opportunity. Andu, though, not messing about. Flay. Under pressure here. P250 in hand. He will get one. Andu, though, again. Second kill here. Going to send the HE grenade. Great damage there onto Flay. Dropped down to 21 points of health. Has been found. And Kisarek. Oh, Kisarek's denied the plant. Oh, he could have just stuck that. Oh, he's going for a knife kill. He's going for a knife kill. I love it. He goes for the knife and he gets it. I knew this second he taps that bomb. Obviously, he could have mollied in vent and then gone for it. We could have seen a ninja, but Kisarek, the fact he gets that knife kill, he allows the AWP for Flay. And we know the impact that Flay can have here with the big green. That knife kill, the tap on the bomb, could change the course of this series, as it allows the AWP to be in the hands of Flay. Early util from Shane. Sobol on top of her, he drops the smoke. Already aggression seen, but Sobol will get one. Waiting for more, waiting for players to progress out of Squeaky, out of her. It was a hero play from Balani. But he goes down for nothing. Tomoko now. Under pressure. A rotation would be needed, but it won't come. Tapeware already down towards B. Tomoko. Utility landing. Flashbangs coming through, fully blinded, but he finds Jaquinho. Tomoko, excellent play as well. In quick succession, finds Shane. And Tapeware. Ooh, Tapeware nearly quick enough to find Sobol, but they've got information of Tapeware. Andu, they can have good guesswork and good positioning. Andu still finds Sobol though. Flay onto Tapeware, but Kisarek. Kisarek hears the steps and he swings. A bit awkward, but he still wins it. And Rebels, that's the round they needed. That's the moment they hoped for. But it's got to be said, Balani charging out onto the A-bomb site. It's so unnecessary. And Rebels now only 2 rounds away. And with the investment seen, with the money that the Wolves are operating with, a loss in this round could be disastrous. It would be over. He finds 4 here, Kisarek. Absolutely excellent there. Incredible stuff. He deals with the A-site aggression in such a way that Copenhagen Wolves find nothing. And Tomoko, oh, you can see that look of anger, the look of disbelief. He stole the ace away, but Rebels steal the round and steal victory now. But this could be it. 5 opportunities now for Rebels to close out the game. As I said, the money is so poor here for Copenhagen Wolves. Tapeware. Oh, Tapeware tries to slip the net. He's successful, but Jaquinho falls in the process. And already, it's not looking positive. Tomoko, great position. Oh, fires off and only finds 1. Andu with the trade. Sobol already down here, though, to deal with Tapeware. Andu, AK in hand, but AK falling. It's Balani. 1 versus 4 now. It is over, Rebels. Enjoy their victory. For the next minute that Balani's attempting the clutch, you know the celebration's already in order, and Kisarek puts the game to bed. Rebels progress. They do go to that next step, to the next stage, and obviously for Copenhagen Wolves, it's a disappointing game, it has to be said. Look, the way in which they played on map 1, it was so competitive, it looked so good, but it slipped away from them. Yet here on map 2, it didn't look the same. Rebels had that venom about them. They had that kind of it factor, the difference maker. And look, it's a tough one here for Copenhagen Wolves. It isn't over for them, though. Obviously, they are going to be facing against Whopper, I believe, tomorrow. So, it's not as though it's over. It's not as though they've got no second chances, but it will be a devastating one for Copenhagen Wolves. I think they would have come into this with a confidence, and sadly for them, they don't have the success that they were hoping for. But obviously, that is the close here for this evening's games. To give you a bit of a rundown of the results, you know, we saw a great victory, obviously, for the likes of, of Amcal. Obviously, Whopper besting Gen 1. NIP doing it against Endpoint. And Rebels here, 2-0 against Copenhagen Wolves. But it does lead nicely onto tomorrow morning's fixtures. Starting things off, we've got Yano against Alaska, Amcal to Endpoint, Cybershock against BC Game, and then closing things out, I believe it's Whopper versus Copenhagen Wolves. I believe that's the current schedule that we're running with. And you guys will be joined by the wonderful Nexus, so make sure you show them some love. But look, that's been it today. Hope you guys enjoy, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning for those final matches of the playing stage.